Lin Yao said anxiously. Han Zio's had one hand on the steering wheel while the other one was out of the window and enjoying the wind. Why do we need to catch up? No matter how fast they drive now, they will have to wait for us later. Well, you are right when you put it that way. Suddenly, Daisusu's laughter came from the radio. Little Lin Lin, how come you guys are so slow? Hurry and catch up with us. Unless Han Zio's skills are not up to par. I do not want to waste my petrol, Han Zio replied briefly. Daisusu was instantly stunned. This was the first time she heard such a unique excuse. Agents like us need to worry about paying for petrol? Ma Qingyang chimed in on the radio. Zhang Wei, this is Hesla's agents showing off. We must not lose to them. Zhang Wei pondered for a few seconds and he patted on Han Zio's shoulder. Let's catch up with them. Li Yalin's face immediately turned pale. She grabbed Zhang Wei's sleeve hurriedly and urged, please don't. This speed is great. What exactly do you fear? Zhang Wei was really puzzled. Captain, is it not good to be alive? Li Yalin said in a trembling and sobbing tone. Zhang Wei was extremely baffled. Han Zio raised his eyebrow. You really want to pursue them? Yes. Zhang Wei nodded his head. Han Zio sighed and changed the gear with ease. Okay then, you guys had better hold on tight. Li Yalin was deeply fearful. She held onto the car door as tightly as she could and clenched her jaw. You guys will definitely regret this. In the afternoon, everyone arrived at the destination. As soon as they alighted their vehicles, they all looked at the big black truck with shock, horror, and disbelief. Cold chills ran down their spine whenever they thought of the scene from before. Even though they were experienced agents who had seen many things, such as S and Z shape movements, this was the first time they had seen an and shape movement. And it was faster than anyone else. This could not even be counted as drifting, more like flying. The truck driver must have been heavily under the influence. Zhang Wei, Lin Yao, and Li Yalin fumbled out of the vehicle, held onto a tree at the side, and started vomiting everything they had inside them. At that moment, they felt like they'd be better off dead. Blarg. Oh my god, I feel like I'm dying. Blarg, told you that you would regret this. Blarg. Han Zio strolled down from the car and clamped a cigarette comfortably in his mouth. He smirked and said, well, you guys told me to chase. Do you specialize in driving bumper cars? Han Zio curled his lips. Bumper cars? Don't look down on me. I used to drive mechas. Lambert got out of the car with sturdy steps as if nothing had happened to him. Han Zio's eyes gleamed. See. There is someone normal enough to enjoy my driving. Just as Lambert opened his mouth to speak, vomit came out like waterfall. Only after everything was vomited out did Lambert commented with a poker face, if you ever touch the steering wheel again, I will just jump out of the car. Chapter 74. Separate operations, the cars were parked outside. After everyone moved their equipment into the secret base, they began their pre-mission briefing. We have two operations. Firstly, disguise as wanderers and blend into Dark Crow Forest Town to gather intel. Secondly, search for sentry guards from the germinal organization that are left alone and force information about their base out of them. We will handle the sentries. Your people can go to the Dark Crow Forest Town, Winna immediately stated. Daisusu frowned. There would mostly likely be spies hidden in the town. If they attempted to blend in, they might be exposed and be put in dire danger. If so, they would not achieve anything. Searching for sentries would be much safer and easier to accomplish. Hesla just could not wait to throw all the dangerous and tough jobs to Division 13. This attitude annoyed them greatly, but someone had to do the missions after all. If it was not going to be Hesla, then it had to be Division 13. As such, no one voiced any objection. To infiltrate the town, we must first disguise ourselves as wanderers and then find an opportunity to gather intel covertly. We must not act rashly and alert the enemy, said Chi Baijia. After some discussion, it was decided that some people would stay at the base as backup. 4 people stayed behind: Lin Yao, Chi Baijia, Ma Qingyang, and Han Zio. Hesla also left some personnel to guard the base. Han Zio only knew Yi Fan from their group. It was only the afternoon. The Hesla agents decided to take a rest first. They would wait till dawn, when enemies' alertness would be at its lowest, to move off to find enemy sentry guards. They had brought infrared imaging devices, so the darkness actually provided them with an advantage. Also, they secretly wanted Division 13 to be the guinea pig to sweep away some danger first. Once the mission plan was finalized, those Division 13 agents who were going in mixed together to form a team with Dai Susu as the leader. They were disguised in wanderers' clothes and looked travel-worn and weary. They hunched their backs to look as if they were being weighed down by stress. They carried giant backpacks and looked exactly like those real wanderers. They then headed toward the Dark Crow forest town on foot. The secret base was equipped with many computer screens that were connected to agents' camera and earphones. Han Zio, Lin Yao, and Chi Bai Jia would rotate to monitor the situation. Dai Susu's team soon arrived at the crowded town, which was displayed on the screens. There were many different types of buildings, and despite the housing being simple and crude, there were many people there, making it look like a marketplace. Although the town was small in area, it had everything, even hotels for guests. Let's look for a place to stay first. Dai Susu and the gang were questioned by the locals, but she answered perfectly. They were just wanderers that were migrating and wanted to rest here for a while before moving off. Afterwards, they successfully checked in at one of the hotels in the town. As soon as they entered the room, they immediately swept for monitoring cameras and bugs professionally. They started discussing their next steps after they made sure the room was safe. How should we proceed now? Li Yalin curled her lips and gave Dai Susu a cold look. Dai Susu was not in the mood to banter with Li Yalin. Her brows knitted together as she said in a serious tone, "People in the town are still suspicious of our identity. I think we should stay put." Han Zio suddenly chimed in through the earpieces. "You guys had better act today. Give me a good reason." Dai Susu was slightly provoked. "You guys are now foreign wanderers, so you should act your part. It is only normal to gather information about this place. It will actually look strange if you purposefully conceal yourselves, making others feel that you have an ulterior motive." Everyone looked at one another. That seems like a good point. Let's do what Han Zio suggested. The town had many amenities, including entertainment facilities, casinos, a pharmacy, restaurants, and even places for one to release. As night fell, the team moved out in different groups and pretended to spend money, probe for intel, and gather information. However, they did not achieve any substantial success. The locals there were mostly ordinary wanderers, and they did not spot any people of interest. "Our enemies must be hiding deeply. We probably won't get anything through this method." Chi Bai Jia's expression was grave. "Actually, I know a way." Han Zio smiled. He knew the specific spy that was stationed at this town. After real players earned enough reputation from missions, they could choose to join the germinal organization through this NPC. By catching this NPC, they could get quite a lot of intel. Han Zio knew the exact coordinates of the Dark Crow Valley base, but he was unsure of the specific military strength and defenses of the base. After 10 long years, he only remembered a little information about the place. Furthermore, they were at the different point in time, so the changes would be different. It was essential for them to gather intel from the NPC. "You guys should go to the southern part of town, where you will see a casino. There should be a bald-headed dude who knows the intel about the base." Han Zio was describing the spy from the germinal organization stationed at the town. Those real players who were born at Dark Crow Forest Town could only join the germinal organization through this guy. Everyone was shocked. Dai Susu frowned. "Where did you get this information from? I have my ways. What if the information is incorrect?" Dai Susu was adamant. "Listen to him." Chi Bai Jia spoke up for Han Zio. Before the mission, higher-ups had told him to trust his intel. This showed that the higher-ups valued Han Zio highly. Dai Susu had to repress her suspicion and follow to the order. She took some agents to the small casino and looked for the person quietly. Without fail, they found the bald-headed guy who was the banker of the casino. "What should we do now? If we act rashly, we could alarm our enemies. He might have companions from the organization around him," asked Dai Susu. Han Zio was speechless. "We've already found our target. Can't you just be professional and do what you usually do?" Dai Susu felt her chest tighten, enraged by his comment. But at the same time, she realized that she had asked a dumb question. She gathered her teammates to secretly surround the guy. Han Zio looked at the time. He got up and let Lin Yao take over his duty. He did not feel that he needed to supervise the actual execution. If they could not even catch the guy, those agents should just knock themselves out with a piece of tofu. At the same time, Winna and her team of Hesla agents left for their objective after she gave Han Zio a fierce glare. Han Zio did not plan to rest at the secret base. He went into the trunk of Big Black and started assessing the situation. Both operations are team-based. They will most likely complete them without any hiccups. I should be more concerned with my personal mission. I will need some handy tools in order to assassinate the sentry guards in the forest. Hanzio took out some spare parts and began working on his interface. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? Basic spatial sensing plus basic bioengineering plus basic mechanical engineering. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have invented miniature biological sensor, Spider. Winna's team sneaked among the trees silently as if they were hunters searching for prey in the dark forest. They were wearing camouflage suits and night vision goggles. The sentry guards were stationed right outside the base. One of the team members was a master in investigating trails. He could deduce the number of people that had walked past a location a day before based on the minimal evidence left behind. He was called Magarnu, a tall Sharnak. He was built like a small mountain, which made it hard to believe that he was extremely meticulous. He rubbed the soil between his fingertips, smelt it, and pondered for a few moments. There was a man, weighing around 180 pounds, who walked past here in a northwestern direction 7 hours ago. Winna did not doubt Magarnu's deduction. She and her team walked carefully in that direction. Suddenly, they came to a halt. Night vision goggles showed a living entity on tree 300 meters out. Search the surroundings. Winna kept a cool head and did not act prematurely. She instructed her team to search for any other sentry guards or surveillance devices in the surroundings. After about 20 minutes, they confirmed that they were safe. Yifan gave the order through the radio. Take him down. Winna activated her power, and immediately, a maroon energy trail flashed under her feet. She moved swiftly and quietly within a 100-meter radius from the enemy. She always stayed in the blind spots of the enemy by using the trees to hide her body like a master-level assassin. She hopped onto a tree in a cat-like manner before summoning her maroon-colored energy. The energy allowed her to stick onto the tree branches, and she jumped constantly from tree to tree, quickly approaching the enemy. The Germinal sentry guard felt a sudden gust of wind over his head. He looked up and saw a dark shadow accelerating toward him. Chapter 75. Hacker. 10 minutes later, snap! Magarnu twisted the neck of the sentry guard. They had already secured the information they wanted. Winna's voice blared out from the communication device. From our preliminary reconnaissance activity, we discovered that the base has been divided into 6 high-alert regions. The level of defense gradually increases from the innermost to the outermost sectors. We are currently at the outermost region. Every high-alert region will have a sentry post manned by an officer and his troops. Based on our previous interrogation, officers have access to the intranet of the military base. Therefore, as long as we can arrive at the sentry post, we will be able to access the intranet and gather intelligence using the officer's computer. This sentry guard revealed the exact position of the post. Let's move out immediately. Yifan knew that even the slightest delay would change the outcome of the operation. There was a series of protocols to follow for the shift changing of the sentry guards in the next few hours. By then, other soldiers would discover the disappearance of the sentry guard who had been killed. However, their first priority was still to gather sufficient intelligence, even if that risked revealing their positions, since ultimately, the enemy would realize the impending invasion by the Hesla military. They needed to find out the military strength and defenses at the Dark Crow Valley base. If Winna managed to succeed, the agents of Division 13 hiding in Dark Crow Forest Town would fall into the precarious situation of revealing their positions to the enemy. The agents might even be caught before they made their moves. Yifan analyzed the situation rationally and made the decision. Operation approved. Immediately head out to the enemy base. Winna nodded and disposed of the sentry guard's body. She then led her teammates into the enemy base. Yifan heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes moved away from the screen. He glanced at the operations office of Division 13 and shook his head slightly. He did not know what his decision would bring, but he wanted the best for the mission. He would inform the department afterwards. There were times when one had to take a leap of faith. Before twilight, Winna and her team found the sentry post. It was a shed camouflaged deep in the vegetation used by the hunters. Quietly, the team moved closer to their target. Magarnu grabbed the sound wave detector from his haversack and scanned the interior of the shed from outside. The results returned revealed 3 human targets, 1 lying on the sofa and 2 who seemed to be consuming their supper at the table. Winna raised her hand and started the count. 3, 2, 1. Winna leapt forward into the shed through the window. Her teammates followed behind. The 3 enemy soldiers were shocked by the unexpected attack, and before they could retaliate, they were shot with the tranquilizers by the Hesla agents and collapsed onto the ground. The Hesla agents then searched the shed and the clothing of the unconscious soldiers. They uncovered a hidden compartment behind the wall. The agents discovered that out of the 3 soldiers, one of them was an officer based on the identity card he carried. "This is our target." Winna grinned to herself. This officer by the name of Roman seemed to be the one in charge of the sentry post. The agents tied Roman up and gave him an injection to wake him up. Magarnu then slapped Roman repeatedly to speed up the process. "Tell us the password to the safe if you want to live." Roman was scared to death by the troop of heavily armed agents and immediately confessed the password without any sign of hesitance. After entering the password, the safe successfully opened, and a laptop could be seen. After turning on the laptop, a sign-in page appeared on the screen, and both the identity card and a verbal password were required to access the portal. Roman was very cooperative, and the agents managed to access the portal with his account. Following the jingle, the words, "Dang dang dang, the Germinal assistant is at your service," flashed on the screen. Startled, Yi-Fan choked on his coffee. All the agents had confused looks on their faces. No one could have imagined that the portal's interface would look like that. Yi-Fan didn't know what to say. What a cute portal. A couple of menus appeared on the server, and due to the low rank of Roman, he could only access a few of them. Winnie found the page that displayed the daily activity log for the military base, and the team became really excited. There must be important information hidden in the daily logs. "Let me do it." Yi-Fan instructed Magarnu to plug the chip into the computer, which allowed Yi-Fan's computer to also access the server. There was a look of seriousness on Yi-Fan's face, and his fingers started to punch the keyboard and input the codes like a butterfly dancing in the air. Level 1 firewall hacked. Level 2 firewall hacked. Level 3 firewall hacked. One-time password hacked. Rights restrictions hacked. Yi-Fan gave a slight smile. He was a seasoned hacker in Hesla with hundreds of viruses and bugs in his arsenal. Except for certain servers on the dark web, there was practically no server that could escape his attacks. In less than 3 minutes, all the encrypted documents were decoded. At that point, the enemy technicians realized what was happening and started deleting the documents frantically while Yi-Fan was copying the files. In a brief moment, all the documents were deleted. Yi-Fan's computer was too slow and only managed to copy 28% of the documents. The more confidential documents were deleted first. However, the copied documents contained sufficient intelligence, including defense blueprints, internal structure information, and the military strength of the base. Yi-Fan felt relieved. Good job and well done. Now it's time to return. The attempt to steal sensitive information about the Dark Crow Valley base would definitely heighten the security of the enemy. However, it was all worth it for the intelligence reports. But despite the success, there was still a sense of unease in Yi-Fan. It seemed a little too easy. A member of staff from the central control room of the Dark Crow Valley base reported, "Sir, our external server was hacked." The assistant director of the military base was Jai Jai. He was a tall, lanky man with a sly appearance. He proceeded calmly to the screen and asked, "What data was stolen?" "The daily activity logs, internal structure of the military base, the coordinates of the base, the sentry logs for the base." Even though so much critical information had been stolen by the hackers, there was no sign of panic within the base. Were the hackers actually from Hesla? "The bait is set, now we are just waiting for the fish." Jai Jai gave an eerie grin. He was like a hunter, excited to see the prey he had managed to trap. Jai Jai went into the director's office and reported the situation to Pan Quang. "Our external deceptive server was hacked. I presume the hackers to be from Hesla, and they will probably launch a military invasion soon." Pan Quang was polishing his dark, long machete with his handkerchief. The machete had an icy cold blade and a thick body with its handle wrapped with strips of cloth. There were clear spots of dried blood on the cloth. The machete had been used to slay many enemies throughout the years. Pan Quang was fixated on polishing his blade. He then asked calmly, "What do you think we should do?" Jai Jai cleared his throat and said, Although the information stolen by the enemy is false, we have unfortunately revealed the existence of the base. Therefore, I hope that the chief can evacuate the base and bring along all necessary equipment and information. In addition, I also recommend that we deal a hard and decisive blow to the existing enemy forces. Okay, just tell me when you need me to fight, Pan Quang replied. Chapter 76. Abnormalities and Assassinations. Reconnaissance 1 completed. You gained 3,000 EXP. Han Zio was woken up by the pop-up message on the screen. He looked out of the car's window to see it was twilight, and the sky was a grayish-blue hue and was gradually getting brighter. The previous night, Han Zio had been busy creating new machines and only had 2 hours of sleep. He took out his water bottle and splashed the water onto his face. The cooling splashes refreshed his senses. Then, he went out of the storage and headed for the base. Lin Yao had worked throughout the night, and she was exhausted. Chi Bai Jia was next in line for the shift, and he woke up from his nap on the couch. How was last night's operation? Han Zio asked. Lin Yao replied with fatigue. The bald guy revealed the positions of his comrades to us in the forest, and we managed to apprehend them. Also, we discovered the exact location of the Dark Crow Valley base from the captive's statements. However, our prisoners are low-ranking personnel, and therefore, they do not have the authority to access confidential files. Han Zio nodded to himself. The outcome was what he expected. Is the operation team still in action? Yes, the agents are all still hidden in the forest, waiting for new orders. There is no point waiting in the forest. The agents should return, said Han Zio. Chi Bai Jia, who was munching on his breakfast rations, blurted out, "Hey, I am supposed to be in charge here." Aren't you in charge because you are supposed to take the blame for all of us? Han Zio questioned. Chi Bai Jia choked on his rations. He wanted to rebut Han Zio, but was interrupted by Yi Fan. Fellow agents of Division 13, our guys have successfully obtained critical intelligence of the Dark Crow Valley base. Chi Bai Jia was puzzled. In less than a day, the Hesla agents had managed to complete the mission. Their efficiency seemed too impressive to be true. You guys really secured information about the base? Yi Fan nodded in affirmation. Winna captured an enemy officer. Our operation is done, and we are getting our agents back. After which, we will compile the gathered intelligence and pass the critical information to the military. Although it was claimed that the mission was completed, Han Zio's tablet indicated that Reconnaissance 2 was not completed. He frowned and then questioned, "Can you ensure that the information we obtained is accurate and not fake? Also, can you explain the flow of events to us?" Of course, Yi Fan and Winna briefly described the completed operation. "Don't you think the mission seemed to be too smooth sailing?" muttered Han Zio. "The mission was indeed easy, but there is nothing especially suspicious. Perhaps it was a result of the enemy letting their guard down. Also, our mission this time was supposed to be a covert assault. I have second thoughts to the reliability of the information obtained. In our line of work, we must not be too trusting, but you must also back your word with evidence." The frustrated Yi Fan frowned even harder and ordered, "In any case, we will move out at dawn tomorrow." Looking at the Yi Fan's back as he left, Han Zio's face dimmed. He could confirm with 100% certainty that there was something wrong with the intelligence gathered by Yi Fan. Han Zio started thinking about the events that Yi Fan had described. Although Winna and her fellow agents were a little too brash with their actions, they had not made any critical mistakes. Therefore, the only possibility was that Dark Crow Valley contained hidden traps that outsiders were unaware of. Han Zio unfortunately had no evidence, and even if he voiced his opinions, nobody would believe him. A mere speculation was insufficient to convince anybody. Looks like I have to go and take a look at it myself. In the morning, Dai Su Su and Winna returned back to the base. Both brought with them their prisoners. Since Roman was an officer, his value exceeded that of all the prisoners brought in by Dai Su Su. Winna beamed with pride like a victor. In her opinion, the operation was likened to a battle between the two countries of agents. It was exhilarating for her that the agents from Hesla had trumped the agents from Stardragon. The agents from Division 13 were irritated by the arrogance of the agents from Hesla. Li Yalin remarked, "If we were the ones in charge of your mission, we would have been winners ourselves." Winna smirked. "Accept the sad truth that you guys lost." Han Zio went forward and said, "The information you guys obtained might be fake." Even if the agents from Hesla did not believe him, Hanzio still felt the obligation to voice that fact. Winna's face instantly slumped and questioned, "Any evidence?" "My intuition." Everyone was astonished by the answer. Winna laughed. "Then I guess you have to shut up." "Who do you think you are?" Hanzio calmly replied. "Do you have any evidence then?" Winna patted on the shivering Roman and said, "He is my evidence." Hanzio squatted down and gave Roman a thorough scan. It seemed like the Dark Crow Valley base had a master of deception. Roman did seem to be genuinely frightened, and this showed that he was not providing fake information to the agents on purpose. Therefore, the only reasonable deduction was that the higher-ups of the enemy base had never intended to reveal genuine military information to their lower-ranking officials. The sentry guards on the outer circumference of the base were merely posted as bait. The information obtained by Yi Fan was highly likely to be deceptive. To uncover the truth, Hanzio needed to go deeper into the Dark Crow Valley base. A plan started formulating in Hanzio's mind. However, he needed to wait till nightfall to execute the plan. All the other agents were busy interrogating the prisoners and consolidating the intelligence report. They would leave the next morning. Therefore, he could carry out his plan at night. Night arrived, and the bright moon masked the twinkle of the stars. Hanzio told his fellow agents that he wanted to be in the truck. Nobody replied. The agents of Hesla could not be bothered with him, and the agents from Division 13 were too lazy to say no. Only Zhang Wei said, "Go if you really want to, nobody's stopping you." Hanzio nodded, after which he proceeded out of the camp. He went into the container and equipped himself with Lambert's sniper rifle. He also took other necessary equipment. After a few quick glances, he realized no one was present around the camp. Hanzio sneaked out into the woods. He did not plan to inform his teammates. Chi Bai Jia would surely not approve of his actions, and this would only create more trouble. After hours of trekking, he finally reached the stipulated location. Equipped with his thermotracking night vision goggles and camouflage suit, after confirming that there were no enemies around him, he started digging a trench deep enough to fit himself. After which, Hanzio took out a small mechanical spider from his toolbox. The mechanical spider was the size of his palm. He flicked the switch, and the mechanical spider immediately stood up before his eyes as if it was awaiting orders from its master. Miniature biological sensor, spider, miniature bug-like sensor. This was the latest creation by Hanzio. It was a practical tool due to its size, ability to camouflage, and ability to be remotely controlled. It also had thermosensors that enabled it to avoid other animals. It was like a walking surveillance camera. Hanzio was not required to move up close to the sentry, and therefore, he was also less likely to be caught. Hanzio took out his tablet computer to remotely control the spiders. He was able to locate the positions of several sentries, and most of them were hidden beside trees. Hanzio pictured the location of the sentries in his mind so that he could come up with an optimal route for the assassination he was going to carry out. Hanzio carried the heavy sniper rifle and trudged through the condensed vegetation. The target was now within the range of the rifle. Lambert's rifle had a silencer that allowed it to fire out a large beam of energy at a sound that was as light as a finger knocking on wood. In this dark and condensed vegetation, a seasoned agent would be able to spot any slight movement within the range of 100 meters. However, Lambert's rifle could be operated from a distance of 800 meters. It was also the main reason that compelled Hanzio to select this weapon for the mission, which offered greater safety and convenience. Hanzio looked into the scope with great concentration and held his breath. The distance somehow did not matter, and Hanzio could feel the adrenaline rushing through him. The target was the enemy's head. The wind was blowing in 8 o'clock direction, wind speed at 13 ms with a 43 min accuracy. All the corrections and modifications were completed. Hanzio pulled the trigger. His body absorbed all the recoil coming from the butt of the rifle, and his hands gripped the rifle to stabilize it. Through the thermosensing scope, Hanzio could see that the bullet had managed to hit the target. The target had instantly lost his head, and blood was spurting out. Chapter 77, Forest Assassin. The bullet from the heavy sniper pierced through the target's head. Like a watermelon pounded by a hammer, the head disintegrated into bits and pieces. Through the video feed transmitted from the spider, Hanzio adjusted his position and stabilized himself again before firing a shot at another sentry guard. One shot after another, the sentry guards were eliminated. The interface flashed with each successful kill made by Hanzio. The sudden blast is charged up to 200% and ready to be deployed. The enemy has been successfully eliminated by the fatal blast. You have dealt 190 points of damage to the enemy. You have successfully eliminated the sentry guard. 500 EXP gained from the attack. The sudden blast is charged up to 200% and ready to be deployed. The enemy has been successfully eliminated by the fatal blast. You have dealt 201 points of damage to the enemy. You have successfully eliminated the sentry guard. 500 EXP gained from the attack. These level 10 sentry guards were merely ordinary troops. Their fighting abilities were similar to those of the guards back at the lab where Hanzio had once been held captive. Hanzio had no issues wiping out the lab guards back then. Likewise, he had no problems now. One after another, the sentry guards were killed, and Hanzio gained 18,000 EXP from the kills. Forest Assassin mission completed, you gained 18,000 EXP. The mission proceeded smoothly. After killing so many sentry guards, reinforcements were bound to arrive, and there they came. The Spider detected 3 fully armed quick response teams approaching in their jeeps. After the jeeps pulled up, the team members hopped down and started conducting thorough searches. The sentry guards had their earpieces, which enabled them to connect main communications network. If a sentry guard was killed, their radio channel would fall silent. If a large number of channels operated by the sentry guards fell silent, it would raise suspicions at the Dark Crow Valley base, which would dispatch quick response teams to the field to investigate the situation in response. Hanzio predicted that once the quick response teams discovered the murdered sentry guards, they would start searching intensely. Through the eyes of the Spider, which he shifted up the tree, he could observe that the troopers were equipped with Jackson machine guns, high-explosive grenades, and RPG rocket launchers. Instantly, Hanzio called off the plan of challenging these heavily armed troopers. It was the perfect time for Hanzio to flee. Hanzio disassembled the heavy sniper and lugged it onto his shoulders. Clad in his camouflage suit, he sneakily shuffled to the trench he had dug. He transferred all the unnecessary accessories into the toolbox and then dumped both his sniper rifle and toolbox into the trench. At that instant, the search teams discovered the headless sentry guards. The armed troopers immediately started searching warily, using the torchlights on their machine guns. The tree beside the trench was Hanzio's hiding spot. The spot had been carefully selected by Hanzio. It was at the edge of the high alert sector. The further away from the enemy base, the more dispersed the enemy troopers would be. It was likely that the troopers would search the area alone. The rays of a torchlight flashed beside the tree. Hanzio gradually lowered his body and held the thin metal wires tightly. He concentrated all the energy in his legs and was preparing to launch himself forward like a mantis. The moment the trooper's foot crossed the tree's body, Hanzio moved his body like a phantom and instantly went behind the sentry guard. Although the enemy had already detected Hanzio's movement and had intended to fire at him and call for help, Hanzio reacted faster and managed to strangle the trooper by coiling the metal cables around the trooper's neck. Hanzio then kicked the trooper's machine gun to one side. After which, he wrestled the trooper to the ground. The trooper's entire upper body was resting beneath his knees. The suffocation caused the trooper's face to turn purple. It was as if the blood was going to burst out of the vessels. At this point in time, the metal cables had already pierced into the flesh of the trooper. The trooper waved his hands hysterically, trying to grab Hanzio by any means, but it was to no avail. The trooper's eyes also flipped upwards. Hanzio maintained the tension until the interface indicated that the trooper was dead. Throughout the entire process, he had managed to keep the struggling trooper silent. Hanzio quickly changed into the trooper's uniform. The trooper was a Caucasian of similar height to himself. He quickly used his pocket knife to trim his hair. After which, he straightened his collar and pulled the sleeves tight to ensure none of his skin was showing, since he was of a different skin tone from the trooper. He then used his finger to tap his forehead to activate the face scanner. A light beam emerged from his forehead and scanned the dead trooper's face. Replicate the scan. Almost immediately, Hanzio's face morphed into that of the trooper. That was the trump card to be used in his successful infiltration. He dumped the dead trooper's body and the unwanted accessories into a hole and buried the contents. He then marked out the area. Han Zio, clad in a trooper's uniform, made his way forward blatantly. He could also clearly hear the conversations on the enemy's communication channel. This is H-103 reporting. Everything is fine in the northwest sector. This is H-141 reporting. Everything is fine in the southeast sector. The call sign of the trooper that Han Zio had killed was H-223. Han Zio made his report in a similar fashion using his suppressed voice. H-223, what happened to your voice? A man that seemed to be his captain spoke. I have a sore throat. After searching the area for a while, Han Zio was recalled. More than 20 troopers gathered at the jeep, and Han Zio had not yet raised any suspicions. The captain asked, "None of you found anything?" "No, sir," the troopers replied. The captain frowned and said, "Get in the car. Let's head back to base." Han Zio squinted. He had managed to infiltrate the team, and it was all part of his plan to enter the Dark Crow Valley base. The car drove into a cave, and 3 minutes later, an unexpected sight appeared before Han Zio's eyes. There was something special about the cave. It was actually a mini car park. The jeep pulled over, and the troopers alighted from it. Han Zio tagged along with the team and came before a wall of rocks. The captain pulled out a rock that was actually a modified metal casing that contained a card scanner. The captain scanned his identity card, and following a boom, the rock wall split open. At this point, Han Zio realized that the rock wall was a metal gate in disguise. The gate was sprayed with a grayish paint, and it looked very much like a rock. One would be unable to tell the difference if he or she did not examine the wall closely. How strange. This looks exactly like what the agents from Hesla reported. Han Zio was confused. All of this had actually been detailed in Yi Fan's intelligence reports. It was all accurate information. However, why did the interface claim that Reconnaissance 2 was not yet completed? What was the problem exactly? Could it be something to do with the time? Perhaps the base appeared differently at different times of the day. Han Zio proceeded together with the rest, and they came upon a gantry. After scanning his identity card, he was finally into the base. The base was hidden deep in the ground. It was supported by metallic structure, which added a cool grayish tone everywhere. There were winding corridors and many rooms. The troopers were busy transporting containers of items. Han Zio lifted his head, and he could see a surveillance camera positioned at the corner of the ceiling. He retracted his neck instinctively. Going behind enemy lines alone was tough, and Han Zio prayed for the success of his operation. So, now that I am in the base, what shall I do next? Hang around aimlessly or chat someone up? Better not. Chatting with someone will likely reveal my identity. What information am I hunting for exactly? Since for Reconnaissance 2, I am supposed to uncover critical intelligence with regards to the Dark Crow Valley base, there must be some loopholes here. Since the low-ranking officers serve merely as bait, most of the people are not likely to have access to important information. I need to find someone that looks and acts differently from the rest. Once this thought flashed in Han Zio's mind, he started wandering about the base, carefully examining every inch. 13 sentry guards were killed. Jai Jai frowned in disbelief. Based on his prediction, since the enemy agents had obtained the necessary intelligence, they would not kill any sentry guards, unless they were suspicious of the information they stole. It appeared that these invaders were indeed meticulous and careful with their actions. Jai Jai shook his head and said proudly, "But they are still greenhorns." The double-server network was the best trap Jai Jai had ever planted during his stint as the assistant officer in charge of the base. Its sole purpose was to prevent invaders from attacking, and now, the security network's effect was finally showing. If only false information was planted, it would only raise the suspicions of the invading agents. Therefore, to deceive his enemies, Jai Jai was willing to risk his life and included some true information in the bait. The information included were the exact location of the base, the deployment of the sentry guards, and defense mechanisms in the 3rd and 6th high alert sectors. To successfully trick the enemies, a certain degree of true information needed to be weaved in with the false. The final 2 sectors had defense mechanisms with firepower that was more than 10 times stronger than the rest. There was also another trump card. The chief has approved the path of the retreat. Reinforcements will arrive in 5 days. That will also be the day for the retreat. For now, let's deliver a huge present to Hesla. The main forces of the Germinal organization were concentrated on the continent of Andria. The Germinal organization had also covertly extended its influence to the other continents through setting up secret facilities and bases. These bases remained hidden, and if they were discovered, the Germinal organization would order the retreat, as it was impossible for a single facility to withstand the raids from the military forces of the Six Nations. Jai Jai was highly confident of his trap. He was not afraid to expose real information and the location of the base. He had one trump card in his hand. All the other troopers, and even the base itself, could be sacrificed in order to deal a strategic and painful blow to Hesla. Chapter 78, Multiple Hideouts. The more nervous he was, the harder it would be for him to infiltrate without being exposed. Han Zio had many experiences infiltrating enemy bases. Thus, he was very calm and walked as fast as blowing wind without alarming anyone. He gradually understood more about the base after exploring it for a while. The base was hidden at the hillside, and it was about 5 to 6 times larger than the laboratory that he used to stay in. The base had 2 exits. One was the entrance that he took. The other was a side gate for the individual personnel to access the outside world conveniently. Not knowing why, Han Zio felt that some places in the base were unusual. However, he could not pinpoint the exact reasons. Most of the personnel had a serious face, as if they were expecting an incoming storm. They were loading up important supplies hurriedly. "Have you heard? The higher-ups want us to evacuate the base. It seems like Hesla's agents have found us. They mentioned that the spy stationed at Crow Forest Town lost contact. I think a battle is going to happen soon." Han Zio heard some voices as he turned a corner. A few armed guards were gathered together and having a discussion. They looked worried. As they saw Han Zio, one of the guards shouted, "Hey Mandela, did you guys find anything from the search inside?" Mandela was H223's real name. He was a Caucasian. Han Zio covered his skins fully with his uniform so that the rest would not get suspicious. These few guards seemed to be acquainted with Mandela. "The sentry guards outside were all shot in the head by a sniper. We still haven't uncovered the enemy. I bet it was done by the Hesla agents," lied Han Zio while innocently blinking. The guards looked troubled. They were all armed personnel, so if the enemy were to strike, they had to be at the front line to defend the base. "I am so jealous of the non-military personnel. They get to evacuate the base first." One of the guards was disgruntled with his circumstances. Light flashed in Han Zio's eyes. Since they were up against an army from Hesla, it was predicted that the enemy was going to evacuate the base. Furthermore, this was only a supplemental base, not a main one. It was impossible for everyone to stay back and fight to their death. However, evacuation was not an easy feat. Too many people leaving at the same time risked leaving trails in the forest for the Hesla army to track. So, it was essential to leave some military personnel to stay behind and cover their tracks, while the officers and non-military personnel leave first with important supplies, which were more valuable than those armed guards. They would only get to leave after the more important personnel had evacuated safely. The final Camp Destroyer mission was to destroy the entire base, which included their personnel. If they only took hold of an empty base, the completion rating of the mission would be really low. A thought suddenly occurred in Han Zio's mind. They already know Hesla is going to attack the base. They should have evacuated by now. Yi Fan's team infiltrated the base last night, which was 24 hours ago. They should have had enough time to leave. This is strange. A muscular-looking guy walked over and shouted, "What are you idling here for? Don't you have things to carry?" The guards apologized in great trepidation. It was the captain of the base's security team, Dormund, a buff Sharnuk. A core member like him would definitely know the secrets about this base. Dormund left after some reprimanding, and Han Zio followed from a distance behind. After turning a few corners, Han Zio was dumbfounded. He barely looked away for 2 seconds, and Dormund was already missing from his sight. There was no one on the walkway, only a storage room. Han Zio walked over to the room and turned the knob. It was not locked. He pushed the door open and walked inside. The room was about 100 square meters, and it was filled with miscellaneous items, with no one else inside. The lamp was not switched on, and the light from the walkway shined through a gap beneath the door. Han Zio knitted his brows as he suddenly realized something unusual. The room was spotless, and the floor was clear of any footprints. Normally, very few individuals would go into the storage room. Even five-star hotels would not send people to clean their storage unit like this, so it was impossible for the germinal organization to keep an ordinary storage room as immaculate as this. There must be a secret door somewhere here. Otherwise, Dormund would not have disappeared so quickly. But Han Zio could not locate the door. What would be behind the secret door? All of a sudden, Han Zio pretended to cough while bending his back. He took this chance to take out the spider from his pocket. He then threw it into the corner silently before leaving the room immediately. He took out his tablet in a spot that was hidden from the surveillance cameras, switched the spider on, and stared at the storage room. It took Han Zio 2 hours of high-intensity monitoring, during which he started to become quite weary. Before that was some movement in the storage room. One of the walls creaked open, and a secret metal door was shown. 2 people, unarmed, walked out. They seemed to be technical staff. There is my secret door. As the 2 personnel left the room hurriedly, Han Zio followed behind quietly. He suddenly sped up to bump onto the staff from the back. 3 of them almost fell. Sorry. I am really sorry about this, Han Zio apologized as he stabilized the 2 staff with his hands. They did not make a fuss over it and left. Han Zio turned around to continue following them. However, this time round, he had gotten a white card. It was an access card from the pocket of one of the 2 staff. His stealing skill had come in really handy. This card had no noticeable difference from the ordinary identity card from the base. However, Han Zio believed that the chip inside should be different. It should have access to the secret door. He followed the 2 staff for a while and arrived at the side gate of the base. The 2 greeted the door guard and left through the gate. All of a sudden, Han Zio realized what was wrong with the base. Atmosphere. Although most people were worried sick over the incoming Hesla attack, a small group of personnel still held onto their posts without any anxiety. They seemed to have some backup plans and were as calm as the sea, greatly contrasting the first group of personnel. Han Zio squinted and soon arrived at a reasonable deduction. However, he still needed some evidence to confirm his thought. He went forth toward the side gate before the door guard stopped him. You are not allowed to enter or leave the base without a mission. Han Zio took out the access card he had stolen and said, I bumped into those 2 people just now, and they dropped this card. I want to return it to them before they walk away. The door guard nodded his head before allowing Han Zio to go. Han Zio walked out of the gate and saw a forested valley. It was already past midnight. The 2 staff were few hundred meters away, so one could only see their tiny back view. He chased them up quickly. The staff turned around as they heard footsteps coming from behind and looked guarded. You dropped your access card. As Han Zio walked near, they realized that he was the colleague that they bumped into in the base beforehand. They let down their guard. One of the duo searched his pockets and exclaimed, Where did I drop the card? Thank you very much. You don't have to thank me. We are all comrades of the germinal organization, working hard to build a new tomorrow. This is just a part of my job. Han Zio smiled as he walked closer to them. You are quite an interesting guy. The person laughed while he moved his hand over to grab the card. Han Zio's face instantly turned serious, and he launched his attack all of a sudden. His fist punched hard onto the person's stomach, injuring the internal organs with its sheer force. The person stared with astonishment as his vomited. The other person almost screamed before Han Zio quickly grabbed his neck to choke him. He then slammed his head onto the floor and slapped them as hard as could, knocking them out. Han Zio took off his belt to tie the 2 personnel. He dragged them behind him while taking a big detour to avoid all the sentry posts. As soon as he had moved far enough away from the base, he slapped the 2 awake. They woke up with faces full of horror. You are not from the base. Han Zio took out his foldable machete and rubbed its blade. He was clearly threatening them. He said in an ice-cold voice, I know the 2 of you know something that the ordinary members are kept in the dark about. You'd better tell me honestly now. They gulped in fear and stuttered, We are just low-ranking members who do not know anything. Low-ranking. Han Zio laughed before he moved his knife swiftly toward one man's crotch. Ah! The person screamed as if his soul was tearing apart, like a pig that was being butchered. But he suddenly realized he was not in pain. He looked down and saw the shiny blade had grazed past his inner thigh and cut into the soil beneath. It was only 3 centimeters from his genitalia. His crotch could feel the chill from the cold metal blade. I know that is a secret door in the storage room. Tell me everything you know, or I will make you the first eunuch in the Germinal organization, Han Zio said in a murderous tone. Although they did not know what a eunuch was, Han Zio's action was quite telling. They were badly shaken up immediately. How did you learn about the secret door? I am the one asking questions. Han Zio lifted his machete to brush his genitalia gently, as if he would just lop it off at any moment. He was so frightened that he almost peed his pants, and he really peed his pants. Damn, my machete. The two staff looked crestfallen. Since the secret was out, there was no point in hiding. They spilled the intel as they trembled in fear. After 10 minutes. Han Zio's brows were knitted tightly together. No wonder, Reconnaissance 2 completed. You gained 8,000 EXP, Chapter 79. Suspicion dawn, at the secret base, all the agents were busy packing their equipment as it was time for them to evacuate. Brother Zio, where are you? Lin Yao slapped on the door of the truck's container. He looked frustrated. He had been trying to find Han Zio for the past 15 minutes, but his efforts had been futile. The rest of the agents from Division 13 were running out of patience. He is not in the truck. Where could he possibly have gone? Li Lin was puzzled. Everyone looked at one another and did not have a single clue. Last night, Han Zio had mentioned that he wanted to stay on the truck, but now he was not there. What exactly did he do last night? What is your team's plan? Qi Baijia said to Zhang Wei's team. We are going to stay back to wait for his return, Zhang Wei replied. Is there a need to do so? Dai Su was rather surprised. Because the truck key is with him? Zhang Wei was gnashing his teeth in great anger, and the vein on his forehead was about to pop at any moment. Everyone was rendered speechless, not sure whether they were lucky or unlucky to have such a member on their team. Qi Baijia was very displeased as he hated any unexpected changes during a mission. Just when he thought Han Zio had a clear understanding of the big picture, he caused trouble like this. I must be blind. Any team member who acts on their own accord without following any order is a rascal. If something went haywire, Qi Baijia would have to assume the responsibility. Han Zio was such a jackass. The Hesla agents stationed on the other side discovered Division 13's unusual behavior, and they started discussing secretly. Some of the Division 13's agents are intending to stay behind. I thought we agreed to move together. Yi Fan frowned. He went to find Qi Baijia to get an answer on this, after which he came back and explained the reason to the Hesla agents. Who is the agent missing? It was the agent that was wearing the mask. His name is Han Zio. It's him. Winna's face suddenly tensed up and said, Last night when we received the intel, Han Zio rejected it without any supporting evidence, and then he was gone for the whole night without leaving a message. This seems quite suspicious. Is it possible that he is a spy? All the Hesla agents startled. Be careful of your words. Yi Fan frowned. He did not buy that deduction, but Han Zio's actions definitely aroused his suspicion. We will report all the facts to the commanding officer when we get back to the army camp. After all the other agents left, Zhang Wei and the other 3 teammates stayed back at the base. Lin Yao could not help asking, where did Han Zio go and what is he going to do exactly? How would I know? He did not say anything to me last night. Li Lin rolled her eyes. Zhang Wei shook his head as he felt irritated. That guy had zero respect for his team leader. The other agents arrived at the border several hours later. Winna and Yi Fan went to report to Colonel Carl immediately. A Division 13 agent was missing for the entire night. Colonel Carl walked back and forth and his brows furrowed. Is this 100% true? He asked. Winna nodded. He left last night without telling anyone, and it was right after we uncovered the intel about the Dark Crow Valley base. Although it seems suspicious, this does not mean that he is a spy, Yi Fan added. Colonel Carl nodded slowly. I will go and clarify this with Star Dragon a while later. Now, tell me more about the intel. The captive that we brought in passed our lie detector test, which means that everything he said was true. Furthermore, Yi Fan personally hacked their network to gather all this intel. We can guarantee its authenticity, said Winna. Colonel Carl's eyes turned sharp as he said decisively, then let's attack immediately before anything changes. Yi Fan was hesitant. The Division 13 agents left at the secret base will be in danger if the army attacks now. To achieve our strategic objective, it is reasonable to sacrifice 1 or 2 people from Star Dragon. Since they are not from our country, we need not care so much. Colonel Carl did not give it a second thought. At the same time, After taking a long, indirect route, Han Zio finally brought the two captives to where he had hidden his toolbox, bypassing all the detectors and sentry posts. The whole journey had been arduous and onerous. He was so tired by then that he almost wanted to puke blood. The captives were not wearing camouflage suits, so he'd had to spend hours to bypass the alert areas. Fortunately, they were the technical staff in charge of the testing detectors and landmines, so they provided much valuable information. Otherwise, he would not have left without alerting anyone. However, the captives had tried to lure him into a high-alert area to expose him once, but he'd realized immediately. He had punished them harshly before they cooperated fully with him. The sun was shining brightly above the sky. Han Zio calculated the time and sighed. Crap, I went beyond the stipulated time. I guess all the other agents have already left. He dug out his toolbox and took out his radio equipment to contact Zhang Wei. Hello, Yangtze River, Yangtze River. This is Yellow River. Please reply if you can hear me. Yellow your head. Zhang Wei's fury could be heard through the earpiece. Where exactly did you go? You were missing for the whole night and all the other agents left. We could only stay at the base and wait for you. That's right. You'd better make up for this. I want new equipment. Li Yalin chimed in on the radio channel. One could hear the annoyance in her voice and imagine her pouting. It was actually a little cute. Han Zio shook his head and started acting more seriously. I infiltrated the Dark Crow Valley base and discovered top-classified intel. Let me get Officer Qi for you, Zhang Wei said with a look of solemnity. Qi Baijia received the radio message at the border army camp. Zhang Wei, what are you calling me for? Is Han Zio back? He asked. He wants to speak with you. He'd better cook up a good explanation for his actions. Qi Baijia was clearly displeased. After Han Zio was connected to the channel, he said, I just received the intel saying that the Dark Crow Valley base has two sectors, the outer sector and the inner sector. The outer sector is where all the low-ranking personnel work, while the inner sector is where the corps members station themselves. The inner sector is hidden deeper in the mountainous valley, and the low-ranking personnel outside are not even aware of its existence. The information about the inner sector is classified for all the low-ranking personnel, and the path connecting the two sectors is always blocked. The two captives had told him that the base was divided into two sectors. The inner sector was hidden deeper in the mountains, where all the important supplies were stored. It was the real core of the base. The higher-ups in the base did not tell the periphery personnel anything about the inner base. So, it was a secret to many of the Germinal Organization personnel. In their previous lives, the real players did not even know the existence of the inner base. The inner base had many evacuation routes. The corps members could leave without leaving a trace. They were very cunning in the sense that each of these roads was classified. Nobody knew which path they would take before the actual evacuation was decided by the top leadership of the base. Qi Baijia understood the importance of this information immediately. If Hesla did not know about the existence of the inner sector of the base, and the army went ahead to attack the outer base, they would simply retreat when they took down the outer base, declaring it a military success. In that case, the core force of the enemy would be entirely unharmed, and the inner base would remain safe. The enemy could move back secretly in the future, ensuring that hideout was secure from the enemies. Qi Baijia was dumbfounded. He could not believe that Han Zio's solo act could bear such critical intel. Cough. Even though it was a move well played, I still have to emphasize that it is unacceptable to act on your own without any orders. Hold on for a while. I will report this to the commanding officer immediately. Qi Baijia was stopped by the deputy officer when he requested to meet Colonel Carl. He waited anxiously for 5 minutes before was allowed to go into the office. He realized Yifan and Winna were there too. Colonel Carl looked at Qi Baijia and asked, What do you have for me? One of my team members just discovered some critical information that needs to be reported to you. Han Zio? Yes. Qi Baijia nodded, but he did not realize that the other three started having a weird look. Colonel Carl's eyes flickered. Speak. Han Zio repeated what he said before, and at the end, he added, If we attack brashly, we will only take down an empty shell. I hope we can pause the operation until our guys get hold of the enemy's evacuation time, evacuation route, and the detailed structure of the inner base. By doing so, we can directly kill their evacuating troops and prevent a direct attack against their fortification. This will greatly reduce our casualties. Colonel Carl was expressionless after he heard everything. "Where did you get this intel from?" he suddenly asked. "I infiltrated the base by disguising my face, and I managed to capture 2 personnel from the inner base." All of a sudden, Colonel Carl yelled, "You are lying!" To Colonel Carl, it was impossible for Han Zio to infiltrate, even if he said he could disguise his face. It would take at least tens of minutes to make a legitimate face mask. During that time frame, Han Zio would have faced all kinds of danger. At the same time, he could not predict which enemy he would encounter next, so it was impossible for him to make the face mask beforehand. So, it was an impossible situation that Han Zio could never achieve. Han Zio was startled. He realized that these people did not know the capability of his facial simulator. The function of the facial simulator was his trump card. He would not divulge such information. However, without exposing it, he could not explain the details of his infiltration. "I have the capability to do so." Han Zio had to give an ambiguous answer. "Unless you can demonstrate, there is no way we can believe you." Colonel Carl was still expressionless, but he was more untrusting of Han Zio's words. This person is really suspicious. Chapter 80, Bold Move, Han Zio's brows furrowed. "Do you have any evidence to support your claim?" Chi Baijia quickly provided a solution as he trusted Han Zio. However, Hesla had a different position. Both parties were mutually untrusting toward each other. Han Zio paused and said, "I have 2 captives with me. You can test them with a lie detector to confirm that I am not lying." Colonel Carl squinted. "Well then, you can bring them over." Chi Baijia heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was skeptical of how Han Zio had managed to infiltrate the base, he chose to believe that Han Zio had his own ways. Fortunately, he had captives to prove to them that what he said was true. However, after the radio connection was cut off, Colonel Carl told his deputy, "Order the troops to move out. Our target will be the Dark Crow Valley." Chi Baijia was stunned. It was the complete opposite of what was previously promised. Colonel Carl was reluctant to explain his rationale. It would take Han Zio a few hours to bring the so-called captives in. And if Han Zio was to play tricks and delay further, the enemies from the Dark Crow Valley base might seize the opportunity to evacuate completely before his troops could reach the target. As the commanding officer, he would not simply alter his decision based on certain unverified intel. He was more inclined to trust Yifan's intel. It had witnesses, evidence, and originated from reliable sources. Colonel Carl believed that he would not risk any damage for moving out earlier even if Han Zio was right. Han Zio could still bring the captives to him. The only difference was that the base would be on high alert earlier, and that would cause danger to Han Zio's team. But he didn't care about the lives of a bunch of Star Dragon agents. Even if they were killed, the Hesla top-level officers would not look into it. Someone from Hesla would naturally block the protests from Division 13. Furthermore, Han Zio had already provided the information about the inner base. Colonel Carl did not give a hoot whether or not Han Zio could prove his story. He could verify this information himself after he took down the base. "My men are still stationed near the base. Your rash attack will put them in great danger." Chi Baijia was clearly enraged. Such a great opportunity may pass at any moment. "We cannot risk a delay because of 1 or 2 agents. Since they are agents themselves, I am sure they can understand the bigger picture," Carl replied calmly. "Objection?" Chi Baijia's face was filled with anger. "It's not your place to disagree." Carl pressed on an electric bell to summon a section of troopers. They pointed their rifles at Chi Baijia. "Send our friends from Star Dragon to the vehicles. We will move out together later. I do not want them to communicate with anyone else as that may leak our plan, so remove all of their communication devices." Carl emphasized the word friends to stress his point. Chi Baijia was so furious that his body started shaking vigorously. Sigh. How did things come to this stage? Yifan was bereft of words. Han Zio had suggested a conservative method while Carl was more radical. Neither was wrong, but Carl was the commanding officer and Han Zio was only a subordinate. Furthermore, they were not from Hesla. Winnow watched coldly from the side. After the connection was cut off, Han Zio's face blackened. He had a hunch. Carl was a radical commanding officer, so he would most likely attack in advance. This guy is eager for a quick success. Han Zio was clearly irked. It seemed like he had to complete the mission by himself since time was running out. However, He only knew about the existence of inner base, but not the enemy's evacuation route and time. He needed to infiltrate again to gather more information. This time, Han Zio did not plan to accomplish it himself. To achieve his plan, infiltrating alone was not the optimal option. The best option for a partner was actually Lin Yao, a hacker that could be planted inside the base. Like a computer virus, he could cut the enemy's communication network at the critical junctures, rendering them blind and deaf. Therefore, he had to make 2 facial masks based on the 2 captives. There were molds and makeup tools in the truck storage. Thus, he could craft the masks in an hour or so. Han Zio forced his mind to focus and used his remaining energy to drag the 2 captives toward their secret base. He reached it in the afternoon, and his teammates came out to welcome him. "Are you all right?" Lin Yao quickly came forward to support the exhausted Han Zio. Han Zio shook his head and said, "There is not much time left. We need to make 2 facial masks based on the captives. Lin Yao and Lambert will use their identity cards to infiltrate the inner base. I will explain the details later. Brother Zio, I have no experience in spying. Can you give the job to another person?" Lin Yao's face turned pale due to the overwhelming fear. "You are our only hacker, so it has got to be you." Lin Yao looked petrified. "I will take the other slot." Li Lin volunteered herself. Han Zio peeked at her and shook his head without any hesitation. "What are you trying to imply? Are you looking down on me?" Li Lin was infuriated. "These things are too big, making them hard to conceal." Han Zio pointed at her breasts. Li Lin was speechless. Lin Yao anxiously grabbed onto Han Zio's sleeve and said in a hopeful voice, "Brother Zio, are you going in with me then?" "Nah, I won't. This mission is too too simple for me. It is not challenging enough for me. You definitely said something fishy there." Lin Yao and Li Lin were screaming in their hearts. "I shall do it then," Zhang Wei said. Han Zio shook his head again. "No, you can't. No one else can operate the armored suit, and you are the team leader." "Oh, so you still know that I'm the team leader?" Zhang Wei gave a bitter smile. Ever since the appearance of Han Zio, he had become a mere figurehead. There was only one possible candidate left. "It has been decided that it will be you." Han Zio pointed at Lambert. "Lambert. Oh my God, I am definitely going to die." Lin Yao was exasperated. Lambert slapped the back of Lin Yao's head with an expressionless look, as he was unhappy with Lin Yao's attitude at the decision. He made it seem so much worse than choosing Han Zio. One of the team members drove the truck closer, toward Dark Crow Valley, so that they didn't need to walk so far, while the rest were busy putting on makeup to disguise the 2 unlucky souls. They parked the truck right outside the alert zone. After more than an hour, Lambert and Lin Yao's disguises were completed. They looked exactly like the 2 captives. After putting on micro-earphones, they held the access cards and entered the Dark Crow Valley base from the side gate. "Brother Zio, how concrete is this plan?" Lin Yao asked Han Zio softly. "If you dream of its success with sincerity, you will make it." Lin Yao felt a clot of blood stuck in his throat as he was made speechless by that answer. He turned to Lambert for more assurance. "Are you not afraid?" Lin Yao asked Lambert in a quiet voice. "To accomplish the mission, we must try even if there was only a slight possibility of success," Lambert said calmly. "Well said, you seem to be very dedicated to the mission." Lambert. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the gate. Lin Yao was so nervous that his jaw was trembling. "Will we get exposed?" "The more nervous you appear, the easier it will be for you to be exposed." Lambert patted Lin Yao's shoulder and reassured him. Lin Yao took out his access card after he had gathered his senses. The security guards checked the access cards, and shortly after, they opened the gate for them. They then walked to the storage room under Han Zio's instruction. They found the access card reader and successfully opened the secret door using the 2 captives' access cards. A metal pathway appeared before them. The pathway was long. It took them 10 minutes to reach the inner base. The defenses were much tighter in the inner base, and many computer screens were seen hung on the walls. The enemy personnel were busy moving supplies and data. Lambert and Lin Yao looked each other in the eye. Now, they were really deep inside the enemy's base. All of a sudden, a screeching alarm was heard in the base, and the lights turned red. Lin Yao was scared to death as he thought that they had been discovered. Lambert frowned slightly and held onto Lin Yao. "Calm down." "The alarm was not triggered by us," he said softly. The personnel in the base were whispering to one another. "What is happening? Is the enemy invading us? Jai Jai walked out calmly and updated everyone, "Be quiet. Hesla's border troops are advancing toward the base." The military personnel in the outer base have already set up the necessary defenses. They will be able to hold our enemy back long enough for us to get ready to evacuate. Lin Yao's expression changed, and he whispered anxiously over the radio, "You guys must leave now." Chapter 81, A Bug Named Gigs, Translator, Chicolian Editor. Millman 97. As expected, Carl did not choose to wait. Instead, he ordered the early deployment of his troops. Zhang Wei violently slammed the table and screamed, "Damn it." It took Han Zio so much effort to obtain the critical intelligence, but now this lot are going to leave us in the lurch. Such a scenario had been predicted by Han Zio, and therefore, he looked rather calm. The rest were puzzled when they saw Han Zio being so composed. Through the communication set, he ordered Lin Yao and Lambert, "You guys remain under cover. Always keep your safety at the front of your mind. We are going to retreat soon." "Copy that." There was an air of uneasiness around Zhang Wei and Li Ya. The truck was parked not far away from the Dark Crow Valley base, and once the base entered the battle mode, more enemy troopers would be deployed. The tracks of the truck would definitely be discovered quickly. There was no time to waste. "Li Ya-lin, you are in charge of driving the truck?" Li Ya-lin was a pugilist, and she would not be able to launch attacks while they were driving anyway. Therefore, she did not disagree with Han Zio's decision. Han Zio and Zhang Wei stayed in the container, where they were able to carry out their strikes at the enemy. Li Ya-lin stepped hard on the accelerator, making no effort to cover their tracks. The engine of the truck blared, and the tires started to spray the mud and soil from the ground. The truck moved forward loudly. In a while, the sounds of approaching vehicles could be heard. The retreating party could feel the heavy beating of their hearts. Through the window, Han Zio could see a large group of armored jeeps chasing behind their truck. The headlights of these jeeps could be seen flashing around the truck. There were more than 10 jeeps around, and each had a heavy machine gun attached. "We have been discovered." Zhang Wei's heart sank. Han Zio was not affected by the heavy rocking of the moving truck. He started preparing the weapons to be used for the impending battle. "Drive fast, Ya-lin," Zhang Wei yelled. "I know," Li Ya-lin replied, biting her lips. She was trying to change gear to speed up even more. The full power of the truck's engine was unleashed, and it growled like an enraged beast. The anti-slip tires left deep marks in the moist ground. The uneven, hilly terrain and winding paths caused the truck's body to spring away from its tires as a result of the shock absorbance effect created by the vehicle's suspension. Even with the suspension working well, the truck rocked violently. Han Zio peeked out of the window in the container and saw the enemy's jeeps closing in. "Can't you go faster?" Zhang Wei shouted. "This is a truck, not a sports car." Li Ya-lin was evidently irritated by Zhang Wei's comments. "The 4 buttons beside the gear lever can be used to activate the nitro boost," Han Zio said. "You added nitro boost to the truck?" Li Ya-lin was shocked yet excited to try it out. "Do not activate the boost now. We are still traveling through dense vegetation, and you may destroy the truck with it. Use this to pick up more speed once we reach the plains." "Da-da-da-da." The enemy troopers from the jeeps started firing their machine guns. Thick smoke emerged from the guns' barrels. Countless enemy bullets were sprayed at them. However, the shots fired from further away were largely inaccurate. The firing encompassed a huge radius, and trees along the way were getting destroyed. Some bullets also managed to scrape the surface of the container, and sparks were created from friction. Li Ya-lin glanced at the rear mirror, and the next moment, the rear mirror was destroyed by a bullet. She cursed in silence. The heavy truck was difficult to control. It rocked violently as she tried to evade the oncoming trees that were obstructing the path. She could feel the pain in her butt due to all the incessant vibrations of the vehicle. The contents of the truck were flying all around, and Han Zio had to use locks to fasten the weapons and machinery in place. The 2 prisoners were sitting at the corner of the container, trembling profusely. The sun was setting, and it looked as if the skies had been stained red with blood. Dozens of armored jeeps were engaged in the intense pursuit of the fleeing truck. The enemy troopers were fast approaching, and bullets were fired everywhere. Gunshots could be heard all over the forest. The blares of the engines sounded like the roars of a wild dragon. The wanderers who were at Crow Forest Town could hear the sounds of battle and started to search for the source of the faint sounds. Closer and closer, closer and closer. Suddenly, a truck emerged from the forest and entered Crow Forest town like an uncontrollable rhinoceros. It crashed into a building, which instantly crumbled under the huge impact. The shape of the crash barrier at the head of the truck became warped. The truck sped past the streets. The wanderers on the streets were shocked and quickly searched for shelters to hide. Only after confirming that the truck had driven past did they come out of hiding. Many of them were confused and astonished. Before they could even calm down, the armored jeeps entered the town, driving recklessly. Many buildings were destroyed, and it was a complete mess. It was raining bullets, and many wanderers were shot by stray bullets. Screams of pain could be heard all around, and the ground was drenched with blood. The final rays of light from the sun disappeared, and night fell. The truck was finally at the edge of the forest, and the obstacle-free plains appeared before it. The headlights from the armored jeeps illuminated the darkness like a light dragon. There was no obstacle blocking the way on the plains, so it was easier for the armored jeeps to close the gap. Nearer and near they came. 600, 500, 400 meters. Zhang Wei, change into your armor. Zhang Wei felt a surge of adrenaline. Even before the command, he had prepared for the moment of his suit-up. Upon activating the armor, he noticed an immediate difference. The internal skeletal system provided power for all movements, and therefore, there was no need for his own strength to be used. His vision was also enhanced with the analysis interface. Chains of battle data flashed on the display. There was even an enhanced scope that offered greater shot accuracy. Zhang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. It is so powerful. Han Zhao loaded the high-explosive rounds into his sniper rifle and replied confidently, "This is only a simple modification." It was right to have spent the $36,000 on the suit. Ding ding dang dang, the clanging of the bullets that were crashing against armor became denser. Retaliate now. Han Zhao growled, and following that, Zhang Wei kicked open the door of the container. He had a clear vision of what was in front of him. The head armor covered the fury in his eyes. He lifted the triple-barrel machine gun and started firing. 2-2-2-2. The high-frequency gunshots created thunderous blasts. Thick ember emerged from the wild firing formed around the gun's barrel. Shells were spat out of the gun and fell to the ground. The large, long bullets coupled with traces of ember were directed at the armored jeeps. Boom, the bulletproof windows of 2 jeeps were shattered, and the passengers of the jeep were crushed. Zhang Wei held 2 chains of bullets tightly. The chains extended all the way behind his back and led to a box. The box contained the ammunition that Han Zhao prepared. Zhang Wei had sufficient ammunition to spray to his heart's content. The dozens of armored jeeps dispersed from their formation to evade the shots from Zhang Zhao. The enemy troopers fired back using the machine guns mounted on the jeeps. Zhang Wei was standing right at the opening of the container, wearing his armor. The exterior of the suit was made up of the platinum alloy. Zhang Wei mounted the hexagonal shield before his body to shield himself from the bullets. Most of the bullets were blocked by the thick armor. Han Zhao raised the sniper rifle and started firing the high-explosive rounds. The rounds set the jeeps aflame. The enemy drivers started panicking, and once the flames reached the jeep's engines, they were forced to stop. However, more jeeps were approaching, and bullet holes could be seen on the external armor of the truck. The distance was sufficient. Han Zhao put aside his sniper rifle and grabbed the mechanical dragonfly explosives from the box. He threw them forward as if they were free of charge. The mechanical dragonflies glided close to the ground, and they were detonated once they reached the jeeps. Boom! The armored jeeps were overturned by the explosions, and the momentum from the blast resulted in the jeeps tumbling in midair before landing. Once the flames reached the fuel tanks of the jeeps, it resulted in a second explosion that caused more deaths. The never-ending death toll started flashing on the tablet's interface. Every delayed explosion caused by the mechanical dragonfly could kill 4 to 8 enemy troopers in the jeep. In addition to the kills, EXP was also awarded for the destruction of the vehicle. Therefore, every jeep destroyed generated 5,000 to 7,000 EXP for Han Zhao. The rewards motivated Han Zhao greatly, and he strove to cause greater damage with the explosives. Direct conflict completed. You gained 35,000 EXP. Ah, hysterical screams were heard. Han Zhao turned back his head only to realize that the 2 enemy troopers who were held captive had been killed by the flying bullets. Instantly, Han Zhao's heart sank. The prisoners are dead. The firepower coming from the jeep started to lessen. The enemy troopers were afraid of the attacking abilities of the truck. A single truck had managed to destroy 20 armored jeeps. It was definitely a scary fact for the enemies. I can see the military forces of Hesla. Li Lin screamed in excitement. Han Zio looked ahead and saw the army of vehicles operated by the Hesla military. Commander, there seem to be skirmishes ahead of us. Carl looked at the video feed on the operation vehicle and was thoroughly shocked. More than 20 armored jeeps were chasing after the bullet-hole-riddled heavy-duty truck. He then saw the trail of overturned jeeps that had been set ablaze. Carl was suspicious of the situation. These agents from Division 13 really had a substantial and fierce firepower. There were not many operation teams that had such strong fighting abilities that could rival with those of modern militaries. A smaller team enabled greater flexibility in operations. Usually, such operation teams were considered the best of their kind. He suppressed his initial shock. Following that, he squinted and started looking back and forth. Winna and Yifan were also astonished by the sight before their eyes. A single truck had managed to survive the attack of an army of armored jeeps. Also, it had managed to wipe out half of the total enemy count. It's surprising that the truck can still move after withstanding 1,000 shots. Even though the truck was almost wrecked, it could still travel freely like a wild dog on steroids. The truck had undergone some sort of modification. A grenade exploded on the armor of the truck, yet the explosion only caused minor change, barely denting the armor. In the same situation, a normal vehicle would have been blasted into multiple pieces. What sort of metal was it made of? Too strong, even the agents for Division 13 were confused. Since when did Zhang Wei's team possess such powerful fighting capabilities? Could a mechanic really elevate the firepower of a team so much? Chapter 82, The Unexpected Betrayal. The armored jeep started to flee from the scene by turning in the opposite direction. Carl's eyes lit up, and he ordered, "Provide fire support and blast everything in the vicinity." Carl's assistant understood the hidden agenda behind Carl's order. He was shocked but still carried out the order. The area of attack was locked in. The team of vehicles equipped with missile launchers moved forward, and in an instant, the rockets were launched. The truck fell inside the radius of the missile strike. The agents from Division 13 were sharp-eyed and figured out what Carl was trying to do. They were enraged and astonished. The assistant officer explained, "Damn it, we miscalculated the radius of the attack." Such words were only sufficient to fool little kids. The agents from Division 13 were not convinced, and the enraged Chi Bai Jia shouted, "Carl, what do you think you are doing?" Carl did not reply. His face was expressionless and his eyes were cold as ice. "Too bad, you guys do not belong to Hesla." Li Lin could clearly see the flaming exhaust of the rockets, which also signified the impending destruction their team was going to face. She screamed, "They want to send us up to heaven too. Hesla's commanders did it on purpose." Zhang Wei was furious. Even though tension was bound to occur during joint operations involving different countries, nobody expected the commanding officer from Hesla to make such a brutal move. Also, he could shirk off the responsibility by conveniently claiming that it was an accident. Only radicals would resort to such despicable measures, the killing of their allies and the neglecting of consequences. The Germinal organization was a common enemy of the Six Nations. All the parties agreed on counterterrorism efforts. However, the different parties involved were not allies, and some even had conflicts with one another. The higher-ups of the nations were pretentious and hypocritical. They were also willing to sacrifice those beneath them to attain their goals. Han Zio focused and shouted, "Nitro boost." Li Lin immediately pressed the button. Blue flames emerged from the exhaust of the truck. The acceleration of the truck was exponentially increased, charging forward like a wild rhinoceros. Li Lin was pressed hard onto her seat by the surging momentum. The rockets began to descend quickly. 300, 200, 150 meters. Boom! Finally, the blast arrived and created a wave of heat that resulted in a mushroom cloud of dust. The flaming smoke rose on the plains. At that instant, everyone lost their senses. The sound of the blast exceeded the audible range of the human ear. It was as if the whole world had fallen silent. All that was left was a rising glow, which illuminated the night sky. Everything within the radius of the strike, regardless of vehicles or humans, had been demolished. After 3 seconds, an incessant ringing became audible. Rage and fury were written on the faces of the agents from Division 13. Grief could be observed from the killer eyes of Dai Susu. A green flame was burning silently in her heart. Whoosh! The wind started howling. The heavy-duty truck emerged out of the thick, dark smoke. Only a small section of the container had been blown apart. Some of the machinery and accessories had been reduced to scrap metal. They are still alive. The agents from Division 13 were surprised. Li Yalin was not yet out of her state of shock. It had really just been a matter of a few meters. They were really lucky to have escaped the radius of the strike in time. If not for the nitro boost, all of them would have vanished into thin air. Han Zio coughed out the blood from his throat. He'd suffered from injuries due to the shockwave of the blast. Almost 200 HP had been lost due to the blast. The second blast had sent him crashing into the hard wall of the container, costing him another 50 HP. Han Zio was still feeling giddy from the aftershock of the blast. After the nitro boost, the engine was overheating, but it still managed to move forward till it reached the Hesla soldiers. After seeing countless bullet holes on the container, the soldiers of Hesla could feel the chills up their spines. What a tough battle they'd had. What a pity. They managed to survive. Carl frowned in disappointment. After Han Zio alighted from the truck, the agents from Division 13 started to crowd before him. Chi Bai Jia, who broke out into cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Han Zio was alive and well. Carl walked toward the agents. Instantly, the agents from Division 13 glowered furiously at him. Zhang Wei, clad in his armor, gritted his teeth and moved toward Carl. The soldiers at the side immediately raised their weapon and pointed at the agents. The assistant officer bellowed, "What do you want?" "Back off, I want an explanation." Zhang Wei yelled, "Explanation? How childish." Carl ignored Zhang Wei and glanced at Han Zio. He asked flippantly, "Where are the captured enemies?" "Dead." Carl's order to strike ahead of the stipulated time had caused immense danger for them. The two captured enemies had also been killed. More importantly, Carl had tried to kill them. It was obvious that he had done these things on purpose. Han Zio shut his eyes to conceal the ice-cold chill in them. "No more evidence, I suppose." Carl frowned with a look of discontent. His poor attitude angered the agents from Division 13 even more. However, they were rational enough to keep their cool as they were, ultimately, in a foreign land surrounded by soldiers from Hesla. Chi Bai Jia could not contain his anger and lashed out. "Prepare to be questioned by Division 13? Carl couldn't care less. Division 13 had no jurisdiction over him. Moreover, what happened just was an accident. There was no evidence to justify that he had done it on purpose. At most, he would be reprimanded by the foreign diplomats. He would not have to face any real punishment. If he managed to destroy the Dark Crow Valley base, it would truly be a great achievement. With the help of his backers, he was highly likely to be promoted to the leading figure for the radicals in the government. No matter how Division 13 complained about him, the higher-ups in Hesla would be there to fend off these complaints. Carl thought to himself. After which he pointed at Han Zio and said, "Take him to the medic. Let them check his injuries." Han Zio had no expression on his face. He followed the medic to the logistics vehicle. All his injuries were due to the shock on his soft body. With his endurance, he would recover quickly with a sufficient amount of rest. Therefore, he dismissed the medic. The logistics vehicle started its engine. Hesla's troops continued their advance. Han Zio shook his head, closed his eyes, and then proceeded to lie on his bed. He had not slept since yesterday. Now was the right time for him to catch up on his sleep. The sounds of gunshots could be heard. Han Zio was a light sleeper, and he opened his eyes. He alighted from the vehicle and realized it was midnight, around 3 to 4 a.m. At this point of time, Hesla's troops had arrived at the border of the high-alert sectors of the Dark Crow Valley base. The 6 high-alert sectors comprised not only of sentry guards and patrolling troopers. There were also large defense mechanisms put in place, like ramparts and guardhouses, that were fortified with enemy troops. In the event of war, Hesla's army would have to go past the 6 high-alert sectors before they closed in on the actual base itself. Han Zio, who was now with the logistics division, was far from the battlefront. Han Zio asked the 2 soldiers guarding by his side, "What's the situation of the battlefront?" One of the soldiers replied, "Everything is proceeding smoothly. Our troops have successfully reached the 4th sector." Han Zio nodded, and just when he was about to proceed out, the 2 soldiers blocked his path. The colonel wants you to rest and recover from your injuries here. Upon hearing that, Hanzio realized that he had been intentionally imprisoned here by the colonel. Hanzio frowned and asked, "Where are my friends? Your officer also tasked us to look after you and ensure that you have sufficient rest." Hanzio understood the intentions of Chi-Jia. He did not want Hanzio to risk his life anymore. Ultimately, Hanzio had almost been killed by the flaming missiles. Chi-Jia wanted to keep Hanzio away from the battlefront. Such a move is better for my plan, Hanzio thought. Hanzio turned his head and saw the truck being towed away. The escape mission had almost destroyed the entire truck. Without a full repair, the truck would surely be not usable. Hanzio's eyes suddenly lit up before he proceeded toward the heavy-duty truck. The two soldiers guarding him allowed him to do so. Hanzio was free to go anywhere as long as he stayed away from the battlefront in the logistics zone. He entered the container and discovered that all the important equipment was still around. Only the bodies of the two captured soldiers had been disposed of. Hanzio took out the communication set from the box and adjusted it to Lin Yao's frequency. "Lin Yao, are you still alive?" "Of course, I am, but don't jinx it." Lin Yao's unfriendly voice blared out from the earpiece. "What's the situation now?" "We are preparing for the retreat." Apparently, according to the higher-ups in the base, the troops stationed around the base were all deployed to fight Hesla's army. I have yet to discover their path of retreat. Seems like I'll have to follow the order to locate the exact route. Oh, I also managed to find out the false information that Yi Fan collected. The defense mechanism and deployment between the 3rd and 6th sectors were true. However, the 1st and 2nd sectors were different. If Hesla's troops attack according to the information Yi Fan provided, they are bound to suffer heavy losses. Have you told them yet? Nope, you are the first guy that contacted me. That's good, don't tell that to Hesla's people. Lin Yao was confused and asked, "Why so?" Hanzio told him the series of events that had happened previously. Upon hearing the incident of the misfire of the missiles, Lin Yao's blood started boiling with rage. That is just too much. Carl revealed his intention to wipe out his allies, so it was no longer logical for Division 13 to continue assisting him in the operation and minimize his losses. The intelligence that Hanzio provided was all aimed at eliminating Pan Kuang and Jai Jai, who were high-value members of the Germinal organization. Only the successful elimination of them would ensure the mission's success. Carl treated them like they were merely tools. Now it was time for Hanzio to reciprocate. They wanted his intelligence reports, and he wanted their troops. Both parties were merely using each other to their advantage. As long as Hesla's army accomplished the mission using his intelligence, he could not have cared less about the number of troops they lost. What Hanzio had not expected was Carl's intention to kill them. It is time for a change of plan. Hanzio's eyes sparkled brightly. Chapter 83. The Superhumans of Aquamarine. Morning was always the best time of the day. Likewise, morning was also the best time to fight a battle. The previous night, the Hesla troops had managed to clear the 4th high-alert sector. Carl had ordered his troops to rest for an hour before continuing their advancement at first light. They wanted to reach the base in one final attack. As the sun rose, the Hesla troops were fighting the enemies at the 3rd high-alert sector. Boom, boom, boom. The endless blasts were thunderous, and they enshrouded the battleground in smoke. The entire forest was wrecked by the hail of bullets and artillery strikes, the used shells of which were littered everywhere. The soldiers from Hesla, coupled with the armored vehicles, managed to take down the defense mechanisms in place. One after another, fortresses, sentry posts, and trenches were destroyed. The information Yi Fan had obtained was of great use. The enemy's defense mechanisms were practically useless against the attacks. The troops managed to secure their objectives with minimal losses. The soldiers were elated because their victories had never been so comfortable before. Continue to advance. Let's take down the 2 remaining high-alert sectors in one shot. Carl was overwhelmed with excitement. Once the confident troops entered the 2nd high-alert sector, the favorable situation started to turn around. Not long after stepping foot into the 2nd high-alert sector, the Hesla troops faced their first enemy ambush. 2 armored vehicles and dozens of soldiers were wiped out by well-hidden mines. And that was, in fact, just an appetizer. The Hesla soldiers were soon completely devastated. The death toll was rising steadily, and there were traps and ambushes everywhere. Yi Fan's intelligence was practically useless at this stage. Following the false information provided led to even greater losses. The various platoons were at a complete loss. The intelligence about the first 4 high-alert selectors had allowed Hesla's military to successfully penetrate deep and eventually enter the ambush zone that Jai Jai had marked out. The casualties were increasing exponentially. Carl experienced a mix of shock and fury. The expression on Winna's face changed. Indeed, the information they had obtained was only bait. Han Zio's predictions were right. They were indeed responsible for the huge losses. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "The enemies are too cunning and ruthless. They were willing to sacrifice the lives of their own comrades to lure us in. It was almost impossible to see through their plot. Perhaps that's the advantage of being on the defensive side. The Germinal organization is not afraid to go all out. However, such a measure is not feasible for our side. Carl's moves were too radical. He should have listened to Han Zio and been less brash with his deployments." He looked at his remorseful teammates and sighed. At this point, Carl saw his soldiers falling one after another. He had an uncomfortable expression. What was supposed to be a smooth-sailing situation had flipped around. The easy win had reversed, becoming a complete disaster. Even if they managed to prevail in the battle, it was going to be a costly victory. The Hesla troops, who were facing head-on defeats, were suffering heavy losses, and their advancement proceeded at a snail's pace. Suddenly, a grim-looking man who held a long machete in his hand emerged from the enemy side. He was surrounded by cold and transparent waves of energy that bore similarity to flames. The air beside him distorted as he dashed toward Hesla's army. The soldiers immediately started firing their rifles, but the man span as he ran and speedily slashed his machete. The approaching bullets were disintegrated by the slashes and fell to the ground. Pugilist! While the soldiers were still in shock, the man barged into the crowd. Within seconds, the combo of powerful slashes from the shiny machete diced numerous Hesla soldiers into many bits. Blood sprayed everywhere, and broken limbs, heads, and torsos could be seen all over the ground. The man stood with conviction amid the sea of red. Pan Quang? The agents were all astonished. Pan Quang was the man in charge of the Dark Crow Valley base and the executive officer of the Germinal organization. In addition, he had managed to kill many powerful individuals and had a glorious battle record on the Darknet. Based on his battle record on the Darknet, Pan Quang was highly adept with his machete. His fighting style originated from that of Rui Lan, and he was becoming known as the soul of the blade. The light reflected by his shiny blade was usually the last thing his slain enemies saw. The armored vehicle adjusted its position. Larger bullets were fired out from the readjusted barrel at Pan Quang. Pan Quang started leaping with unbelievably fast movements and dodged the incoming shots by ducking behind the trees. It was impossible for ordinary Sawlighter to accurately trace the position of Pan Quang. More often than not, in the blink of an eye, Pan Quang would disappear without any trace, and the fired shots would all miss. Pan Quang was able to move around the battleground with ease and without any substantial obstruction. Like a life-claiming reaper, Pan Quang slew one soldier after another. He even managed to slash open a couple of heavily armored trucks and kill the soldiers inside the vehicles. As long as there were shelters that offered protection against the bullets, a superhuman could unleash his extensive power and cause immense damage. The energy he possessed protected his body, and ordinary gunpowder and bullets were unable to cause any significant harm. A D-class superhuman could battle a platoon on their own and escape with ease after the fight. A C-class superhuman had colossal strength and an iron body that could withstand the attacks of guns and cannons. They could cause substantial damage on all terrains and could tear down a building with their bare hands easily. A C-class superhuman was of the lowest level in the galaxy. It also had the title of Basic Cosmic Warrior. Different planets in the galaxy had different gravitational fields and atmospheric conditions. A C-class superhuman would be able to set foot on most planets. It was normal for certain species that lived in harsher galactic conditions to possess C-class superhuman bodies from birth. However, there were very few C-class superhumans on Aquamarine. The superhumans on this planet were low-ranked ones. Pan Quang's superhuman class was E+, one level away from becoming D-class. He was able to easily defeat groups of Hesla soldiers in the complicated forested terrain. A superhuman possessed a powerful solo fighting capability, and they would often swipe in to kill the highest-ranking commander of the troops or infiltrate the enemy to sabotage operations. Soldiers in the way were being killed by the advancing Pan Kuang. It was obvious that Pan Kuang was traveling in the direction of Carl. Carl had made it onto the radar of Pan Kuang's killer instincts, which made Carl feel very uneasy. He had no sense of security even when he was protected tightly by his troops, so he immediately commanded, "Launch the thermotracing rockets." An armored vehicle equipped with missile launchers arrived, and multiple rockets that were locked onto Pan Kuang were fired. Pan Kuang was circling the forest speedily, and the rockets crashed into the trees. The last rocket managed to go through the gaps between the tree trunks and headed for Pan Kuang. With a tight frown, Pan Kuang halted in his steps. He scooped up some soil and held the machete with both of his hands. There was an invisible wave of energy surrounding the blade. He slashed the machete at the rocket. The quick slash managed to hit the side of the rocket at the right time. The force from the strike changed the course of the rocket, and its path was altered. The rocket crashed into a large tree that was 20 meters away and burst into flames. Pan Kuang was slightly disorientated by the shockwave of the explosion. If Han Zio were there, he would have seen that the damage was more than 20 health points. After realizing that even the rockets were useless against Pan Kuang, Carl looked at his agents. Carl's intention of deploying the agents to protect himself was clear. "Let's go." Winna yelled, and Hesla's agents moved forward together with her. The agents from Division 13 were observing from one side. The joint operation no longer made sense after what Carl had done, therefore, they were not going to help. After finding out that the agents from Hesla had entered the battle, Pan Kuang immediately sheathed his machete and retreated. He did not want to be held up by the agents. Gunshots echoed through the forest as bullets were fired out of the agents' guns. The shiny blade slashed past. Light was reflected off the surface of the blade. A bullet fired at Pan Kuang was cut in half. Although Pan Kuang operated at a lower speed than the flying bullet, he had managed to anticipate the path of the bullet and position his machete at the perfect spot. His reflexes were rapid. Pan Kuang remained expressionless as he turned away and disappeared into the forest. In this attack, Pan Kuang had managed to kill hundreds of enemy soldiers and destroy a couple of armored vehicles. The morale of Hesla's soldiers was at its lowest. They had suffered heavy casualties, and the initial fatigue accumulated from the attacks on the previous 4 sectors was beginning to take its toll. The situation forced Carl to slow down the attack even though he was unwilling to do so. Jai Jai was observing the situation at the front line from his monitor. The second high-alert sector was down, and Hesla's troops were moving toward the final sector. Even if Hesla's army suffered great losses, they still had an upper hand over the armed security guards of the base. However, everything was under control. After Pan Kuang returned, Jai Jai locked the doors leading to the base. Even if the enemy managed to take down the external base, they would be unable to locate the internal base. Furthermore, Jai Jai was also preparing to give a big gift to the Hesla soldiers outside the internal base. "Assistant Director, when are we going to retreat?" "Now," Jai Jai said. The staff of the inner base gathered at the doorstep of the 3rd secret passageway. Lin Yao and Lambert were furthest away from the rest. When nobody was looking, they would inform each other of critical intelligence. Strangers would think that they were just making casual conversation. Boom! The final fortress was blasted into pieces by the cannon of a mini-tank. The remaining armed guards only had one choice: retreat into the base. All the defense lines crumbled, and Carl finally loosened up from the tension. The final 2 sectors had cost 70% more losses than expected. Carl's superiors would definitely be less impressed when they saw the battle report. The enemies are left with the final base, and they have nowhere to retreat to. "Are we going to let the troops rest for a while?" the assistant officer asked. Carl was sat in deep thought, and he suddenly remembered Han Zio's intelligence report. It mentioned that there was an inner base and also a secret escape passageway. Instantly, he felt that it was an opportunity for him to improve his battle record. He did not want to waste a single moment so as to reduce the enemy's chance of escape. Therefore, he issued an order with conviction. "Start the attack immediately. Remember to search thoroughly in the facility, especially the storerooms. There must be some hidden door somewhere that can lead us to the enemy's inner base." The order was confirmed, and the soldiers who had still not yet recovered from the shock of the previous battle regained their spirits and entered the base to wipe out the remaining enemies. The base was very small, and the fighting took place in the narrow alleys. Endless gunshots could be heard throughout the drawn-out battle. We found the storeroom, but no hidden doors can be seen. There are only solid concrete walls. We also tested our explosives on the walls. Maybe there is something wrong with the intelligence report? Carl frowned hard. He summoned his assistant and said, "Bring the agents from Division 13 here. Also, get me Han Zio. I want to ask them about the intelligence report they submitted." Chapter 84, Self-Detonation. While the battle at the front lines was still ongoing, Han Zio, who was at the logistics zone away from the battlefront, was observing the situation attentively. Han Zio had seen many high-level battles that involved the destruction of entire planets in the game. Compared to those battles, the current one, a low-level battle fought on the ground, gave Han Zio a greater adrenaline rush. The sound of gunshots and scent of gunpowder gave a better display of the brutality and the atmosphere of war compared to those battles Han Zio had previously witnessed, which had only involved silent energy beams and plasma cannons. Han Zio sat in the container of the truck, while the two sentry guards were still guarding the vehicle tightly. They were highly suspicious that Han Zio was intending to escape. Lin Yao's voice could be heard from Han Zio's earpiece. "Brother Zio, we are going to retreat together with the core team of the enemy. I have planted the virus in their system, so we can now jam their communications anytime. Good job. Oh, Uncle Lambert made a new discovery. The internal structure of the base is very strong, and it is probably explosion-proof." Han Zio frowned, and after piecing together the bits of information, he suddenly realized that the external base was disguised as the bait, or more accurately, a graveyard. There were probably heaps of explosives hidden, and once the invaders stepped into it, the explosives would be triggered to kill all of them. Also, the explosions would be strong enough to demolish the external base and bury everything in it, thereby making the internal base more discreet. What an ingenious plan. Han Zio sighed. Even if he were to report the situation now, it would be too late. Also, Han Zio did not have any intention of doing so. He had finally reached the final stage of his plan. Han Zio rose up and began to pack his belongings. He transferred all the accessories and important mechanical components from the container into his bag. The bag was completely filled. Han Zio then said to the two sentry guards, "Could you guys help me carry some of these items? They are pretty heavy." The two troops went up the truck unknowingly to help Han Zio carry his bag. The moment they bent their bodies, Han Zio took action. With two solid punches to the necks of the soldiers, both of them collapsed to the ground without making a sound. Han Zio closed the door of the container, and he secretly changed into the trooper's attire and removed the mask he was wearing. After which, he activated the mask and used it to change his appearance. He carried the bag and walked out confidently. He was able to blend into the logistics team without anyone noticing. Carl's assistant soon rushed back. "Everyone from Division 13, except for Han Zio, was present," he said. Carl was shocked. He disappeared. The two sentry guards that were supposed to look after him were found unconscious. I asked the logistics team, and nobody saw Han Zio around. Carl wanted to continue the conversation, but there was a thunderous boom in the air, which made him jump up on reflex. He immediately started scouting for the source of the sound. The mountain was moving, and it was as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone was terrified. The Dark Crow Valley base had detonated. The entire base crumbled, and the main entrance was completed sealed by the falling rocks. Hundreds of elite soldiers were buried. The turn of events obviously infuriated Carl. The troops had fallen into the enemy's trap just as victory was in sight. Countless lives were claimed, and the base was also destroyed. This greatly depreciated the value of the victory. Carl knew that, as the commander of the forces, he would face a lot of backlash. Carl had a gloomy look, and he thought of Han Zio's advice. If he had heeded the advice, he could have prevented the heavy losses. But even if he had the opportunity to choose again, Carl felt that he would still make the same choice. He was completely frustrated and vented that frustration on the wall of the commander's vehicle. The army had suffered heavy losses, and Carl could feel the pain in his heart. He then gave several orders to raise the morale of the dejected troops. After the agents from Division 13 arrived, Carl said with a gloomy face, "Your teammate disappeared. What is going on exactly?" Han Zio vanished again. One could clearly see the change in expression on the agents' faces. Why the word again? Chi Baijia felt a blank in his mind. Gotta admit, Han Zio always did such things. Zhang Wei and Li Yalin were very calm. It was as if they had gotten used to it. It was really the norm for Han Zio to carry out tasks at his own will without seeking any approval. One just had to get used to it. He was probably on his way to create some new trouble. If Han Zio did not obtain the critical intelligence, you would have foolishly thought that you have successfully destroyed the base, when in actual fact, you have only managed to destroy the outer region. You would not even be aware that the enemies have escaped. Carl pondered, and indeed, he would have thought that his operation was a complete success, and if the Dark Crow Valley base managed to reinstate itself in the future, he would be the first to be held responsible. What other information can you guys offer? Carl asked anxiously. Zhang Wei, who was trying hard to suppress his detest for Carl, bellowed, "Two of our companions retreated together with the enemy. Once they confirm the enemy's path of retreat, they will send it to us." Carl's eyes lit up and said immediately, "Inform me as soon as you receive any news." He had not expected that Han Zio would accomplish so much in his operation. His troops had suffered way too many losses in the previous battle, so he needed to atone for his mistakes by successfully eliminating the core of the enemy's retreating force. There was a region away from everyone's attention at the outskirts, 10 kilometers away from the Dark Crow Valley base. Pan Kuang, Jai Jai, and over 200 corps members were exiting the secret passageway via their vehicles. The vehicles carried huge amounts of logistical items and also contained precious information about the base. "I suppose Hesla think that they have won the battle." Jai Jai let out uncontrollable laughter. Pan Kuang looked at him and said, "Don't let your guard down." Jai Jai nodded and ordered the teams to advance faster. They needed to travel for another 2 hours to reach a secret hangar that housed several Black Harrier helicopters and a small cargo plane. Lin Yao and Lambert received Zhang Wei's orders from their earpieces. They looked at each other and knew it was time for them to strike. Lin Yao took out a tablet and activated the dormant virus planted in the enemy communication network. "Sheila!" Everyone was shocked by the piercing shrieks in their earpieces. They immediately removed them from their ears. Jai Jai was disgruntled. Just as he was about to order the vehicle fleet to stop and inspect on the communication set, he heard a series of engine hums approaching from all directions. "Prone!" Pan Kuang's expression immediately changed. He pushed Jai Jai, who had yet to react, to the ground. After Pan Kuang completed these actions, there was a wave of gunshots. Bullets rained on the fleet from all directions. The exploding grenades overturned the vehicles of the fleet. Flames and glaring light could be seen. Lambert dragged Lin Yao off the vehicle. They rolled toward the vegetation at the side to avoid the direct attack. Jai Jai could not believe that his trap had been discovered by the invaders. Who had leaked the information? Run! There was no time for any disappointment. Jai Jai was dragged toward the forest swiftly by Pan Kuang. Carl, who was commanding his troops from the forest, felt a great sense of excitement. His troops had encircled the core of the retreating enemy, and he knew it was a golden opportunity for him to turn things around. A distance away, Han Zio, who had changed his appearance, was driving the jeep alone. He held a thermosensor in his hand and was searching the battle zone. He quickly discovered his targets, Pan Kuang and Jai Jai, who had managed to escape the heavy encirclements. Troops who managed to catch up with Pan Kuang were mercilessly destroyed by his powerful fighting abilities. Han Zio was tailing both of them from 100 meters away with the help of his thermosensor. "A jeep is approaching." Pan Kuang looked behind. He could barely see the jeep that was following them in the dense forest, and the faint sound of the jeep's engine could be heard. Pan Kuang wanted to destroy the jeep. However, every time his distance from the jeep shortened, Han Zio would change course and increase the distance between them again. The jeep was just like an irritant. Pan Kuang thought Han Zio was operating a reconnaissance jeep that reported their location back to the enemy. Also, they expected the entire army to be following them, and therefore, they were afraid to stop moving. Pan Kuang, who was dragging Jai Jai in his escape, could feel the quick depletion of his energy. "We just need to reach the hangar. The helicopter will help us with the escape." Pan Kuang knew that was his only way to escape. Although Pan Kuang was a superhuman himself, his fear of being surrounded by a gargantuan enemy force prompted him to increase his speed. He failed to realize that Jai Jai was deeply fatigued. After chasing for about 20 minutes, both parties were far from the front line. The time is right. Han Zio could feel a sense of determination. He changed his course and went in front of his targets with the help of a map he had stolen from the logistics department. The jeep traveled at a very high speed, and Han Zio drove up a 10-meter high cliff that was 2 kilometers away, which his targets were sure to pass by. The engine stopped, and Han Zio took out all his gear. He slotted his left arm into the modified lightweight mechanical arm and attached the box housing the magnetically controlled retractable armor to his waist. He stuck his Berserk Eagle into its case and then buried 10 delayed explosion explosives in the shape of a circle with a radius of 5 meters. A thin thread was lined through the safety rings of the delayed explosion explosives, so a slight pull would activate them all. Han Zio grabbed a sniper rifle he had sourced from the logistics team and lay prone on a rock. He had a clear view of the valley and aimed his rifle in the direction his targets were expected to arrive in. He held his breath and focused hard. Jai Jai was panting heavily. His face was all pale from the running. He was not a superhuman, so he had limited stamina. If it wasn't for Pan Kuang, he would have collapsed long ago. Pan Kuang shouted emotionlessly, "Don't stop, the enemy could approach at any moment. We need to reach the hangar as soon as possible." The two of them came out of the forest quickly. The mountains lay ahead of them. Jai Jai felt his legs wobble before he fell to the ground. Breathlessly, he said, "I can't run anymore." Pan Kuang frowned. He was slightly irritated, but he knew he could not leave Jai Jai behind. Jai Jai's sister was in charge of the entire intelligence network of the Germinal organization. "Carry me on your back, it is." Jai Jai was halfway through his sentence when a gun shot rang in the air. Pan Kuang reacted quickly and ducked backwards. However, he was not the target of the shot. Jai Jai's head was thrust backwards as if a punch had been thrown at him. There was a bloody hole on his left cheek. The hole was so big that it allowed the bullet to tumble in Jai Jai's skull, crushing his left cheek. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Jai Jai's expression froze as he collapsed to the ground. He showed no signs of life anymore. Assassination 2 completed. 100% of energy expended. You gained 4,000 EXP. Pan Kuang's pupils constricted. He drew out his machete and dashed toward the source of the shot. Chapter 85, Interception. Pan Kuang was closing in. Han Zio spammed the trigger of the rifle. Chains of bullets skipped out of the barrel and pierced through the air, heading in the direction of the target. It was as if Pan Kuang had the danger-sensing ability of a beast. He always changed his position before Han Zio fired the shots. Han Zio fired a total of 13 shots, and Pan Kuang dodged 9 of them. The remaining 4 bullets lost their momentum after hitting the blade. The bullets were reflected by Pan Kuang's protective energy, and their total damage was merely 80 HP. A high-class superhuman would have a stronger defensive capability. Ordinary weapons and ammunition were useless against Pan Kuang. The firepower of an ordinary weapon from a place indicated the general level of civilization of that place. With the opening up of higher versions and more maps, the upgrading of the ordinary weapons would follow. However, it was evident that such a day had yet come. The distance between Pan Kuang and Han Zio was shrinking rapid, and Han Zio could see the deathly chill in Pan Kuang's eyes. "Damn it, he's quick." Han Zio cursed softly and threw his rifle to the side. He tugged the thread in his hands and activated the delayed explosion explosives, then pretended fleeing. Pan Kuang was much faster and went up the cliff in a few steps. He stepped into the ambush circle and sensed something was off. His face changed, and he leapt into the air. His shiny blade was spinning beneath his torso. It was as if he was riding a hurricane, pushing him up the skies. Boom! The 10 explosives detonated together, and Pan Kuang was engulfed by the flames. Your delayed explosion explosives dealt a damage of 34 HP to Pan Kuang. Damage protection is taken into account. Your delayed explosion explosives dealt a damage of 37 HP to Pan Kuang. Pan Kuang is slightly torched. 10 messages appeared on the interface, and after a quick glance, Han Zio confirmed that the series of explosions had dealt more than 400 HP damage to Pan Kuang. Due to your level, you gain some information about the enemy. Name: Pan Kuang level, 38. Class: Agent, LV-10, Amateur Pugilist, LV-10, Stormblader, LV-10. Attributes: 65 SDR, Dex, End, INT, MYS 8 CHA 7 LUK-HP. Energy rank, 687 grade, E+ specialties. Amateur blade wielding technique, plus 10 attack points when using blades or machetes. Soul of the windy blade. The blade is the extension of our limbs. Listen closely to the breath of the wind. Our skills, defensive blade of the wind, LV. 6. Wind gliding steps, LV. 4. Equipment, wind slicing blade grade, green damage, 4447 length, 0.87 meters weight, 10.2 pounds, description, an alloy blade manufactured by a master blacksmith, very strong. Additional effects, windy breath, smooth texture, plus 3% attack speed. Strong edges, sharp blade, plus 3% additional damage to metallic objects. There was a huge difference in level. Also, much of the information was unknown. However, Hanzio was not completely reliant on hard statistics. From the performance of Pan Kuang, it was evident that he had high attacking power and agility, and his weak side would be his limited health. It was certain that the explosion had taken away 20% of Pan Kuang's initial health. Furthermore, Pan Kuang had faced tough battles previously and spent an hour on the run from his enemies. Therefore, he was not in his best condition for a fight. I have a higher probability of winning. Hanzio looked at the experience that he had accumulated on the interface, and it was as high as 520,000 points. He channeled all the experience points into raising his levels. Like a rocket, Hanzio rapidly gained 4 levels. His HP was raised to 985, almost exceeding 1,000. He had practiced the energy training technique 48 times, and his energy had managed to hit 390 points. He just needed a little more to gain 4 continuous level-ups and raise his energy to 540 points, which exceeded the LV.5 benchmark of 400 points. That would allow for new increases in all his other attributes. His strength, endurance, agility, and intelligence were increased by approximately 10% each. The rest of the experience points were channeled into continuous gliding shots. Level 2, a slight increase in the effect of the ability. Whoosh. Pan Kuang emerged from the flames, and he was charred from head to toe. He looked battered, and his eyes were locked on to Hanzio like an exasperated wolf. He growled and shifted his feet as if he was gliding. In the blink of an eye, he slashed his blade with fury in an attempt to disintegrate the scoundrel who had ambushed him. The light from the blade flashed, and Hanzio retreated 3 steps. Hanzio's speed shocked Pan Kuang. Hanzio dodged the slashes from Pan Kuang and took out his berserk eagles. With his increased attack speed, he fired the pistols. The bullets, which had ferrous cores, went straight toward Pan Kuang's chest. Pan Kuang moved his machete back and forth, and the bullets were slashed apart. Only one bullet managed to hit his chest, but Pan Kuang's immense energy lowered the bullet's momentum. The bullet was stuck between his muscles. Hanzio realized that ordinary bullets were of little use. He immediately switched the magazine for high-explosive rounds. Pan Kuang made use of this moment to approach closer. "How dare you switch magazines right before my eyes? Are you tired of living?" Changing magazine in front of a pugilist was a sign of insufficient battle experience. Pan Kuang, with a sinister look on his face, slashed toward Hanzio's throat. He tried to pierce through Hanzio's neck as if it just was a piece of meat on the skewer. Pan Kuang could tell that Hanzio could not dodge his hack. Ding. The edge of the blade managed to touch Hanzio's throat, but it was blocked by metallic scales. Pan Kuang's pupils constricted. When did this armor appear, Hanzio felt a little suffocated. Although the magnetically controlled retractable armor could withstand the shock, there was still some leftover force that landed on his body. He raised the pistol and started firing continuously. Pan Kuang blocked the bullets with his blade again. This time, the high-explosive rounds detonated the moment the blade touched its tip, and the flames enshrouded Pan Kuang's body and burnt him. What the hell is this bullet? Pan Kuang's heart skipped a beat. He channeled his energy to shake off the flames, but to no avail. The orange flames could not be shaken off, and his skin burned harshly. He could only retract his energy to protect his body. That resulted in a huge amount of energy being expended. The high-explosive rounds were highly adhesive. Therefore, they were able to cause substantial, continuous damage. Pan Kuang had a high defense, so his HP was falling at a very slow rate. However, using the high-explosive rounds was still more effective than normal rounds. At least, The former was causing a decrease in Pan Kuang's HP. The Berserk Eagles were spitting out rounds from slanted positions. When there was a final bullet left, Han Zio used it to initiate the continuous gliding shots. At that point in time, Pan Kuang's clothing was burnt completely, and his hair also started burning. The price Han Zio had to pay was the endurance of the magnetic armor, which fell after the relentless, powerful slashes by Pan Kuang. Han Zio focused hard. At the cost of taking another powerful blow, he put away the Berserk Eagles and took out the retractable machete. He held the machete in his right hand and the mechanical arm in his left. It was as if a barbarian had taken over his body. He had the courage of a beast that was unafraid of death. He was ready to give Pan Kuang a hard fight, which was also likely to be a bloody one. The 3 items that Han Zio was equipped with could all be used as shields, and in comparison, Pan Kuang was heavily disadvantaged since he could only use his body to defend Han Zio's strikes. However, in reality, Pan Kuang was steadily gaining ground. For most of the time, Han Zio could only make a strike at Pan Kuang after receiving 7 slashes. The fighting abilities of the 2 individuals were too far apart. Pan Kuang was a legitimate pugilist, and his fighting technique was stronger than that of Han Zio by leaps and bounds. Han Zio's close-range combat technique was considered a joke by Pan Kuang. If not for the gear he was equipped with, Pan Kuang would be unscathed by Han Zio's attacks. "You want to fight me up close? Don't you think that you are courting death?" Pan Kuang could not understand how Han Zio had the courage to challenge a pugilist in close quarters. In his mind, he considered such an act to be extremely arrogant. Han Zio was challenging Pan Kuang's greatest strength with his greatest weakness. A slash toward Han Zio's face resulted in a deep cut that bled profusely. Han Zio had taken off his mask before the battle as he had been afraid that it would be destroyed in the battle. He revealed his genuine appearance, and Pan Kuang recognized him. Han Zio was the traitor that escaped from the organization not long ago, 0. Why did number 0 attack him here? Pan Kuang did not know, and he did not care. He only knew that the man before him was an enemy, and all Pan Kuang wanted to do was to hack him to death. The force from the slashes shocked Han Zio's body a few times. His HP decreased, but he remained calm. The reason he dared to fight Pan Kuang close up was because he had faith in himself. The previous shots, explosions, and strikes had managed to lower Pan Kuang's HP by 700 to 800 points. Under the protection of the magnetically controlled retractable armor, his HP only fell by 300 points. The armor managed to prevent a total damage of at least 150 points of HP. The armor was not even meant to be worn by Han Zio at his current level. The armor had a defense of 75 points. It was strong and useful even until higher levels of 40-50. Han Zio depended greatly on the armor. With the armor, he had the ability to fight opponents of much higher levels. Han Zio locked his hand and grabbed hard on Pan Kuang's blade-wielding hand. Pan Kuang was not afraid. He twisted his arm flexibly and broke free. At the same time, he gave Han Zio another slash, which landed on the lightweight mechanical arm. If not for the platinum alloy, the mechanical arm would have long disintegrated into pieces and shards. Han Zio attentively discovered that Pan Kuang had a brief moment after every strike when he slowed down. Pan Kuang was instinctively trying to conserve his energy. He is starting to feel tired. He used up too much of his energy and lost his additional attributes. He is no longer sharp. Han Zio's eyes started flashing, and his sharp acumen allowed him to discover Pan Kuang's weakness. The moment that he was waiting for had arrived. He selected an option on his interface. A new character, Norsa Connor. The summon card for character has been used. 1 card used. The card has been exhausted and will disappear. Pan Kuang saw a faint shadow at Han Zio's back. An eerie-eyed individual appeared in rainbow-colored mist. Pan Kuang felt that the individual looked familiar. Who is that? He looks like Norsa. Isn't Norsa long dead? What's going on? Pan Kuang was alarmed and wanted to move back, but it was all too late. He succumbed to the illusion and was paralyzed. Scanning. The scan is complete. The target has an INT of less than 50. The illusion is successful. Chapter 86. A Strike of Philosophy. Pan Kuang was a LV 38 pugilist with high agility and attack power. Therefore, it was almost impossible for his intelligence to exceed 50. If Han Zio was really that unlucky and Pan Kuang did have higher than expected intelligence, Han Zio would have had choice but to resign to his fate. The illusion confused Pan Kuang, who was totally unprepared for it. All the attacks from the illusion could deal real damage to Pan Kuang, but ultimately, Pan Kuang had a relatively high level, so he would not be defeated if Han Zio relied on the illusion alone. Without hesitation, Han Zio's lightweight mechanical arm headed for Pan Kuang crotch, which housed his most vulnerable body part. Mega load! The power of the mechanical increased by 30% instantly, and the punch landed right on the target. Pan Kuang's wiener exploded. Han Zio had learned this move after observing a series of tapes. He had derived this legendary move from the faraway home of the warrior, the third Twilight. Once the move was activated, even the skies would tremble. Han Zio had no time to look at the messages on the interface. He needed to make use of the period when Pan Kuang was distracted by the illusion to deal as much damage as he could. Han Zio immediately activated the pressure compressor in the palm of the mechanical arm. His palm went through a sudden vibration, and a shockwave was sent out. Blood seeped out of Pan Kuang's skin, and a blood-red triangle could be seen on Pan Kuang's crouch. Of course, Han Zio's right hand was also put to use. Using the machete held in his right hand, Han Zio stabbed hard into Pan Kuang's chest without any hesitation. Pan Kuang was still affected by the illusion, and thus, the protective energy shielding his body was non-existent. The stab successfully pierced through Pan Kuang. Han Zio then reached out for his berserk eagles and stuck the barrels of the pistols right where Pan Kuang's heart was. He used his wind-gliding steps to drag Pan Kuang backwards together with him. Han Zio fired the shots continuously, and all the bullets went into Pan Kuang's body. Blood spurted out. There was a burning sound of the scorching ember sizzling human flesh. Ka, ka, ka. All the bullets in the magazine were expended, and Pan Kuang was finally awake. The sharp pain sent Pan Kuang into thunderous fury, and his face twisted in agony. He slashed hard at Han Zio's abdomen. It seemed Pan Kuang wanted an eye for an eye. Han Zio used his energy to control the magnetic retractable armor to shield himself from the strike. Although he was protected, the shock from the strike still made Han Zio pale. He could sense a chilly wave of energy going all the way up to his forehead via his spine. Enduring the pain, Han Zio expanded the reach of the mechanical arm to press hard onto Pan Kuang's head. Pan Kuang was hurled to the ground back and forth. The back of Pan Kuang's head, after coming into contact with the ground so many times, started bleeding profusely, forming a puddle of blood on the ground. Coupled with growls of agony, Pan Kuang was desperately trying to retaliate by slashing his machete hysterically. The slashes landed on Han Zio's armor, and his HP was steadily decreasing. The crack of 100 winds. Pan Kuang yelled manically before his blade suddenly let out a blinding glare. Han Zio was alarmed and moved backward immediately. At this time, explosions of light emerged from the wind-slicing blade. They surrounded Pan Kuang like a tornado. Countless slash marks could be seen on the surrounding ground. Han Zio suffered a head-on attack, and his armor was losing endurance. This move had a damage radius that was too large for the armor to offer complete protection. Every part not protected by the armor turned bloody. There was a series of damage inflicted on Han Zio, and each amounted to 40 points. The light from blade continued to glare for about 3 seconds before disappearing. Han Zio retreated about 10 meters. He took a deep breath. Droplets containing blood and sweat were dripping down as he stared at Pan Kuang. The previous attack must have consumed much of Pan Kuang's energy. Also, the cool-down period for the move was definitely long. Therefore, Pan Kuang would not be able to use it anytime soon. Pan Kuang supported his body using the blade and stood up. He looked ghastly, and his lower body was in a bloody mess. There were charred bullet marks in his chest, and the ember was still scorching his body, giving out a smell of burnt charcoal. The burning and bleeding were dealing him continuous damage, and one could not imagine how his damaged body looked from the inside. The retractable machete was still stuck in his chest. His face looked even more horrifying. His nose had broken and was dented inward, and his skull was exposed from the back of his head. He looked like a savage ghost. A savage ghost. The savage ghost stared hard at Han Zio. Han Zio looked alarmed. He was prepared to use all his additional points to increase his endurance. That was another trump card he held. The howling wind brought the sand a long while, at the same time, seemingly bringing away the murderous atmosphere. Pan Kuang's head drooped down, and he stopped breathing. The final sign of life was decimated by the scorching burn. Pan Kuang was like a camel that was knocked to the ground by a piece of grass. You killed Pan Kuang, LV 38, 21,000 EXP gained. The enemy killed was 10 levels above you. You gained an additional 280% experience worth 58,800 points. Your individual contribution rate was 99%. You gained an additional 58,212, 99% points of EXP. Assassination III completed. Contribution rate was 99%. You gained 79,200 EXP. That was Han Zio's total gain from the successful killing of Pan Kuang. A victory against opponents of higher levels could generate additional rewards. To activate such additional rewards, the opponent defeated needed to be at least 5 levels higher. The additional EXP was in accordance to the respective contribution rates of the member of a team, since most missions were team challenges. If any member of the team failed to meet the criteria mentioned, the entire team would be deprived of the additional rewards. Such a measure highlighted the importance of good cooperation, and cheating from the players was prevented. It also prevented the occurrence of freeloaders that leached onto the efforts of others. Han Zio finally relaxed and sat on the ground. He then lay down, allowing the rays of sunlight to hit his face. He closed his eyes in peace and enjoyed the calm and silence after the battle, as if all the damage and destruction did not exist. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and he immediately jumped up and checked his pants. The little Han Zio in his pants was all good. He heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the sleeping dragon in his pants had not been damaged at all. After a short rest, Han Zio started to check on the damage. The endurance levels for all his equipment had dropped drastically. The delayed explosion explosives had all been used. His HP had started to recover, and the overall damage was within his expectations. Han Zio walked to Pan Kuang's dead body, which was still in an upright position. He searched for any loot and found a hard object in Pan Kuang's pocket. He took it out and discovered that it was a communication device from the Germinal organization. Han Zio thought for a moment and decided to activate the device. 10 seconds later, a virtual image of the chief of the Germinal organization appeared. Jai, have you guys retreated successfully? The chief was halfway through his words when he realized that something was amiss with the image transmitted over from the other side. It was Han Zio. The chief changed his expression immediately and glared at Han Zio. Why are you here? Zero was using Jai's communication device, and it was apparent that the base had been completely destroyed. It was also highly likely that Pan Kuang was dead. You have the audacity to contact me? The enraged chief exclaimed. Yo, haven't seen you for a long time. Han Zio laughed. It felt weird that Han Zio was talking to him like a long-lost friend. The chief could not think of a reply immediately, so he paused for a moment. The chief then questioned, where did you obtain the confidential information? That was the greatest puzzle in the chief's mind. Why do you think I will tell you the answer? Han Zio replied snobbishly. Do you think you can damage the power of the organization with such means? What a fool! The chief yelled back. I sabotaged 4 of your bases. I can destroy you easily with my hands. I sabotaged 4 of your bases. There are many executive officers in the organization. You won't be out there for long. I sabotaged 4 of your bases. Too angry. From the tone of the chief's words, it sounded as if he was chewing on metal, and every word was filled with the utmost determination to kill Han Zio. Don't you think that you will be able to escape from our clutches by pledging your allegiance to Star Dragon? My guys will disintegrate every bone and tendon in you once they catch you. Han Zio started laughing. Following that, he blew a kiss at the chief. Come and find me if you can, ha ha ha. The chief was completely enraged upon hearing Han Zio's words of contempt. He wanted to say something, but before he could, Han Zio destroyed the communication device. The screen blacked out. The chief's words of fury were stuck in his throat. He was shaking in anger. Increase the bounty on Zero to $5 million. The bounty increased by 5 times. Han Zio wiped his smile away. Teasing the chief was not just a random act of entertainment. The Germinal organization was bound to send members to the West Capital to find him. They would not rest until he was dead. The situation seemed disadvantageous to him, but in actual fact, it was not, Because Han Zio never wanted to return to Star Dragon. This was his real plan. Chapter 87, The Real Plan. Initially, Han Zio turned to Star Dragon to seek temporary asylum from the Germinal organization and had the motive of advancing skills. He had long planned to use his facial simulator as a way to escape. Once he had the facial simulator, it was almost impossible for the Germinal organization to locate him. He no longer had to worry about being discovered and captured, which meant that he could go anywhere he wanted. He did not want to be restricted to an area where there was always a risk of angering the head of state. Furthermore, he could mislead the Germinal organization with regards to his whereabouts, for them to focus all their attention on Star Dragon. That was definitely not fun for Han Zio. Definitely not. Even if he wanted to borrow Star Dragon's strength and resources to crush the Germinal organization, he no longer needed to put himself under the government's control. Naturally, Star Dragon did not fully trust him despite its amicable treatment of him. They had planted an extremely discreet GPS locator in his encrypted phone, which he had discovered long ago. It was finally the time for him to disarm it. It was last 3 months before the open beta. He needed to level up quickly and accumulate more resources. There were countless missions on the planet, and he treasured every one of them greatly. He had accumulated sufficient resources while working with Division 13. It was now time to drop his pretense of sincerity toward Star Dragon and go solo. He could now go anywhere he wanted on the vast planet. His plans were meticulous and closely linked. In Han Zio's eyes, his pleasant relationship with Star Dragon was not enough to convince him to stay in a place that lacked the potential to become more powerful. Furthermore, once they reached version 2.0, even the Six Nations and the Germinal organization would become feeble. These entities were now powerful and stable and could fight with one another through both open and secret means. However, the moment a planetary-grade disaster swept the planet, they would realize that their individual interests were hollow and meaningless compared to the survival of the whole civilization. Their statuses now were like colorful bubbles flying under the sunlight. They could easily burst with a slight poke. Version 1.0 hasn't started. It will last for 7 months in real life, which translates to about 3.5 years in game time. Additionally, the time in-game between the version updates will last for a year. This means that I am still 5 years away from the Undead Crisis. The Undead Crisis was a huge disaster. It will be better for me to avoid the beginning of it at the start of version 2.0, which will be the most dangerous and chaotic period. This means that in these 5 years, I will have to dig out all the things are useful for me on this planet, and then find a way to leave this planet for a while. Han Zio was in deep thought. Suddenly, a new message was shown on the interface. Camp mission, destroy Dark Crow Valley Base, completion rate 100%, contribution rate 72%. You gained 36,000 EXP, mission ended. It seemed that the Heslian army just finished the battle. Han Zio was quite satisfied with the result. He would only have gotten a completion rate of 40 to 50% if he did not kill Pan Quang and gang. It had been worth the trouble to infiltrate alone and plant 2 spies in the base, which allowed him to monitor the enemy's movements the whole time. This was the reason he had received such a high contribution rate and reward. Camp Destroyer mission Dark Crow Valley Base has been completed. You completed. Reconnaissance I, Dark Crow Forest Assassin, Direct Conflict, Assassination II, Assassination III. Destroy Dark Crow Valley Base, calculating mission stats. Calculation completed. Performance rating, excellent reputation with Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Department increased by 1,120. Current relationship, friendly, 1373,000, reputation with the Germinal organization decreased by 500. Current relationship, hatred minus 1,503,000. You received an excellent performance rating, additional 50% EXP, 18,000, random reward X1. Random reward type is being decided. Can't believe there is a random reward. Seems like I'm quite lucky this time. Han Zio was delighted. Large-scale missions and serial missions would release performance ratings upon completion. The probability of an excellent rating triggering a random award was only 30%, so it was rather uncommon. The system would decide first which type of random reward the player would receive. It could be anything, such as EXP, equipment, skills, stat points, or talent points. Then the player could select the choices provided under the reward. You receive the random reward type, Innate Ability Randomizing. Randomization complete. Please choose one option from the following: Strengthened Body, HP plus 400, Abnormality Resistance plus 4%, Quick Pace, Agility plus 6, Attack Speed plus 5%, Strengthened Spirit, Mystery plus 5, Willpower Resistance plus 8%. Hanzio held onto his chin and started deliberating. All three abilities had mediocre effects. Strengthened Body increased health points, so it was more suited for tank players. Usually, he employed long-range attacks, and he still had a magnetic suit to protect his body, so he did not require the additional HP for now. Quick-paced seemed decent. Agility affected many different aspects of a long-range attacks, including accuracy, critical rate, and movement speed, etc. This ability could potentially increase his attack output by 8 to 10%. Strengthened Spirit was only useful for mages and psychics. Hanzio thus opted for quick-paced. You gained an innate ability, quick-paced. Hanzio looked at his interface. He still had 12 unassigned stats that he had gained from leveling up. He then added them all into intelligence. His intelligence was now his highest stat, standing at 88 points. There was an increase of 18% on the A-class questfall of the Germinal. Although it did not look like a significant increase for now, Zio Han knew that the future potential gains would be much greater, at least 10 to 15% more. Because Dark Crow Valley Base was the nearest point of contact for future players to join the Germinal organization. Without it, many real players would join a camp that was nearer and more convenient for them. This would greatly contain the rate of expansion of the Germinal organization in the near future. The head of Germinal still did not realize the importance of this base. He was only dismayed by the loss of an ordinary large base. Intel from Hanzio allowed other powers an opportunity to attack the Germinal organization. The mission progress he received from such events was less than a direct assault by himself, based on the calculation of contribution rating. But if he were to insist on attacking the organization personally, the individual damage he could deal would not be sufficient to keep up with organization's rate of expansion. Naturally, his best option was to mass distribute intel that could harm the organization. The minimum progress needed for the Camp Destroyer mission was only 20%. It was not required for him to chase after perfection lest he risked losing out on other missions. It is time to change the method of supplying intel. Hanzio squinted. After completing the mission, it was time for him to work on other important things. Hanzio went onto the radio and spoke to Lin Yao. How is the situation now? Brother Zio, the Heslian army has seized all the supplies in Dark Crow Valley Base. They also captured a few hundred of their members, including Dormund. Unfortunately, the two directors, Pan Quang and Jai Jai, got away. Where is the army now? They are still sweeping the battleground. They will probably retreat to the border tomorrow. Okay, message received. After the Heslian army finished sweeping the battleground, they set up camp on site and prepared for a withdrawal the next day. Lin Yao and Lambert went on to meet up with the rest, and the Division 13 agents gathered to commend them for their excellent intel work. The younger generation of agents is very capable, Ma Qingyang commented. Zio Lin, your teammates have done a great job, said Daisusu. The rest chimed in. You guys did an excellent job, really commendable. We acted under the directions given by Brother Zio. Lin Yao was feeling slightly uneasy with all the praise. The fellow Division 13 agents realized that it was Hanzio who deserved all the recognition. Chi Baijia decided to praise Hanzio's contribution strongly in his report. However, he realized that Hanzio was still not back. Hey, where is he? He is probably delayed by certain things. As the sky turned dark, Hanzio was still nowhere to be seen. How is he still not back? Li Lin was puzzled, so she nudged Lin Yao to prompt him to contact Hanzio. I tried to communicate with him more than 40 times, but he still hasn't answered. Lin Yao was out of options. It was dawn. The Heslian army was ready to move back to the border, but Hanzio was still missing. Division 13 agents started imagining the possibilities for such an odd happening. Zhang Wei had a sudden thought. Is it possible that Hanzio has already moved back to the border? This is possible. Hanzio has always moved around on his own. He may think that it is not necessary for him to meet up with them now. Everyone pondered over this possibility. All the agents followed the army back while this worry lingered in their minds. The Hesla troops looked relaxed and were rather undisciplined on the way back. In the middle of the troops, Colonel Carl was sitting in the command vehicle. He was deliberating over a very grave problem. In this mission, he did not have an outstanding performance. Instead, he made a critical error in his decision, which resulted in unnecessary casualties. This would most definitely lead to a poor evaluation of his ability by the higher-ups. He had to artificially raise his significance in this mission to obtain more merits for this attack. If I could take credit for Division 13's contribution. Carl had an idea. He could perhaps write on the report that it was him who instructed Han Zio to take his 2 teammates to spy in the base that gave them critical intel. In this scenario, his significance as a commanding office would be greatly elevated. This can work. Division 13 will leave as soon as the mission is completed. They can't possibly come to Hesla and expose me. Furthermore, my report to the higher-ups will be kept secret from everyone else. All of a sudden, there was a commotion coming from the outside of the vehicle, and Carl realized that the troops had stopped moving. "Colonel, there are 2 corpses in front of us. They seem to be Pan Kwang and Jai Jai." Carl was in shock. He left the vehicle quickly to check out the bodies. It was really the 2 directors of the base. The troops were astonished, and they started chattering. They remembered how strong these 2 directors had been just few days ago, but they had been killed just like this. "Who did this? Who left the bodies here?" Carl shouted. Nobody had an answer as the troops looked at one another. They had just discovered the bodies. Division 13 soon arrived at the scene upon hearing the commotion. They were too dumbfounded. It must be Han Zio's doing. It's unbelievable that he actually succeeded. But why did he place the bodies on the road? This is just giving free credit to the Heslians. Carl was beaming joyously. He could claim credit for killing the directors. He waved at his troops to wrap up the bodies and take them back to camp. Just as the troops moved the bodies, the sound of landmines being activated was heard. The troops were terrified, and they quickly jumped away in different directions. Carl was caught off guard. He only had the time to drop on the floor. However, there was no explosion after seconds had passed. A brave soldier stood up and went to dig out the landmines. He weighed it in his hand and realized that it was very light. This is not a real mine. They are all empty. The troops were infuriated by the prank. This is not funny at all. What a wretched move. I just peed in my pants. Division 13 agents had a weird look their faces. They did not know whether to laugh at what they saw. "This seems like something Han Zio would do," Li Yalin mumbled. Carl stood up with a flustered look on his face. His clean and well-pressed officer uniform was now covered in mud and grass. He was now livid. He knew it was Zio Han who did it. He wanted to ruffle him with a prank like this. "What a childish play," he said in anger. Bang! A faint gunshot was heard far away. The bullet pierced through Carl's temple, and it brought a dash of blood out of his head. Carl's eyes were still wide open. He was unable to comprehend what had just transpired, totally caught unaware. His eyes were filled with the longing for life and a pinch of disbelief. His body wobbled before it landed flat on the floor. Just a moment ago, he had been dreaming of his military success and his bright future. He could not believe that he had been killed on the way back to claim credit for his success in the mission. At this moment, everyone, including the Division 13 agents and the troops, was shell-shocked. They could not believe what had just happened before their eyes. On a faraway clifftop, Han Zio raised his head from the scope of a sniper. He was looking relaxed. What goes around comes around. Chapter 88, Influence, Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' Han Zio had gone to the road the night before when the troops were camping at the battleground. He had planted a trap, using the corpses of Pan Kwang and Jai Jai to lure Colonel Carl out of his vehicle. The moment Carl stepped out of his command vehicle, Han Zio had the opportunity to snipe him down. Additionally, he had placed a blank landmine beneath the bodies to scare the troops out of their formation, so that he could get a better shot at Colonel Carl from the distant cliff. Killing a high-ranking Hesla officer in front of everybody was bound to raise suspicion from the Heslians. They could probably deduce that it was Han Zio who did it based on the use of the 2 bodies, but Han Zio was not at all worried. They had no concrete evidence to prove that he was guilty. As long as Division 13 denied it, all Hesla could do was protest diplomatically. They could never hold Han Zio accountable. Just like Carl did not care if the enemy killed them, Zhang Wei's team could also push the blame to the escaped personnel from the Dark Crow Valley base. "I can be just as devious as you, Carl." Han Zio cocked the barrel, and the smoky bullet cartridge fell out. He conveniently tossed it into his pocket, leaving no trace behind. Carl's order had almost taken his life. He was bound to take revenge after the mission was completed. Han Zio had once been a real player who had always taken revenge when someone, regardless of who they were, harmed him, and he would avenge himself in all sorts of ways without saying much. Han Zio saw that the Hesla troops were in a mess through his scope. Some of the troops were furious. They boarded their vehicles and moved rapidly toward the source of the fire. He calmly stowed the dissembled sniper into his backpack. He had handpicked the position for an easy escape after the assassination. After turning around, he jumped off the cliff, and a feeling of freefall hit him immediately. He smacked the button on his back, and two fine, foldable metal wings expanded. He was then gliding in the air toward the forest beneath the cliff. Sky Swallow gliders. When the Hesla troops arrived at the cliff, all they could see was a nimble shadow rapidly disappearing before their eyes. Division 13 agents were still dumbfounded. They could not believe that Han Zio had the guts to kill a commanding officer from Hesla. It was definitely a good way to vent one's anger, but there would be dire consequences. Nothing was worse than killing a Hesla high-ranking military officer right on their land. It seemed that Han Zio had the balls of steel. Chi-Jia was greatly anxious, but when he saw that the Hesla troops had not caught anyone, he was relieved. Thank goodness he got away. In this case, they cannot prove that he is guilty. We can still argue our case. Wait. If Han Zio disappears, are we going to take his place in the trials? Everyone's eyes were wide open. They felt it was something that Han Zio would definitely do. How can he just push all the troubles to us? He is such a master at shirking responsibility. The surrounding Hesla troops raised their rifles in anger and pointed them at the Division 13 agents. They were arrested, locked up in the cars, and escorted back to the border camp. As soon as Deputy Officer reported the incident, Hesla's government was furious. Hesla's agents had to interrogate Division 13 as they were the prime suspect. However, they soon became frustrated. Division 13 insisted that they did not know anything about the incident. Winna felt a sense of defeat. Everyone knew that Han Zio had done it, but no one had any evidence to prove that it was him. They could not even find the cartridge, which meant the only thing they could do was interrogate Division 13 over and over again. Since they could not use torturous methods to extort information because they were up against the Star Dragon agents, their efforts were in vain. Moreover, the condemnation from the higher-ups of Hesla was met with empty excuses from Division 13. The head of intelligence in Division 13 took a private jet to quickly arrive at the Hesla border in order to rescue his agents. Without any concrete evidence, Hesla had to release the Division 13 agents. The head of intelligence brought everyone out of the interrogation room and back to the jet. He ordered Chi-Jia to report on the details of the incident after he was certain that there was no Hesla personnel around. He is such a troublemaker. Fortunately, he did not leave any trace. Otherwise, Hesla would not have rested until they found him, he said. Chi-Jia was feeling embarrassed and dared not reply. Ultimately, he had to take the full responsibility as the Star Dragon leader of this mission. The head of intelligence looked at him without saying a word. He reflected on the reaction of the higher-ups in Division 13 upon hearing this news. They believed that Carl's orders were authorized by the high-ranking officials in Hesla. It was the only reasonable conclusion to explain why Hesla purposefully sent a radical officer to helm this mission. They were displeased with Hesla's insidious acts. It was actually quite a good ending. After all, Hesla failed in causing any harm to Star Dragon agents, and yet they lost a high-ranking officer. They even had to swallow the loss without catching the culprit. This fellow did an excellent job. The head of intelligence nodded quietly. This time, even the hawks in the department had nothing critical to say about this incident. In fact, they loved what Han Zio did. If one had the audacity to plot against Star Dragon, the retaliation would be swift and deadly. Despite the appreciation, the heads of the department unanimously agreed in the previous internal meeting that they had to impose greater control on Han Zio and not let him escape their surveillance. As their source of valuable intel, Han Zio was far too important to warrant any accidents or mishaps. Because of Han Zio's cooperative attitude, they had been too lenient with his actions, but since the incident from the joint mission, they became deeply alarmed. They came to the consensus to reject any of Han Zio's future mission requests. This motion was passed without any objection, even from the conservatives in the Division 13. The department was still willing to cooperate with Han Zio, but before divulging all the intel he had, he would not leave the headquarters surveillance. The head of intelligence finished contemplating and looked at the team of agents. He then looked at his watch and said in a puzzled tone, "Why is Han Zio still not back? I have no idea." Chi Bai-jia shook his head. "Han Zio just contacted me." Lin Yao suddenly pressed his headphone as he became overly excited, but the next second, his expression changed drastically. "What did he say?" The head of intelligence had a bad hunch. "Brother Zio said he is going to lie low until the dust settles," Lin Yao stammered. "Lie low until the dust settles? This means..." The head of intelligence was slow to process the meaning of this message. Then he quickly realized what it meant. "He is not coming back." His expression turned ghastly. Zhang Wei looked shell-shocked. Li Yalin was wide-eyed. Lambert was in disbelief. Everyone was utterly shocked. It looked as if he was really going solo. There was really nothing he was afraid to do. 20 minutes later in Division 13's headquarters, Gu Hui called for an emergency meeting. The directors who were not stationed at the headquarters joined the video conference. Everyone had a solemn look. "Han Zio ran away," Gu Hui said in a sobering tone. Everyone gasped. "Is he defecting?" "Unclear. Before this, he sniped a Heslian military officer. It is possible that he is afraid of the consequences, so he escaped. But this possibility is not high," the head of intelligence replied. The other heads were irritated. That reason was highly improbable, unless Han Zio believed that Stardragon was incapable of protecting him, which also meant that Han Zio looked down at their abilities. "What about the GPS tracker that we planted in his phone? The tracker has not moved in the last 24 hours. Han Zio discovered and removed it. He is going to defect. He must be still near us and heading toward the wilderness. We have to bring him back." The head of internal affairs thundered. "We cannot be certain that he is defecting." Gu Hui waved his hands disapprovingly. All the heads simmered silently. They had been planning to restrict him in the West Capital the moment he was back, but his sudden escape had ruined all their plans. Was it a premeditated move, or was it just a spur-of-the-moment decision? Was it defection, or was it something else? Standard protocol indicated that when an agent broke contact, and when the exact cause behind the disappearance was inconclusive, the first thing they needed to do was send people to track the agent down. Then, they would contact the agent to make a judgment based on their reaction for the subsequent course of actions. If the agent resisted the capture or continued to run, they would have no choice but to hunt the agent down globally. If the agent had a good reason, the protocol ensured that a misunderstanding and manslaughter were avoided. This is just in. The Germinal organization has increased the reward for capturing or killing Han Zio by 5 times to 5 million on the darknet, the head of intelligence said all of a sudden. Everyone was utterly surprised. This mission had been announced as a joint exercise between the two countries. How did the Germinal organization know that Han Zio was the main catalyst? Was there a mole within them? The increase in reward implied that the Germinal organization was determined to kill Han Zio more than ever. Furthermore, the organization had already located Han Zio to be in the West Capital. Could that have been the reason for Han Zio's departure? Was he not afraid of being located by the organization in the wilderness and slaughtered? The Germinal organization was way more unhinged in the wilderness. They could very well fire missiles to bombard the whole area. He came to Stardragon to seek protection in the first place. How did he suddenly have the guts to leave? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Gu Hui knocked on table and concluded the meeting. "We will continue to keep his identity as our agent and file him under missing personnel. The intelligence department will collect the surveillance tapes, migration records, and transport records from everywhere to try and contact him. We will also send out search teams to find him. We must get hold of him first before any subsequent action." Seconded, seconded, seconded. On the private jet back, the Division 13 agents constantly peeked at the corner where Zhang Wei's team was. It was like the center of a high-pressure vortex. Zhang Wei pinched the bridge of his nose with a look of seriousness. The veins on his forehead were showing clearly. Lambert was wiping his knife in silence. Li Yalin was constantly shaking her legs with a look of indignation and anxiousness. Her tight black bodysuit outlined her beautiful and seductive long legs. Lin Yao was sitting at the side, frightened. He wanted to get away from his raging teammates but was afraid of doing so. He trembled in fear. This is too much. He just left without saying anything to us. He clearly does not treat us as his teammates. Leah Lin slammed hard on the table. The thundery sound spooked all the other agents that were eavesdropping in the surrounding. Zhang Wei's hands held onto half of his face, and he looked as if he had nothing to live for. He modified my armored suit, and no one else knows how to repair it, he mumbled. It was such a tragedy. The other agents did not know how to console Zhang Wei. He asked me to take business orders for him, and he already collected the deposit for a few dozen orders. What do I do now? Li Yalin clenched her teeth in rage. The other agents were startled. They realized that they had also made some orders. Crap, our deposits. I used my reputation to guarantee to his business. He totally ruined my reputation. Li Yalin now sounded like a grudging wife who was being cheated on. She pinched Lin Yao's arm in an attempt to release her anger. Lin Yao felt an immense pain. He immediately jumped far away and said hastily, calm down, calm down. Do you know his real identity? Lambert suddenly commented. The three of them were startled. They were unaware of his real identity, even after being on the same team for so long. Han Zio had always been rather mysterious, and he had never divulged any information related to his real identity. Even the higher-ups had refused to tell the team. At this moment, everyone was dispirited. When I find him, I will definitely beat the crap out of him, Li Yalin said in an infuriated voice as she cracked her knuckles loudly. Chapter 89, 3 months to open beta 2 days later in Hesla's Morning Wind City. A coastal city near the border, Morning Wind City had a massive seaport that handled a massive volume of transcontinental ships. The city was a metropolis with many high-rise buildings. Hesla had the strongest maritime force among the 6 nations. It focused on developing its navy to protect its numerous coastal cities. There were 4 continents on Aquamarine. They were separated from one another by the massive oceans. There was an old saying, he who controls the sea controls everything. There were tons of resources beneath the seafloor, including petroleum and natural gases. Extraction of fossil fuels from the sea was the main pillar of Hesla's economy. Han Zio remembered that Hesla had a secret military strategy called the Fourth Contingency Plan against Great Crisis. The plan was to produce many thousand-meter-long motherships in preparation for the scenario that the country suffered from massive calamities, such as nuclear world war. They could transition into a drifting nation on the sea and preserve their population. Although this strategy eventually paved way for others, their spirit of preparing for the worst in times of peace was worth emulating. As the saying went, one who prospers in worries and hardships perishes in ease and comfort. It meant that if one did not create some sort of trouble, one might as well not live. Wait, that does not sound right. Well, it's not important. Now, Han Zio, with a new face, was waiting at the branch of Fabian Company in the city. He had used the black gold card from Matthews to receive VIP treatment at the place. It was his temporary rest stop. There were 3 months to open beta, and moving around on his own would yield him the greatest amount of benefits. He could use Fabian Company's channels to purchase mechanical parts with the huge amount of cash that he had accumulated to make more machinery. He could then earn a lot of EXP from this and even sell his products for more cash. Old Man Lu's secret quest would only be triggered after the open beta. He had established a good relationship with him, so he was in no rush to continue this mission. Han Zio wrote down the key points for personal development for this last period of time before the open beta. Trigger all the high-reward quests, and subsequently obtain rare skills and abilities to improve my power. Obtain stable supply channels for mechanical parts so as to allow myself to make machinery during the course of my quests and earn more EXP. Continue to cause destruction for the Germinal organization. Increase my personal mission issuances reward limit in preparation for the open beta. These are roughly the points of focus. Han Zio put down his pen and began thinking carefully. The first point was easy since he remembered many large-scale quests. Also, supply channels could simply be obtained from the Fabian Company with the help of the black gold VIP card. Destroying the Germinal organization was his A-class quest. He had some initial thoughts on how he could maximize his large reservoir of intel. he could utilize the help from all the powers that were hostile toward the organization. As for his personal mission reward limit, Han Zio's goal was to increase his universal reputation. Because there were two types of reward limits, daily limit and individual quest limit, he could increase both by improving his universal reputation. This was the most cost-effective method. His universal reputation was now 0, but that was okay. Han Zio would definitely increase it in due time. There were 3 ways to obtain universal reputation. The first method was by achieving high contribution ratings in advanced and rare quests. Normally, only a planet's main quest line would reward universal reputation. His A-class quest Fall of the Germinal was one of them. Every planet, not only limited to novice planets, had at least one or more major storylines that linked to the respective main quests. For example, in Planet Aquamarine version 1.0, there were 2 main storylines and 1 hidden storyline. The conflict between the 6 nations and the Germinal organization was one of the main storylines. The others would only appear in the open beta. On the other hand, the hidden storyline could only be discovered by luck. That method of obtaining universal reputation was highly difficult and time-consuming. He could not achieve it in a short time frame. The second method was rather random. It involved doing things related to one's reputation with a camp that could potentially become well-known. The things could be very varied and circumstantial. Nobody had a clear idea of how to do it, and it was quite unreliable. Han Zio was keen on applying the third method, getting on top of some ranking lists, the easiest way to obtain universal reputation. Some factions had created publicly recognized rankings. By climbing to the top of rankings, he could easily obtain universal reputation. However, if some new guys were to push him down the ranking, his universal reputation would decrease, making this method unreliable. That was the method employed by most real players. Universal reputation quickly helped one accumulated camp reputation, which in turn gave players discounts on NPC items and provided opportunities to trigger rare quests. Han Zio's fingers on one hand tapped the table's surface as he continued to contemplate on this, and with his other hand, he picked his nose. Well, before I make a move, let me get rid all the burdens, EXP, I have now. He looked at his character interface, which showed a grand total of 720,000 EXP. He directly channeled all the EXP into leveling his character to 30. His stats consequently increased. Mechanic Novice reached the maximum level. The last level up always gave players the greatest stats increase. This time he received a 90-point increase in his energy between levels 9 and 10. He then threw all 6 unassigned stats into his intelligence, making it 100. His mind instantly became much clearer, and he felt more at ease controlling all the machinery. Intelligence affected many different areas of a mechanic, including production speed, production quality, and the damage bonuses when using mechanic weapons. For example, when a mechanic used a pistol that normally dealt 20 damage points, the pistol would deal more damage due to the mechanic's damage bonus. As such, even though other classes of players could still use mechanic weapons, the damage would be lower. Mechanic Novice has reached the maximum level. To advance, learn 20 blueprints. This randomized requirement for advancing class is quite simple. Han Zio was delighted, and he counted the blueprints that he had learned so far. He was only short of 8. He did not want to produce useless blueprints through random fusions. I should make full use of the EXP I have. Anyway, all the EXP is stored in the interface, so there is no rush to advance my class. At Fabian Company's Morning Wind City branch, the man in charge, Antonio, was smoking a cigar. He was built like a mountain, filling the entire space on the sofa. He exhaled a puff out and looked Han Zio, who was sitting at the sofa across, up and down to size him up. Han Zio was wearing a black jacket, and his facial simulator simulated an ordinary, unemployed, middle-aged male who looked rather unassuming. This was the face that he had prepared for his new identity. Han Zio took out a shopping list for supplies and said slowly, "I want all the items on this list." Antonio took the list and looked over it. The total cost will be $100,000. After the 20% discount from your black gold card, it will cost $80,000. Also, I want to buy an entry pass for the Darknet's Blood Pact Society, $20,000. Antonio's eyes narrowed. The Darknet was the hub of all intelligence related to the underworld. It was fully controlled by the Darknet organization, a neutral faction that strictly followed the principles of not getting involved in conflicts and developing peacefully. Many factions were business partners with the Darknet organization. They provided people from the underworld many kinds of services, including, but not limited to, smuggled firearms, package transfers, safe houses, hired assassins, mercenaries, and intelligence. The Blood Pact Society was the organization for hired assassins under the Darknet organization. Using the entry pass, Han Zio could become a contracted assassin under the organization and enjoy all the services provided by the Darknet. This meant that Han Zio could unlock his relationship with the Darknet just from using the pass. Although Blood Pact Society was a lousy name, it had another world-famous name: the Assassin Union. Of course, one could also call it the Assassin Social Club, which instantly degraded its class. A player had to go through a series of complicated quests to join the Darknet organization. However, time was of the essence for Han Zio, so he would rather used extra money to buy the pass instead of spending a few dozen days fulfilling the entry requirement. Although $20,000 was a big sum of money to real players, it was considered peanuts to him. Who says money can't buy happiness? Han Zio muttered. When he was still a real player, he had needed to be stingy and calculative about every single purchase. He had never felt the pleasure of having so much money to spend before this. The mechanical supplies were soon transported to the private workshop that Antonio arranged for him. Han Zio went on to repair all the equipment that was damaged during the fight against Pan Quang. The mechanical parts left were meant for the new machinery. I will be moving alone without any team support. Thus, my fighting style should focus more on minimizing danger. Sniping better suits me temporarily. I need to develop more powerful snipers and new types of bullets. Also, I will need some explosives, booby traps, and anti-vehicle weapons. Lastly, I will probably need machinery that enables me to engage in close-quarter fights, such as tiny and covert weapons that can deal maximum damage. Han Zio contemplated for a while before he drew out his interface to start his talent fusion. He decided to start with new bullets. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV, 3 basic weaponry plus LV, 3 basic material science plus LV, 2 basic dynamics principle. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered spindle-shaped penetration bullet. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV, 3 basic weaponry plus LV, 3 basic material science plus LV, 1 basic biology. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered Haim bullet. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV, 3 basic weaponry plus LV, 3 basic material science plus LV, 2 basic optics. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered flash bullet. I still have over 20,000 EXP left, and my sniping capability is not yet up to standard. Let's continue. Han Zio pondered for a moment before he decided to raise the core skill snipe to LV 5, which increased his accuracy and sniping range. He had stolen the sniper rifle named Red Falcon from the Hesla Army logistics team. The rifle was black and only a gray-grade weapon. It had mediocre quality. He soon started upgrading the weapon. Han Zio focused on increasing the power of the sniper rifle during this series of upgrades. The damage was increased to 92-103. The rate of fire was 2 rounds per second. The range was 600 meters. But with machinery affinity and sniping, his range could reach up to 750 meters, which was sufficient for his use. Han Zio was still left with tens of thousands of EXP, but he decided to hold on to it first. He started the production of the 3 bullets that he had previously discovered. Soon, batches of new bullets were produced. Fabian Company's private workshop was primarily adapted for making firearms and ammunition, which saved Han Zio a fair bit of time for the whole production. This also reminded Han Zio of something. Should I make some robot assistants to help me with the production of mechanical parts? He already had the blueprint for smart chips and other necessary parts for the robot. All he needed to do was upgrade his basic programming before he could produce a simple robot rover that could act as his assistant. However, since he did not have a fixed base for now, it was not appropriate for him to produce the robots yet. Antonio's footsteps were heard. Soon he entered the workshop. He placed an intricately designed dark gold coin onto the table and said, "This is your membership pass." Hanzio was delighted. "You have unlocked a new camp reputation. Blood Pact Society, Cold 0300, Reserve Level Assassin, Chapter 90, First Assignment. Hotel Victoria was a 43-floor tall luxurious hotel, and it had branches in every major city of the Six Nations. It was owned by the Darknet organization, and it only permitted members of the organization to stay. The hotel would use the excuse of no available rooms to deny normal people from staying in the place. While it acted as a safe house for the members, it was also the transaction hall for people from different camps. No fighting was allowed in this place, and anyone who broke the rule would receive endless assassinations. After obtaining the pass, Hanzio went to Hotel Victoria. It had a classic interior, with various types of aged dark brown wooden furniture, which had a beautiful luster. A sense of serenity was overflowing in every corner of the hotel. Hanzio came forward to the front desk before revealing his Blood Pact Society coin. Then he was brought to the 23rd floor by a servant. 23rd to 25th floors belonged to the Blood Pact Society. The 23rd floor was the resting and transaction areas for all the assassins. They would get employed or paid here. The floor also had numerous entertainment facilities, such as a bar, cafe, and restaurants. After he handed his dark golden coin to the receptionist on the 23rd floor, another server wearing a white glove came to receive Hanzio. They sat down at a semi-private table in the corner. The server took out a notebook with black leather covers and started recording the personal information of this new member. "What will your code name be?" Hanzio thought for a moment, and he decided to use an enchanting name which might help his universal reputation in some ways. Apostle-level observer number 9527 from the Crimson Dynasty stationed in Cowton Group. The server was stupefied. Assassins usually had minimalist names like Silver Fox, Devil Snake, or Ghost, the kind that was more appreciated in the age when reduced attention spans were the norm. Such a unique name would really intrigue employers, but it way too long. The server coughed. "Can you shorten the name?" "What? I've only ever heard of others complaining about short names. I didn't know people would dislike name for being too long." Hanzio pondered for a while before he came up with another name. "Black." The server was briefly rendered speechless. "Your name is too short now. A single world code name is permissible, but code names that are just colors have long been taken by other assassins. All the names like Red, Blue, Orange, and so on were mostly names of the honored assassins of the previous generation who have passed away. The organization will not allow someone else to reuse their code names." Hanzio smacked his lips in irritation. It seemed to him that naming was a troublesome affair anywhere he went. He then came up with the final name. "Mr. Black." "Mr. Black, all right." This name was much more ordinary. The server quickly recorded it. "You are now a reserve-level assassin with a blank resume. You can only rise to Scorpion level upon the completion of your first assignment. Employers will usually pick from our whole list of assassins. If someone chooses you, we will contact you. Until then, you can take up assignments that are open to everybody on the market or assassinate wanted personnel. Of course, you can also accept private jobs. We do not have any hard requirements for our assassins, but we will take 5% of the reward as our commission. If you have any questions in the future, you can always call up our reception at Hotel Victoria." Sounds reasonable. Hanzio nodded his head. There were two reasons for him joining the Blood Pact Society. First, he wanted to take on all the wanted personnel that warranted high bounties, and these missions would trigger high-reward quests. Secondly, he could earn some universal reputation by becoming one of the top 10 ranked assassins on the Darknet. There were only 3 months till the open beta. He needed to accumulate a large base of resources using the remaining time he had. All of these are wanted assignments. The servant took out a tablet and opened a page on the Darknet before passing it to Hanzio. Hanzio instantly saw the most popular personnel on the list himself. 0, $5 million reward, dead or alive. Location, West Capital, Stardragon, all the best. If he had returned to the West Capital, his movements would have been heavily restrained. Fortunately, he had escaped early. Hanzio sniggered. It would take a long time for the germinal organization to realize their efforts were all in vain. He was the most popular target on the wanted list, as the German organization had spent a lot of effort in chasing him down and hunting him recently, but he was not the most wanted. Some of the accumulated prices had even reached tens of millions. They were mostly impossible assignments, such as stealing top-secret intelligence from a certain country. Based on the security and defense around Division 13's underground database, this mission's success rate could go as low as 0.1%, with the probability of death being 999%. This assignment only looked good on the list. No one would really attempt to do it. Han Zio scanned further down the list. He soon settled on a wanted assignment. Take down the Rose Militant, a group of mercenaries active in the Samar Desert in the Southern Land. The Southern Land was where Hesla was located, and it was also called the South Continent. It had a vast land area and tropical climate. The other continents were the North Continent, West Continent, and the Andria Continent, which located in the middle of the other three. Han Zio picked this mission due to its close proximity. Just as he was about to accept the assignment, the server suddenly jolted and said, "Mr. Black, you have a new personal assignment." Han Zio was pleasantly surprised. He received an assignment within 5 minutes of uploading his particulars onto the net. This organization's business is really thriving, Han Zio remarked sincerely. The server was puzzled himself. Such happenings are actually quite rare. The employer hopes to speak with you personally. The server looked at the screen and continued. Take a seat first. He will arrive in about 10 minutes. Han Zio complied. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in hastily. He had a head full of white hair, which made him look much older than his real age, and his expression was one of exasperation. He walked into the hall and looked left and right before he came forward to Han Zio. "I am Cheng Shanshui." Before an assignment was officially accepted, the employer would not divulge the target's real name. Assassins could only ask for other basic information. What will the bounty for this assignment be? And tell me more about the target's protection and location. 12 to 20 bodyguards. The location is right in the city. The remuneration will be $10,000. Only $10,000. Han Zio frowned slightly. That price was insufficient to employ an assassin. Cheng Shanshui nodded anxiously. He had immediately been turned down by other assassins when they heard the price. He lacked enough money to pay for the usual price, so he had decided to try his luck on new assassins like Han Zio. "I will take it," Han Zio agreed. Cheng Shanshui cheered inwardly. He took out a stack of documents and passed them to Han Zio. Yue Yuzu, located right in Morning Wing City. Yue Yuzu was a mafioso in Hesla who was always accompanied by 12 to 16 bodyguards that were made up of retired army reconnaissance soldiers. Recently, he had expanded his influence into the territory of Morning Wind City, which belonged to the local mafia head, Cheng Shanshui. He could not guard against Yue Yuzu's invasion, and so his mafia gang had disbanded. He was now left all alone and wanted to hire an assassin to avenge him. Han Zio signed the contract after he finished reading the information. "You have triggered an E-level quest assassination assignment, Cheng Shanshui." Han Zio already knew the quest requirement. He went on to look at the reward of the quest, and it was not much, only 5,000 EXP. "I'm leaving." Han Zio stood up and prepared to leave. Cheng Shanshui quickly stopped Han Zio from going and asked, "How long will you need to finish this job?" Han Zio paused. He looked out the window and saw that it just reached noon. "I'm guessing you haven't had lunch, right?" Cheng Shanshui was startled, not understanding what Han Zio was trying to say. Han Zio turned his head and gave him an aloof look. "He will be gone by the time you finish your lunch." Cheng Shanshui's heart skipped a beat. Based on his impression, assassins would normally do some pre-assignment preparations, such as reconnaissance and escape route planning. Was this Mr. Black really that powerful, or was he just being arrogant? Chapter 91, Scorpion-Level Assassin. We meet again, Mr. Cheng. Cheng Shanshui was anxiously waiting for the result of his assignment when he heard a voice. He raised his head and saw that it was the man, code-named Lawson, who had previously turned down his assignment. He was a Scorpion-level assassin. "Oh, it's you. How are you doing? I have some free time for now. I can take your assignment," Lawson said coolly. Cheng Shanshui's eyes glimmered for a moment before they became gloomy again. "I'm sorry. My assignment has already been accepted by someone else." Cheng Shanshui gave a bitter smile. The blood-pact society's rule dictated that once a contract had been established, no one could alter it. Lawson was slightly disappointed upon hearing his words. He had come all the way from Red Maple to visit a friend in Hesla, and he was taking the opportunity to travel around Hesla, so he had no intention of doing any assignment on this trip. When Cheng Shan Shui approached him with his assignment, he had given an outright rejection because the reward for the mission was too low. But now, Lawson was feeling bored from the idling the past few days. Thus, he wanted to do some simple assignments, and he had planned to take up Cheng Shan Shui's mission. He was surprised that someone else had already accepted the assignment in just one day. Lawson was annoyed at the situation, but he knew that he could not break the society's rule. He had no choice but to give up on this. He then walked toward the bar and ordered a drink. After taking 2 sips from his drink, his phone suddenly rang. He looked at the incoming call. It was from an old client of his, Yue Yuzu. "Hey, Lawson." A man's voice was heard on the phone. "Yes, it's me. How can I help you, Mr. Yue?" Lawson said nonchalantly. "I have a job that I hope you can help with. Tell me more about it." Lawson's eyes suddenly turned sharp. "I want you to help me get rid of someone." "Who?" "I have sent the details to you." The rule of confidentiality did not apply here since it was a private job. Lawson took out his tablet and looked over the information. He then raised his head suddenly and looked at Cheng Shan Shui. He was the target. "So, what do you think?" Yue Yuzu asked. A group of people could be heard going down the stairs from the phone. "I will take it," Lawson replied confidently. "Great. I will ask my guy to transfer the deposit to..." Boom. Suddenly, the sound of someone dropping onto the floor was heard through the phone. A gunshot was heard from a distance, and Lawson's body stiffened. He recognized the sound. It was a gunshot from a sniper rifle. Soon after, he heard people shouting and screaming in panic. He did not bother to speak as he knew Yue Yuzu had just been killed by someone. This sniper killed the target, who was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards with just one shot. He's a fine sniper. Lawson's face tensed up as he immediately deduced the whole sequence of events. Cheng Shan Shui's assignment was to kill Yue Yuzu. After all, they were enemies. Cheng Shan Shui must be waiting for the sniper. "Let me see who the assassin is." Lawson's eyes flashed. Using the information provided by Cheng Shan Shui, Han Zio stationed himself on top of a high-rise, building a few hundred meters away from Yue Yuzu's base in advance. He aimed his sniper from a high vantage point and wanted to snipe Yue Yuzu through the window. However, Yue Yuzu walked out of the main gate, which made Han Zio's job much easier. Even though he was surrounded tightly by a dozen bodyguards, they were no use in defending Han Zio's shot. His newly produced spindle-shaped penetration bullet was strong enough to penetrate any non-metal object easily. The bullet pierced through a bodyguard's body, and with no sign of slowing down, it went right into Yue Yuzu's heart. One shot, one kill. Assassinating a regular person was too simple for Han Zio. He finished the job without any hiccups. Han Zio's facial simulator was an extremely useful tool for an escape. He changed his look and ran away easily before the commotion attracted the police. As soon as Han Zio was back in Hotel Victoria, the troubled Cheng Shan Shui stood up with a look of anxiousness. "The job is done." Cheng Shan Shui's body loosened up instantly. He subconsciously looked at his watch, and he realized that Han Zio had only spent 45 minutes between leaving this place and coming back, which meant he had taken less than 10 mins for the actual assassination after subtracting the traveling time. That was too fast. "It's for you to pay me?" "Yep, okay. Cheng Shan Shui was in reverence. He took out a suitcase containing $10,000 and handed it to Han Zio. "Assassination assignment, Cheng Shan Shui, completed. You gain 25,000 EXP. Cheng Shan Shui left with light footsteps, as if he was rid of a heavy load. Han Zio pressed the bell to call the servant in so that he could take up the wanted job on the Rose Militant. Suddenly, he was aware of something, and he turned around. "Someone is watching me?" A man, sitting at the bar, looked at him as if he was sizing him up. Han Zio did not recognize him, but the man clearly showed a hint of provocation. Han Zio narrowed his eyes, not afraid at all, but he did not want anyone to give casual, provoking looks at him. He gathered his power and threw a freezing stare toward the man to send a universal message. "What are you looking at?" Lawson's whole body turned rigid as if he was being locked onto by a menacing sense of hostility. The feeling of danger was hitting his mind in waves. He hurriedly moved his eyesight away from Hanzio, and the ill feeling finally disappeared. In just a few short seconds, Lawson's forehead had become covered in cold sweat. What a terrifying feeling. I should never provoke this guy again. Lawson quickly gave up on his previous scheming thoughts and left hastily after paying the bill, refusing to stay a moment longer. We meet again. Hanzio smiled gently at the servant. It was the first time the servant had encountered a newbie who ranked up to an official member of the society so quickly. He was left in wonder. Now you are officially a Scorpion-level assassin. Higher tiers of benefits will be available to you. Additionally, you will receive primary VIP benefits in Hotel Victoria and other cities. What is my current ranking on the Darknet Assassins ranking list? Hanzio suddenly asked. The servant was dumbfounded by question. Only the top-ranking assassins will appear on the list. You are at least more than 1,000 over-rankings away. After speaking, he took out his tablet and opened the ranking list for Hanzio to see. Hanzio quietly nodded after scanning through the list. Right now, the top 10 assassins were on average at level 40. They were not of top-notch capability. Only the top 3 assassins were more terrifying as their powers were near the upper limit of version 1.0. This ranking list was determined by the number of completed assignments and other related achievements. Real players could only get on the ranking list by competing missions. The same rule applied for the ranking list of hired mercenaries. Planet Aquamarine did not have many powerful superhumans. Before the open beta, players could hardly meet any superhumans above level 40. Furthermore, those powerful individuals who were level 50 to 60 had the highest combat powers on this planet. They were generally leaders of large organizations, secret weapons, recluses, or supercriminals, and formed their own social circles. Thus, they were hardly present before the normal people and players. Players would only meet them through missions or by getting more powerful themselves. After these thoughts flashed through Hanzio's mind, he opened the wanted list and pointed at one of the assignment. I want to take the assignment to eliminate the Rose Militant. All right, your request is now being processed. Please give us a few moments. The servant wrote down the request on some paper before placing it in a specially made metal tube. He went forward to the reception desk and stuck the tube into a metal pipeline, which fitted the metal tube perfectly. Swoosh! The tube was sucked into the pipeline. The tube traveled rapidly through the pipeline, bypassing numerous openings and other similar tubes before coming to its new exit. It was a spacious room decorated like a customer service room. Rows of tables were lined up neatly with a few computers on top of them. The administrative staff were busying processing the documents on their computers, and every table was connected to the pipeline. An administrative worker dressed in an all-black suit took out the paper from the metal tube and started typing furiously on the keyboard to upload the information. Wanted target, the Rose Militant Mercenary, requirement, complete annihilation initiator, Rothschild family location, Sommer Desert initiated date, year 685, 17 November. Wanted amount, $3 million difficulty assessment, hard assignment record. 685-11-27, codename Hall Dark Level, killed in action. 685-12-11, codename Bloody Hand Dark Level, killed in action. 685-310, codename Magic Flower Dark Level, Freeman Dark Level, killed in action. Assignment info update. The strength of the militia is currently between 80 to 120 people, including 4 superhumans, Leader Luo Esper, Instructor Dorothy, Pugilist, Instructor Ghostly Fox Pugilist, and Unknown suspected to be a mechanic. They are active in the Sommer Desert. Authorization approved. Assignment info updated. 688. 4. 1. Codename Mr. Black Scorpion level awaiting results. At the same time, Hanzio triggered the corresponding quest. You have triggered C-level quest, Bounty Hunter, the Rose Militant. Quest information. The Sommer Desert is filled with many factions, including wanderers and hired militants. But how did a desolated land like this attract so many powerful factions? Perhaps it has something to do with certain incidents in the past. You should explore this land. Quest requirement: kill all members of the Rose Militant. Time limit: 15 days. Quest reward: 15,000 EXP special reward, 25,000 EXP unknown reward. Chapter 92. Pilgrims, I need to use your cargo plane, Hanzio said to Antonio. They were in a base camp of the Fabian Company. Antonio was slightly shocked. We only use the military cargo plane for large-scale transactions. Even if you are a black gold VIP, you are still required to pay the stipulated charges, Antonio stuttered. Okay, got it. Well, how many guys you want to transport? When will they leave? Just myself, I'm leaving immediately. Antonio's chubby face was shaking like waves of water. He paused for quite a while and eventually said, "What a waste." The military cargo plane was able to reach the destination in around a day's time. There was a simple garage available on the plane, and Han Zio was able to create new machinery and gain experience during the trip on the plane. A trip by the plane cost $50,000. Are you serious? When can I board the plane? Han Zio took out a large stash of cash from his briefcase that contained $100,000. 1 hour. The Fabian organization rented a stretch of runway at the Morning Wind City's airport. There were a couple of large olive-green cargo planes parked. Han Zio brought along all his gear and materials and boarded one of the planes. Soon, he could sense the vibrations. The plane started to accelerate and took off into the clouds. Once the plane regained its stability in the skies after the takeoff, Han Zio was able to start his creations. The glaring sun was shining brightly on the endless desert. The yellow sand was heated to a temperature unbearable for the human body. A group of 20 was trudging through the desert. They were clad in torn and tattered gray robes. Their robes had not been cleaned for God knew how long. Their robes were drenched in sweat, releasing a disgusting stench, and they stuck to their wet bodies. Their lips were cracking, and their eyes draped down. Their fatigue was evident from the look on their faces. They were moving shakily, and it was as if they were going to collapse at any moment. The horses that they brought along also looked sick and skinny. The Samar Desert had once had an oasis. The country was rich, and its citizens lived happily. But after a war, the entire country had perished. The oasis had been destroyed by the battles and blended into the surrounding desert. The people walking in desert were the citizens of the country that had vanished. A legend of the old nation said that ruins of over 1,000,000 years old were hidden deep in the Samar Desert. Beneath the ruins, there was a hidden treasure that held the power to control the entire desert. In the wars that happened decades ago, the desert had undergone a series of abnormal changes. The sand behaved like water and transformed into a whirlpool. The whirlpool moved around the desert as if it was being controlled by someone. The whirlpool then vanished after 7 days. The records of the eerie incident disappeared with the destruction of the country. Many citizens of the old nation believed that the treasure could revive their country, and they searched long and hard for it. The wanderers active along the border of the Samar Desert were also known as the Pilgrims. That group of 20 was the last batch of pilgrims. The ruins of Felonia, the power of the magic, they are sure to exist, the eldest of the pilgrims mumbled to himself. A fleet of vehicles returned to the desert to defend the boundaries. Dorothy, nothing again this trip? Luo Qing, the chief of the Rose militants, questioned. This time, we searched in sectors E4, E5, and D4. There are still no signs of Felonia, Dorothy replied with frustration. She was a strong black lady. Her face was disfigured by a long scar that looked like a centipede. Her strong, muscular arms had tattoos that were hard to see due to her dark complexion. Rose Militant was a mercenary organization made up entirely of female members. They were active in the Samar Desert and had been searching for Felonia for years. There were 2 trainers in the organization. The other trainer, nicknamed Ghostly Fox, was a petite white lady and a brilliant assassin. In this search, our members came into contact with the Cautonians when Lee and Cecil died in battle. All the returning members of the militia suffered from injuries. Their bulletproof vests had many holes, and the ceramic tiles housed in the vests were also shattered. Luo Qing gave a cold glance and said, "Be more careful in the next search. The Cautonians are funded by the Rothschild family, who have always wanted to wipe us out." All the military groups active in the Samar Desert had their sponsors. They all had the mission of finding Felonia. Therefore, battles between the different groups were very common. Most mercenary soldiers had at least 10 lives on their hands. They were all ruthless individuals. Han Zio felt a shake in the plane. The huge force pressed his body hard on the seat. Gradually, that force pushing him disappeared. "The plane has landed," the pilot shouted through the speakers. Han Zio brought his briefcase down, and he could feel a wave of heat once he alighted from the plane. The landing site was a warehouse surrounded by barbed wire. there were many militias patrolling the area. It was the branch of the Fabian organization in the Samar Desert. The Fabian organization was a global arms-dealing organization that had branches everywhere for more convenient business dealings. Welcome to Samar Desert. Antonio descended from the plane. His white shirt was stretched tightly by his fat body. The chunk of meat could be seen clearly as if he was topless. Why did you follow? Haha, the chief in charge of the Samar branch was killed in a recent battle. Therefore, I am here to take care of some administrative matters. Also, it has been a long while since I traveled. Hanzio nodded. He was not shy at all and asked, I need a map indicating the different military groups that are active. Also, can you lend me a desert jeep? I'll get someone to make the arrangements. Samar Desert spanned a large area. Even if he drove the jeep continuously without sleeping and followed the correct route, he would need at least 10 days to travel across the desert. Since it was hard to navigate through a desert, a radar was definitely required to accurately tell the direction. Furthermore, there were many military groups active in the region. Hanzio felt confused as he could not understand what the different groups of forces were fighting for in the barren terrain. To find Felonia. What's that? Hanzio was very curious. He did not have any recollection about that word. It was probably a hidden mission that had not been activated in his past life. Antonio yawned. I am equally clueless. Hanzio realized that Antonio was trying to hide something from him. He raised his brows, collected his gear, and walked toward the jeep without saying another word. He was ready to check out the active areas of Rose Militant. Bon voyage. Antonio waved lazily at Hanzio to bid farewell. Hanzio drove the jeep into the desert through an opening in the barbed wires. Through the information on the radar, Hanzio managed to reach a location, quite a distance away from the area occupied by Rose Militant, where he could observe the activities of the member of the organization using a telescope. The campsite of Rose Militant was heavily guarded. It had concrete walls and barbed wire on the walls. The metal gate was the sole entrance and exit to the base. Within the base, there was a tall sentry post. The sentry guard on the post observed the surroundings, while the sentry post was also equipped with a huge searchlight that would be switched on at night. Hanzio came to a conclusion. Unless he could burrow into the sand and dig a tunnel into the base, it was almost impossible for him to infiltrate the base. Furthermore, Rose Militant consisted only of women. They had big breasts and perky asses. Hanzio had a perky ass, but he could not squeeze out any breasts. Even if he could disguise himself as a woman, it was highly likely that he would be discovered. The infiltration was bound to fail. Hanzio glanced at the weapons on the sentry post. There were several grenade launchers and dozens of heavy machine guns, in addition to the tough concrete walls encircling the base. An assault of the base was also bound to fail. It seems like the only way to achieve success for the mission is to lure the snake out. I need to employ traps in my upcoming battles. I need to create some new items, Hanzio thought to himself as he left. He started his journey back to the Samar headquarters of the Fabian company. He wanted to ask Antonio if he could use the garage. There were still 7 remaining potential points. He raised basic electromagnetism to level 4 and basic spatial sensing to level 3, using a total of 4 points. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV. 4 basic electromagnetism plus LV. 3 basic energy theory plus LV. 3 basic spatial sensing. This fusion will cost you 15,000 EXP. Chapter 93. Ambush fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered electromagnetic combat scanning visor. Oh, Hanzio raised his eyebrows. The product from the fusion was not what he had anticipated. However, the visor was of great use to a sniper since it offered greater accuracy compared to using the thermoscope. The new visor enabled vision through the internal compartment of concrete walls. If it was mounted onto the scope, it would allow for more accurate shots through the concrete walls at the stipulated target. Let me try it again. This fusion will cost you 30,000 EXP. Fusion success. Congratulations, you have discovered electromagnetic pulse interference machine. That's the one, Hanzio nodded. The EMP interference machine was a common blueprint. It was very likely to appear, and other than the EMP interference machine, there were a couple of other machinery blueprints that could meet his expectations. In fact, he had actually set aside sufficient EXP for a third fusion. However, He was no longer required to use the additional EXP and could save it for future tasks. The powers of the EMP interference machine were known far and wide. There was no shortage of vehicles available in the desert. However, since Han Zio was a sniper, maintaining the distance between the target was of the utmost importance, and he needed to have some distractions for vehicles if they approached. He was still short of some highly destructive explosives, mines, and traps. He touched his chin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had a new idea. I guess I can try creating the items and skip the fusion process. Previously, the players could hardly utilize self-creation skills. However, they were able to absorb the knowledge from the other blueprints and fuse their knowledge and the information from the other blueprints together to create new ones. They were able to use their knowledge gained to add on to the details of their concepts. Through self-creation, they were able to skip the arduous research and development process of the new machinery, and they could even create powerful new machinery ahead of the expected progression. The core concept behind the highly explosive rounds was flammable gas. By compressing flammable gas into a container, its power would be escalated to an extent that was no lesser than the mines of shattering shards. Since he needed to create an explosive mine, he needed additional gunpowder and ball bearings. He started to consider the use of flammable gas. He decided to split the explosive round into different sections. The flammable gas became less reactive upon coming into contact with the atmospheric gases, and they were sealed up. There was a switch in the round that also acted as a timer. Once the time was up, the switch would click, and as the flammable gases came into contact with the gunpowder, an explosion would be triggered. Since he was going to utilize his prototyping skills, Han Zio felt that it was a good opportunity to increase the power of his product by equipping it with additional effects. Therefore, he decided to incorporate the theory behind the Haim bullet into his new creation. Han Zio quickly finalized the blueprint in his mind and started crafting the new equipment with his hands. A prototype was required to be tested in order to determine whether the new creation was a success or not. Most players employed the creation process. They merely set the blueprint and selected the materials and tools required. They did not participate in the manufacturing process, and the success of the creation depended a lot on luck. However, Han Zio was involved in every phase of the production process, including the hands-on manufacturing. Hence, he was able to fine-tune the steps in each stage of the production, and that greatly increased the success rate of his creation. After a while, a circular mine with a 30mm diameter emerged from Han Zio's production. He operated the interface and did an automatic scan to determine if his creation was successful. Scanning to determine success of product failure. It failed. Han Zio raised his brows and frowned. The reason behind the failure had to be due to the fact that the mechanical components were unable to attain the projected effects, or there were some obvious loopholes. He found a spot to test out the power of his new creation, and he discovered that the ignition process involving the highly flammable gas, gunpowder, and the poisonous gas was awry. Although an explosion still took place, the damage caused was far below what was projected, and modifications were required. The gases were very hard to control. A slight mistake meant that the entire process had to be repeated and modifications of the mechanical parts had to be made. The weapons testing area of the Fabian organization's camp was completed charred, and venomous gases were everywhere. Han Zio had to vacate the ground, else he would suffer continuous deductions of his HP. Finally, after 13 failures, an angelic line emerged on the interface. Success. You have successfully created a new prototype blueprint. A new explosives blueprint emerged in his mind, and the interface recorded all the theories behind the machinery. After witnessing the effects of this new weapon, Han Zio whispered, "It's too conventional to call the explosive the highly flammable, poisonous, delayed explosion mine. I shall call the mine Flaming Poison. The naming is successful. You have gained the blueprint of the new creation Flaming Poison Mine." After the newly created blueprint was recognized by the interface, the usage of the explosive became a skill, and EXP could be utilized to increase the level of the explosive. Furthermore, the various requirements to create the explosive were also recorded on the interface, and by referring to the interface during the creation process, the manufacturing of the explosive could take place at a faster rate. Han Zio's eyes lit up brightly. Indeed, just as I expected, The self-creation blueprints can meet my needs for adaptable weapons during battle situations, and there is a huge potential in this area that has yet to be unraveled. The next step will be to create a sufficient inventory of explosives. Night soon fell. Hanzio drove his jeep into an empty and spacious sector. He then arranged rows of fireworks on the ground and put them on delayed ignition. After that, he prepared the flaming venoms and EMP interference machine along the path that Rose Militant had to take in order to reach the specified sector. How did Hanzio predict the route that Rose Militant would take? It was based on the shortest distance between the 2 points. Obviously, one could not eliminate the possibility that the enemy would take a longer path instead of the predicted one. However, it was not much of a worry, as there was always another opportunity to ambush the enemy. The EMP interference machine was a circular piece of equipment with a base. Hanzio had created a portable version with a height of merely 1 meter and a radiation radius of 300 meters that released high-frequency wave signals. The machine could interfere with the abilities of other precision electronics, such as communication devices, remotely controlled electronics, and search radars. It was especially effective against vehicles and could paralyze their communications, signal receptors, controllers, and even their movements. Although Hanzio did not expect the vehicles operated by the Rose Militants to be equipped with anti-interference machines, he adjusted the interference machinery to a frequency that had the highest likelihood for success. As long as there was a slight opening in the vehicle that was not equipped with anti-interference metal, the vehicle would succumb to the effects of the interference. The drawback of such a method was that it was very draining on the battery of the machine. However, it was not much of an issue, as the machine was not required to release constant interference. As long as there was one successful penetration, the vehicle would be paralyzed. After setting up the trap, Hanzio parked his jeep at a sand dune that was around 400 meters away from the ambush. He then silently lay prone on ground and looked through his scope like a patient hunter, waiting for his kill. At night, the temperature of the desert plunged, and the cold gusts of wind blew the sand into the air. Hanzio was wearing a windbreaker and had thick leather gloves on his hands to prevent the freezing cold from immobilizing his hands and thus his accuracy. Boom! The fireworks shot up into the sky in the marked-out sector. The fireworks were especially glaring in the dark of the night. They could be seen clearly from even tens of kilometers away. There's a problem. In the base of the Rose Militants, the sentry guards saw the booming fireworks in the sky and immediately reported the situation to Luo Qing. Dorothy, take your troops and check out the situations. Be careful of the other militias around and request for reinforcements immediately if you guys engage enemies, Luo Qing quickly ordered. Dorothy nodded. She selected 20 troops. They suited up, equipping themselves with a plethora of magazine cartridges and grenades. They then rode out in 4 desert jeeps. In the Cautonian base camp, Cauton, who was the chief, also saw the fireworks and ordered his men, bring your troops and check out the situation. A fight is likely to take place. A couple of the armed jeeps drove out of the Cauton base camp into the wild. The same scene also played out in a couple of other militant camps. The jeeps of Rose Militant were speeding through the desert. The rotating tires threw the sand into the air, and a long dragon of dust trailed behind the vehicles. Dorothy, is this the appearance of Felonia? A female trooper asked Dorothy. Dorothy had a ferocious look. When she squeezed her lips, she looked like a black tigress that devoured anything in her way. She replied coldly, "If Felonia could be discovered so easily, I wouldn't have wasted 2 years here. This is probably some smokescreen created by others. Everyone, stay on high alert. This is probably another trap the Cautonians planted." Once Dorothy's sentence ended, an eerie sound of electricity could be heard in the air. Dorothy and 5 other troops could sense that there was a special wave that originated from somewhere not far away. Simultaneously, all the meters on the cars cracked, and the 4 jeeps instantly lost control and collided into one another like drunkards. No matter how much the drivers stepped on the pedals, the jeeps were still out of their control. Enemy ambush! Dorothy was shocked and started to scan the surroundings alertly. What was the cause of the paralysis of the vehicles? Could it have been an EMP? The troops searched around, and they could only see the yellowish sand in the darkness. There was nothing strange. The desert was spacious, and stars of the galaxy could also be seen in the night sky. The cold wind of the night howled. The troops could feel the goosebumps on their arms. It was as if they were being choked by a gigantic hand and could hardly breathe. Boom! A Rose militant was flung into the air by a large shockwave and landed hard onto the sand. She no longer had any breath, and there was a bloody hole in her body that looked ghastly. "There's a sniper. Hide behind the vehicle." Dorothy was shocked and angry. She immediately gathered her teammates to move behind the vehicle and requested for reinforcements by shooting the flare into the air. Rose militant felt a small sense of security as their base was relatively close to their current position. Within 15 minutes, their reinforcements would arrive. Hanzio, who was lying prone on the sand, saw the flare and muttered to himself, "This arrow into the clouds will bring tens of thousands of enemy troops." He then changed to the highly flammable magazine and fired a shot at the trap lined with the flaming poison mines. Fire started burning at the point the bullet landed and ignited the flaming poison mines. Boom! After a thunderous sound, a sea of flames emerged, and it resulted in a chain reaction that lit up the other mines, causing continuous explosions. The merciless flames swallowed 4 jeeps, and the poisonous gas was released everywhere. The damage to the enemies caused by the poison and burns appeared on the interface. The Haim bullet was a poisonous bullet also known as the bullet of justice. The effect of the damage was much greater when the theory behind the Haim bullet was applied to the flaming poison mines. Coughs were heard everywhere. Dorothy felt nauseous, and her teammates looked as if they were suffering worse. Their heads were spinning, and they were vomiting uncontrollably. If all of them continued to remain at their current position, they were bound to die from either the flames or the poisonous gas. What a sly bastard! Dorothy tired hard to overcome the nauseating sensation in her chest and yelled, "Charge toward the sniper and kill him." That's the only way we can survive. Chapter 94. Asking for help, the Rose militants staggered toward the direction that the bullets originated from. The venomous gas had infiltrated their bodies, and they were clearly poisoned. Only Dorothy, who had the physical attributes of a pugilist, was able to withstand the poison. She led the troops in the charge. Hanzio calmly switched to the cartridge with the spindle-shaped penetration bullets. He fired the sniper, and the gunshots sounded as if they followed a steady tempo. Shot by shot, he wiped out the militants one by one. The bulletproof vests were unable to withstand the power of the penetration bullets. Coupled with Hanzio's personal attribute, a shot fired by Hanzio could deal a theoretical damage of around 130 damage points. Moreover, the normal troops ranged from level 5 to level 8. They possessed around 150 points of HP. Therefore, a single shot was enough to kill them with the damage dealt by the poison and flames. A second shot was not even needed to kill the troops. The efficiency of wiping out the enemy was especially high. Hanzio deliberately made Dorothy the sole survivor of his attacks. Firstly, he killed all of Dorothy's assistants, and he was only left with the strongest of them all, Dorothy, to fight. After Hanzio killed the last of the ordinary militants, Dorothy finally got close to him. She raised her modified machine gun and started firing hysterically at him. Hanzio ducked, and the bullets struck the sand dunes, spraying sand into the air. Dorothy was running and firing her weapon ferociously at the same time. She finally came before Hanzio after she exhausted the bullets of her magazine. She appeared to be a brutal killer. The sniper was bound to be dead if a pugilist managed to get close to the sniper. Dorothy could not wait to smash Hanzio's skull into pieces, just as she had done to a couple of her other enemies. Hunting Tiger Axe. Dorothy wielded her axe and slashed it at Hanzio's head. The sound of the axe slicing the wind could be heard. She was confident that her strike was powerful enough to wreck Hanzio's brain into pieces. Hanzio dodged the strike and slid backward 3 steps like a mudskipper. Dorothy missed her strike. Strafe! Like a phantom, Hanzio drew the berserk eagles from his waist. The continuous firing by Hanzio instantly led to countless penetration bullets piercing Dorothy's body. Dorothy shrieked in pain. However, her eyes revealed a tinge of arrogance. She took out a shotgun from her back and fired at Hanzio. Shotgun bullets are the deadliest close range. It is a sure kill. You're a dead man. Dorothy expected Hanzio to be dead, but the next moment astonished her. The scale-like armor covered Hanzio's upper body, and the bullets from the shotgun struck the hard surface of the armor, resulting in sparks. With his current skills, Han Zio was able to create a magnetically controlled retractable armor that covered his entire upper body. "I have armor, you fool." Han Zio then fired all the bullets in his magazine at Dorothy's body. A pugilist that reached Pan Kuang's level was able to withstand the penetration by the bullets only if he focused hard. Compared to Pan Kuang, Dorothy was much weaker, and it was impossible for her to withstand the penetration by the high-caliber bullets. Blood spurted out from her mouth, and her bloodshot eyes stared hard at Han Zio. She was mumbling as if she wanted to say something. Boom! Han Zio blasted Dorothy's head with his pistol. "You killed Dorothy, LV, 25. You gained 7,500 EXP. In the earlier stages, snipers possessed strong long-range combat power, and they were able to conveniently strike their targets from afar. However, snipers were trained solely by the Union. This was because of the fact that it was too expensive to train snipers. Even the lousiest sniper would require at least $10,000 of investment. Sniper bullets were expensive. Every shot fried was like to money being used up. Furthermore, ordinary snipers did not possess the magnetically controlled retractable armor. Therefore, they were easily killed when their enemies moved up close to them. Han Zio searched Dorothy's body and discovered that her gun was modified. From the modifications, it seemed like Rose Militant had a skillful mechanic. After wiping out this group of enemies, Han Zio had gained 10,000 EXP. The endless flames from the flaming poison mines would soon attract more enemies. Han Zio retrieved the EMP interference machine and returned to his jeep, quickly leaving the site. A while after Han Zio left, a group of Khautan troops arrive at the scene. They were shocked by the sight before their eyes. They are from Rose Militant. Who ambushed them? The Khautan troops were just about to check out the scene when the reinforcements led by Luo Qing also arrived. They saw their comrades lying dead on the ground and the Khautan troops standing over their bodies. Fire! The two groups had been in conflict for quite a while. Upon seeing their enemies, Rose Militant was instantly angered, and they started firing. Any form of explanation to prevent the fight was futile. Luo Qing ordered the attack without hesitation. The Khautan troops retaliated upon realizing the situation they were about to face. Instantly, a fierce battle took place, and the gunshots and explosions lit up the night sky. Other militias also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the ongoing battle between the Khautan troops and the Rose Militants, they wanted a piece of the cake and joined in the fight. It turned into a complete chaos. Even more militias that had bases further away from the site arrived, and they joined in the fun and started stirring more chaos before even finding out the reason behind the fight. The fight went for almost half of the night. All the respective militias suffered damage. They retreated to their bases and started to count their losses. The last few militias that arrived at the scene did not even know why they had been fighting. The Rose Militants brought back 20 bodies of their dead comrades. These bodies had grievous wounds created by the bullets of a sniper. Looks like Dorothy and the others were not ambushed by the Khautonians. They were killed by a sniper, Ghostly Fox said. Luo Qing's face sank as she started thinking hard about the culprit behind the attack. Their enemies were all from the Samur Desert, and even if there was conflict, it was more likely to be a direct battle rather than an ambush. She immediately thought of the incident that had happened 2 years back. When the Rothschild family first put a bounty on their heads, many lone assassins had taken up the challenge and tried to kill them. Another bounty hunter? Luo Qing frowned. Rose Militant had not been approached by assassins for almost a year. Perhaps after a year, some rash youngster had forgotten about the painful lesson the Rose Militants had taught the assassins. Dorothy had suffered a painful death. She was murdered at a close range. This indicated that the sniper possessed some close combat abilities. A petite woman approached. She was wearing an oil-stained coat and said, "I found the killer's vehicle tax. He headed toward the southeast. There are 3 distinct camps based there, and the nearest one belongs to the Fabian organization." Good job, Su Li. Su Li was the mechanic of the Rose Militants, and she was in charge of maintaining and modifying the guns, vehicles, and defensive gear. I found some shards of the exploded mines at the site, and I presume the incident was a well-planned ambush. The outer shells of the mine belonged to the Fabian organization. It is highly likely that the killer is residing in the camp of the Fabian organization. I tried to piece back the mine that was used, and it seems like a new type of explosive. The explosion involved the use of several gases. Luo Qing squinted. They had met a tough foe this time, but she was determined to take revenge. She made an encrypted phone call to their secret sponsor. Mr. Sebastian, a team of 20 of our troops were hunted down by an unknown assassin. An old, raspy voice emerged from the other side of the line. I will send someone to handle it. Every time an assassin emerged, the sponsor behind the Rose militants would send out other professional assassins to punish the culprit. That was the reason Rose militant had managed to wipe out so many assassins in the Samar Desert. Chapter 95, Reverse Psychology. A helicopter landed on the helipad within the compound of the base camp of Rose militant. 3 cold-looking men alighted from the helicopter. They seemed to possess an air of mystery that prevented others from wanting to go near them. Furthermore, they looked almost the same, like they were made from the same mold. Code 3, Code 5, and Code 9 were all the assassins trained in the same training camp. How's the situation? Code 3, who was the captain of the team, asked directly. Luo Qing gave him a brief of the events that had occurred. Code 3 squinted and said, "The enemy is a sniper, and his ambush on your men was to scout on your abilities. He wanted to lure all of you out. The enemy possesses detailed information about you guys, and based on the latest information provided, the enemy is probably residing in the camp of the Fabian organization. However, the Fabian organization is not a party you want to mess with. We are unable to conduct assassinations in their territory." "What are you guys planning to do then?" Luo Qing asked. "You guys are the target of the killer. Therefore, we are going to use you as bait to lure him out. After that, the 3 of us will ambush him and secure the kill." "Ghostly Fox, you will be responsible for taking our teams out over the upcoming few days," Luo Qing ordered. Ghostly Fox nodded. In the Fabian organization's campsite, Han Zio was scratching the unshaven stubble on his chin in his room. He was still puzzled. It seems like Rose militant can no longer fight as well as they did in the past. The combat skills of Dorothy made him feel strange. If that was what Rose militant was capable of, there was no reason the bounty had yet to be collected. Once again, the suspicion in Han Zio was activated, and he felt like he was missing some critical information. He then went to find Antonio to clear his queries. Han Zio knocked on the door of Antonio's office and looked into the room from the tiny available gap. Antonio was looking through files on his study table. "What are you here for?" Antonio laughed. Han Zio sat in front of Antonio and faced him directly. Han Zio then asked, "I want to know more about the different militias active in the Samar Desert. I passed you the report previously. You can find all strengths and territories of these militias on it. I want something not on the report." Han Zio raised his brows and said, "You know what I mean." Antonio lit a cigar and laughed. "I guess you realized it. All these militias are merely tools used by the rich families who act as their funders. They sponsor these militants to help them search for Felonia. If these backers are not wiped out, there will only be endless streams of militants pouring into the desert. The troops of Kauton are sponsored by the Rothschild family who put up your bounty. Haha, don't be too surprised. The bounties for the Rose militants are all public." Han Zio was not surprised. If that was the case, in order for him to complete his mission, he had to wipe out all of Rose militant, especially their chief, Luo Qing. Antonio took a puff and said calmly, "Rose militant is funded by the Ordefina organization. The organization controls various political lobbying groups. It also manages secret facilities to train mercenaries and assassins. It is headquartered in the Western continent, which is relatively less powerful in the Southern continent. However, it is definitely not a small organization to be trifled with." Han Zio had a sudden realization. No wonder all the Darknet assassins sent to kill the militants did not return. Rose militant had a powerful supporter that provided them with reinforcements. What's so special about Felonia? How can it draw the attention of so many different forces? Han Zio felt that the mystery of Felonia had something to do with the rewards of his assassination mission. Since a large number of reinforcements was expected to arrive, Han Zio had to plan out his next steps carefully. At first, Han Zio had 2 ideas in mind. The first was to wait for the target to arrive at his doorstep, and the second was to lure the enemies out of their camp. Both methods required Rose militant to leave their base. The reinforcements sent by the enemies were bound to work out the tactics he was going to employ. Therefore, It was highly likely that they had ordered the Rose militants to move out of their base to lure Han Zio out and eventually ambush him. What shall I do? Perhaps take an unexpected path? Han Zio massaged his temples as he contemplated his options. What if he set up a trap somewhere then acted as if he did not know about the enemy ambush? Once contacted, Han Zio would lure the enemies into his trap and turn the situation around to his advantage. I will need more weapons. Ghostly Fox took her team out for their third patrol. They were wandering aimlessly in the desert. She felt a tinge of frustration and asked through the communication line, "Why is the assassin not appearing? Is he afraid or what?" From the other side of the line, Code 3 replied, "Assassins are meticulous individuals. The successful ambush means that he will wait to observe your movements before making the next move." It was night again. Recently, Han Zio had often been busy at night. He hauled the new equipment that he had created into the Jeep before he drove out of the camp to the site where he would set up his tap. The Jeep moved out of the gates of the camp. The light emitted by the Jeep dimmed as the vehicle moved deeper into the desert. At the same time, there was a telescope that could be seen far away from the scene. On the sand dune a kilometer away, Code 9, who was clad in yellow cloth, was observing the movement of the Jeep with his telescope. He broke into a cold grin. "The target has left the camp. He is heading north. I suppose he wants to set up his trap. He has probably discovered our existence and wants to employ reverse psychology to lure us into his trap instead." Since they knew that Han Zio was hiding in Fabian Organization's camp, they were naturally spying on him. The enemy is pretty amateur. Code 3 looked confident. He expected the upcoming mission to be an easy one since everything was under their control. At dawn, Han Zio backed to the base and went to look for Antonio. "You want me to help you drive?" Antonio looked shocked. "Yes, I need you to drive since my hands will be tied up with firing the shots." "Wait, this is your mission. How does it concern me? Why must I help you?" Antonio was puzzled. "It is rare for you venture out, so how can you just stay here and do nothing? Come out with me and experience the beauty of nature." Antonio pointed to the barren desert and asked, "What nature is there to see here?" "This is all just on the surface. Maybe we will see a magnificent mirage. Maybe there will be hidden mountains and rivers. The desert is very big. I am sure these sites can be discovered if you explore the area with a devout heart." "I don't think we're close enough to travel together," Antonio replied in an awkward manner. "Then give me a chance to be friends with you." Han Zio laughed out loud. "Did anyone ever tell you that you are very thick-skinned?" Han Zio touched his face mask. He was obviously thick-skinned. His mask alone was 2 layers thick. Although Antonio looked obese, Han Zio could sense the immense combat power that he possessed. Han Zio had selected Antonio to be his driver, as he knew that Antonio would be unlikely to commit any screw-ups or die so easily. If it was an ordinary driver, the driver would die almost instantly upon contact with the enemy, and he would be left to fend for himself. Antonio thought for a moment and said, "If you want me to participate in the mission, I want a share of your earnings." "How about 5%? No way, that's too little." Antonio shook his head. "Don't argue with me, you are just going with me to drive the vehicle. 5% is already a generous offer. If we meet any enemies, the driver will surely be the first target." "At least 20%. Han Zio widened his eyes in disbelief. "Why don't you just go and rob someone? That's precisely what I'm doing now." There was a hint of cheekiness in Antonio's tiny eyes. After arguing for quite some time, Han Zio finally decided to appease Antonio with $20,000. Paying Antonio with hard cash was more reliable than just making a verbal contract. The collaboration between the two became an employment contract. $20,000 for a one-time driver was no doubt an extravagant spend. Antonio squeezed his fat body into the driver's seat while Han Zio sat at the back of the Jeep. He then handed the radar coordinates to Antonio and briefed him on the plan. Antonio chuckled after he heard the plan. "Interesting." It was late in the morning. The sun was scorching, and mirages started forming under the intense heat of the desert. The team that Ghostly Fox was leading only operated 2 jeeps. They were wandering around the desert and searching the surroundings. "A jeep is approaching," a trooper exclaimed. An armored jeep appeared at the sand dune not far from their position. The jeep was traveling in parallel to their jeeps. It was the jeep with Han Zio and Antonio. "Enemy is approaching." Ghostly Fox was delighted. An eerie voice sounded from the communication device. The voice was cold and had the vibes of a killer. The prey is finally in the trap. Chapter 96. Surprised and shocked, Hanzio stuck his rifle barrel out of the car window. A high-explosive bullet spun out of the chamber and reached accurately on one of Ro's militants' jeeps. The bullet exploded, engulfing the car in massive flames. However, all these desert jeeps had a specially made protective exterior that offered protection against the high heat. The destruction caused by the high-explosive bullet was limited. Hanzio assessed the situation before he decisively changed to the penetration bullets and fired them at the bulletproof windows of those vehicles, causing numerous cracks. Surround it. Ghostly Fox's team turned around immediately, and 2 other vehicles followed to encircle the place. Where is the ambush? Since Hanzio was undeterred by the dangers ahead, he was naturally vigilant about his situation. All of a sudden, he covered his face with his magnetic armor, and it deflected a sniper round that was aimed at his forehead. He raised his eyes and saw a new enemy jeep charging toward him from the side. On the back of the vehicle, a foreign enemy was operating a sniper rifle. A person who could fire such an accurate round on a fast-moving vehicle had the 30% chance of being a mechanic or a 60% chance of being a sniper-type assassin. The last 10% accounted for the possibility of it being sheer luck. The shot had come from Code 3. He was slightly surprised by the fact that he did not succeed. The target has a special protective method, could be in a spur power or machinery, he uttered in a low voice. Hanzio believed that there were more to this ambush. He slapped on the back of the front chair and said, "Go faster, don't slow down, drive to our destination." Antonio skillfully changed gear and stomped on the accelerator. The car drifted before it changed direction and sped to escape. All of a sudden, another jeep, as if it had been waiting in place for days, appeared right in the direction of their new escape route. This time, it was driven by Code 5. He fired his bazooka at them. The anti-tank warhead, driven by the flaming rocket propeller, approached them rapidly. Antonio's face slightly paled, and he immediately turned the steering wheel forcefully to make a sharp turn. The rocket brushed past the rear end of the car and landed on the sandy ground. A loud blast was heard, and sand was flying all over the air. The shock wave smashed onto the back of the vehicle, tilting it 30 degrees upward before it fell hard onto the ground. Hanzio, who was sitting on the back seats, was bumped up and down heavily. His butt was in great pain as a result. They dodged it. Code 3 squinted and said, "Code 9 is waiting for them in front on Thorns." Thorns was an armored battle vehicle modified by Su Li. It had extremely strong firepower, massive horsepower, and an ultra-thick armored exterior. It was the perfect fusion of a tank's attack and defense capability and a jeep's mobility. Last night, Code 9 had discovered Hanzio's tracks, and they had set up the ambush with the 3 assassins. Code 9 was their final insurance. He drove Thorns in the direction that Hanzio placed his trap. They had even discovered the rough coordinates of the trap, so it was impossible for them to fall into it. They then purposefully waited in the direction of Hanzio's escape to dash the little hope he had when he so desperately tried to escape. "He is already dead," Code 3 whispered. The battle caused many explosions on the road. Countless bullets and rockets were chasing Hanzio's vehicle wantonly. Hanzio fired back as many times as he could, barely slowing the 4 jeeps' pursuit. The Red Falcon sniper rifle complemented the powerful spindle bullet, causing a substantial threat to the Rose militant. But as his vehicle was now scrambling to escape from the scene, coupled with Code 3 and Code 5 suppression, his shooting accuracy was undermined to a great extent. Omum. A distinct engine sound thundered on the battlefield, like a tiger roaring in rage. Hanzio felt his heart tighten, and he quickly looked forward. A modified battle jeep was blocking their way. Its armored exterior, thick and bulky, was covered with sharp spikes like a hedgehog. Different kinds of large-caliber barrels were sticking out from the sides of the vehicle. Based on the sizes of the barrels, they were grenade launchers and small missile launchers. On the roof, there was a 4-barreled rotating Gatling machine gun. Oh wait, it must be a Gatling-type cannon with that kind of caliber, powerful enough to be used on air fleets. Thorns, the battle jeep was right in front of their final path, circling them with the other 4 cars. They had no way to escape. "We definitely cannot withstand the firepower from that damn thing." Antonio had a grievous look. They were blocked by the enemies from all sides and surrounded. They were on the brink of death. Drive south. You don't have to worry about the firepower from that vehicle. I will handle it, Hanzayo said solemnly. There was only Code 3, armed with a sniper rifle, on the southern path. He was the lowest threat. Antonio had no choice but to have faith in Hanzayo, and he quickly turned the steering wheel to run Code 3 down. Too late. Code 9's expression was icy cold, and he was about to fire the cannon on thorns to blow Hanzayo's jeep up in the air. Suddenly, Hanzayo turned around and fired a shot in his direction. The round hit the glass window and instantly flashed a blazing light. Code 9's eyes were blinded by the light and started tearing. He shut his eyes in the moment of pain. Flash bullet. A massive volume of flames and smoke was coming out of the Gatling cannon on thorns, but it was fired in the wrong direction. The explosive rounds landed more than 10 meters away from Hanzayo's jeep. Crap! How did Code 9 flounder that shot? Code 3 was dumbfounded, and he quickly ordered the driver to block Hanzayo's vehicle. Antonio was fearless. He stomped on the accelerator, and the vehicle collided with the side of Code 3's jeep front unyieldingly. Both vehicles vibrated violently. However, Antonio chose an excellent angle of collision. He was able to force a path out, creating an opening for them to escape the encirclement. Pursue them. As they had fallen short of success at the last moment, Code 3 was infuriated. However, as he reassessed the situation, his mood eased up again. They still had the upper hand in the current situation, so he had nothing to worry about. Although Hanzayo was running away frantically from the ambush that they had laid, they would soon catch up with him and blow his vehicle up with Thorn's firepower and horsepower. Hanzayo looked behind the vehicle through the glass window. The Rose militant motorcade was chasing them relentlessly. They were merely 200 meters apart, and both parties were driving more than 100 miles an hour. Additionally, Thorns was firing nonstop, erupting waves and waves of sand behind his car. The aftereffect of the flash bullet was still being felt by Code 9. His eyes were red and sore, and his vision was blurred. As a result, his shots had zero accuracy. Hanzayo was not at all flustered. He peeked at his coordinates on the radar and said with great composure, "Antonio, start the nitro boost in 48 seconds. 47 30 16 3 2 1. When the moment arrived, Antonio opened a small cover beside the gearshift, which exposed the button for the nitro boost. He then pressed hard on the button. Blue flames were gushing out of the exhaust pipe at the back of the Jeep, and its speed soared, pulling their distance apart rapidly. The resultant force pushed the two in the vehicle into the back of their seat, restricting their movement. A futile struggle. Code 3 thought nothing of it. He believed that the nitro boost would run out sooner or later. It was just a last-ditch effort to extend their lives. They would eventually be caught up by thorns and be blown up. The nitro boost was exhausted when the distance between the two parties extended to 400 meters. They are slowing down. Code 5 loaded a new rocket, and he stood up through the roof window and aimed at Hanzayo's Jeep from a distance. All of a sudden, his car braked at once. The sudden momentum threw Code 5 into the backseat. "What the hell?" Code 5 was shouting when he saw the driver changing gears frantically. However, the vehicle was not responding at all. His heart sank, and he turned around and looked out the window. All their Jeeps had stopped moving, including Thorn's. They had all lost their driving power. All the cars are paralyzed. What is happening? Everyone from Rose Militant was frightened. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered now that they had lost control of their vehicles. Hanzayo's Jeep parked a distance away. Ghostly Fox wanted to contact the base for backup, only to realize that their communication devices were malfunctioning. This is the effect of EMP. She screamed. Ghostly Fox felt a chill down her spine as she recalled how Dorothy had died. "Run!" The next moment, a high-explosive sniper round flew over from a distance, targeting an area beneath Code 3's feet. Then, the landmines buried underneath the ground exploded. This time, the explosives included not just the toxic explosive mines, but also the good-quality ordinary landmines from Fabian Company's warehouse. The blaring sound of the blast was heard nonstop. Glaring flames shot up into the air, creating a dazzling mixture of orange, red, and white in Hanzayo's eyes. Flames and explosions engulfed the whole 100-meter radius of Rose Militant. There was not a single figure in sight. Han Zio lifted his sniper rifle on his shoulder and gave an evil chuckle. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Chapter 97, Swoop In. Antonio alighted from his vehicle and stood beside Han Zio as he watched the explosion. He lit a cigar and took a puff before he chuckled heartily. It has been a while since I last saw such beautiful scenery. I almost forgot what an explosion looks like after sitting in the office for so long. Go ahead and enjoy the scenery. Han Zio stretched his neck to relieve some of the fatigue as a result of the pursuit. The flames eventually diminished. Antonio and Han Zio cautiously approached the scene of explosion. A pungent stench, created by the mixture of smells from burning bodies and toxic gas, blew toward them. Crap, I forgot that there is some toxic gas remaining. Han Zio was dumbfounded as he watched his HP drop on the interface. He had no choice but to retreat the place, and he could only go back to sweep the battlefield after the toxic gas dispersed. Ah! A faint moan was heard on the battlefield. It came from Code 3, who was already half dead. His forelimbs had been shattered in the explosion, and his body was covered in red and dark burn marks. He raised his head laboriously and leveled Han Zio a deadly gaze. You, why? Han Zio gave him a glance and used his berserk eagle to silence him before he could even finish his sentence. Good guys could win battles with their words, and bad guys would always lose and die because they talked too much. There were countless similar lessons in the past. Han Zio had wanted to try and talk to Code 3, but he believed that he did not belong to the good guy category, so he had killed Code 3 without saying a word. This kill has given me quite a lot of EXP. Code 3, what kind of lousy name is that? Han Zio looked at his interface while insulting the enemy's name. Hold on, there seems to be an enemy missing from my kill history. Han Zio's eyes flashed and immediately surveyed his surroundings. He suddenly fired at the ground 20 meters away. F-whoosh. A shadow jumped out from beneath the sand, ghostly fox. She dashed rapidly and stabbed her dagger swiftly toward the nearest person, Antonio. Her pugilist training had taught her simple ground tunneling techniques. She had escaped the devastating explosion by tunneling into the sand the instant before the explosion. She had intended to continue hiding until all the enemies were gone, but since she had been spotted by Han Zio, she had to fight for her life. Sunlight was reflected off the surface of the dagger, emitting an icy glare. Antonio's eyes narrowed, and he slammed his massive arms rapidly toward Ghostly Fox. His palms were almost as large as those of bears. Ghostly Fox ducked as her petite build allowed her to do so easily. She circled to the back of Antonio and stabbed her dagger toward his heart. Suddenly, a dark shadow zoomed in before her eyes, and a bear-like palm followed and grabbed her head. The palm was so large that it almost wrapped around her entire skull. Antonio threw her more than 10 meters away as if he was shot-putting. The sheer amount of force created wave-like tracks around her on the ground. She was badly injured from the throw. However, she gritted her teeth hard and dived toward Antonio again. With Han Zio watching on the side, she would be sniped down if she attempted to run away. She had no choice but to continue the fight. Poom, poom, poom. Antonio was about to strike back when Han Zio fired a few rounds with his double pistols, which turned her into a sieve. You killed Ghostly Fox, LV-29. You have gained 9,400 EXP. Her level was quite high. Why was she so weak? Han Zio looked at the battle info and realized the reason. Ghostly Fox's main job was only LV-8, and the rest of her levels were in her secondary jobs, which were mostly useless. You should have given me the opportunity to exercise my rusty body, Antonio groused. The body is still warm. You can use it for some exercise. Han Zio nonchalantly picked his nose. You really are a jerk. Once the toxic gas dispersed, Han Zio stepped into the explosion site to retrieve his EMP disruptor. Han Zio had been unaware that Code 3 knew his whereabouts, but he was used to making multiple plans at once. He had planted not just 1 but 4 traps that night, each on a different position of the road that he was circling. Unless the enemy did not pursue him, they would have fallen into at least one of the traps. As long as you dare chase me, I will eventually kill you. After collecting his EMP disruptor, Han Zio started scavenging loot from the bodies. He found a substantial number of firearms and ammunition, which could be sold for a handsome amount of money. However, his greatest loot was the modified battle vehicle Thorns. He would be able to use it after he fixed its internal electronic components. Next, it is time to borrow some help. Ghostly Fox lost contact, they had 3 assassins ambushing and better intelligence, yet they fell into the enemy's trap. Luo was heavy-hearted. She had just lost 2 teams and the modified battle vehicle, Thorns. Now, the base was void of any defense, which was another huge loss. She contacted her secret sponsor again and explained the situation. "You guys retreat first," the person said slowly over the phone. "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Luo immediately organized her troops to load all the valuable assets onto vehicles in preparation of discarding the base and retreating temporarily. It was not the first time Rose Militant had faced a crisis of this magnitude. All they needed to do was seek shelter somewhere else for a few days before their secret sponsor sent down more personnel. They would gain a firm foothold again by then. However, only half of the assets were loaded up when a blaring alarm was heard all over the base. "Enemy attack!" The sentry was shouting as loud as she could. Luo was astounded. She quickly climbed up the sentry post and looked far ahead, and that was when he saw a wave of sand inching closer. It was a motorcade of the Coutons approaching menacingly. Damn it. They are here too soon. Rose Militant had suffered great losses, so they were bound to fall prey to other powerful factions at this opportune time, and the Coutons were the prime candidate. The primary purpose of discarding the base was to avoid the hostility from other factions. However, the Coutons came too quickly. Someone must have had tipped them off. Luo was enraged. Those Coutonian mercenaries were attacking the base from the front line. If they were to brashly attempt to escape with their vehicles, it would surely become a battle in pursuit, which would make it all the more dangerous for them. They were in a dilemma. "Commander, what should we do now?" "Let's strike back. Strike them hard," Luo said unyieldingly. The militants dropped the supplies in their hand and quickly got back into their defense positions. They began bombarding the Coutonian motorcade with machine guns and grenade launchers. However, the mercenaries were undeterred and struck back. One could only see rounds flying back and forth between the two sides, forming a curtain of death. Countless cartridges fell into the yellow sand, and the grenades left numerous darkened sand craters on the ground, making the place resemble the surface of the moon. Rose Militant had excellent defenses in the base. They shouldered the attack even with insufficient manpower. Behind the 4 walls of the base, Luo was seen commanding the militants tirelessly. Su Li walked over and whispered into her ears, "Due to insufficient manpower, 1/4 of our defense system is unmanned. Furthermore, as we are walled inside the base, we will face serious danger if other factions decide to butt in." As soon as she finished her sentence, a roaring engine sound was heard from a distance. Luo and Su Li's hearts both jolted. They recognized that distinct engine hum. On the other side of the battlefield, Han Zio was driving the ferocious Thorns. The car jumped down from the sandhill like a fearsome tiger, drawing a parabolic path on the sky. The repaired exterior reflected a glaring beam of sunlight, and the vehicle's tires sped furiously. The vehicle smashed onto the ground, splashing heaps of sand to the side before it charged furious toward the base. It was unstoppable. Don't the Thorns only belong to Rose Militant? Couton's eyes narrowed, and he quickly ordered his subordinates to pull back their positions. He thought that the Thorns operator was from the enemy side, and he was well aware of the firepower of the vehicle. Thus, he wanted to prepare his defense before the enemy was able to destroy them from their flanks. He did not know that Rose Militant was even more anxious than him. They were even clearer about the real firing capability of Thorns. "Quickly stop him. We cannot let Thorns near the base," Su Li screamed. Luo was wailing in her heart. Thorns used to be their trump card, and now it had been taken and was being used against them. What a despicable act. It was like having your girl snatched by another guy, and he still dared to bring your girl, ex-girlfriend, to show off in front of you. How could anyone endure such humiliation? Luo could never tolerate such an act. She hated the killer so much that she wished that she could grind him into sand. Chapter 98, Secret Passageway. All the machine guns and grenade launchers in the base were immediately adjusted to face the fast-approaching Thorns. Upon seeing their reaction, Couton knew that Thorns was an ally right away. He then shouted, "All vehicles on the flank, make a path for the unexpected guest." The Coutonian motorcade changed its formation, emptying a path on its flank that led directly to the front gate of the base, which allowed Thorns to conveniently charge forward. Han Zio was alone in Thorns. After they killed Ghostly Fox's team, they had gone back and repaired thorns at the Fabian base. This time, he came alone. Other factions in the Sommer Desert would not allow such a great opportunity to pass. The main fighting force of Rose Militant had been wiped out. Hanzio passed this piece of information to them. It gave him the ability to fish in the troubled waters. The grenade launchers, heavy machine guns, and small-scale missile launchers had to be controlled manually using the aiming system beside the speedometer. An automated firepower control system was not installed in the vehicle. There were many incoming rounds. Hanzio managed to escape some, and the armored exterior absorbed the impact of the rest. He then aimed one of the cannons at the wall of the base and fired. As the vehicle vibrated violently, a few small-scale missiles and grenade explosives blasted promptly on the wall, triggering a glaring flame. The cannon exploded into 1,000 pieces, lingering in the air. Inside the base, Luo was livid. She had a hunch that they would not be able to guard the base. She called in Su Lei and gave her an orderly softly. "We will give up the base and evacuate using the secret passageway. Bring 5 people with us." Su Li nodded her head, agreeing with the plan. The mercenaries left guarding the base would be the sacrificial lambs while they quietly evacuated the base using the passageway. As long as they survived, they could get as many mercenaries as they wanted from their secret sponsor. The Rose Militant mercenaries who were defending against the incoming attack did not know that they had been abandoned. They were still operating the cannons assiduously to defend against the Cautonians and Thorns. The blasting sounds of cannons filled their ears, smoke and flames engulfed their sight. They could not hear a word from one another. Everyone was fighting as if they were the only reef there against the ocean wave, fighting a lone battle. After more than 10 rocket rounds were fired at the scarred metal gate, it finally gave in and blew up. The gate was open. Charge! Cauton was overjoyed. The motorcade entered in a single file. Following which, the Cautonians, equipped with automatic rifles, swept through the entire base. The mercenaries from Rose Militant could not set up an effective counterattack the moment the enemies charged into the base. They were shot into sieves when they tried to escape from the cannon emplacements. Hanzio drove Thorns in. He took out his 2 berserk eagles and acted independently. The Cautonians gave him a glance but did not hold him back. Hanzio's movement was as swift as could be, his black windbreaker flying like a cape. He was like a dark specter scouring the battlefield. Soon, he finished searching the entire base. In the process, he encountered 2 mercenaries from Rose Militant, who he preemptively shot in the head. One of them was rather beautiful. She would have turned many heads if she wore a bikini and walked on the beach. Hanzio secretly regretted his decision to shoot her in the head. After a round of searching, Hanzio did not spot the leader of Rose Militant. His brows knitted as he knew the whole situation was not so simple. There must be a secret passageway. Wars were daily affairs in the Sommer Desert. It would not be surprising if the Rose Militant kept a secret passageway for their evacuation. Hanzio soon discovered their tracks. Luo and her gang had left in a hurry, thus they had left some footprints behind. He followed the trail of the footsteps and entered a hidden cellar beneath the ground. The cellar was dark and filled with a moist, humid smell. A secret underground river. Hanzio ignited a fire pack before he threw it down. The depth was about 5 meters. He ensured that it was safe before he jumped down. Beneath the base was a rocky mountain, and the cellar was actually a path dug within it. Like the passageway in a regularly mine, the walls of the path were held up by wooden frames. It was completely dark at the front of the path, as there was not a single source of light. There were clear footprints in the soil. Hanzio raised his hand to feel the rocky walls, and he felt a patch of moisture. He suspected that there might be a secret underground river nearby. The situation of the path ahead was uncertain. Hanzio pondered for a moment. He then took out his spider detector and laid it on the floor. The mechanical spider stood at attention like a soldier awaiting orders as Hanzio started controlling it with his tablet. "I will call you Spider Number 1. After coming up with an amazing name as usual, Hanzio quickly controlled Spider Number 1 to move further into the path. The vision of its camera was shown on the tablet. Spider Number 1 was equipped with a night vision camera. After moving for a while, Spider No. 1 suddenly ran into a rocky wall. It had reached the end of the path. As the path was clear of danger, Hanzio took out his torchlight and walked briskly to the end of the passageway. Unsurprisingly, he spotted a secret door on the ceiling. Heaps of sand fell as he opened the door. Han Zio stuck his head out of the opening, and he looked out of the cellar. It was a slanted cave. Sunlight was shining in through the opening of the cave along the slope, and the ground was covered in tire tracks. Han Zio swiftly moved out of the cave, and his view suddenly brightened. The place was a complex of weathered rocks. The silhouette of the base could be seen from a distance. A vehicle's tracks had been left in the desert, heading away from the base. The remaining members of Rose Militant escaped using the vehicle. I'd better chase them quickly. Han Zio retrieved Spider number 1 and went back to the base hastily. He prepared to chase them using thorns. The Cautonians had eradicated Rose Militant's presence within the base. They were now unloading all the supplies to take them away. They slowed down their movement and focused all their attention on Han Zio as he walked out. They were looking at him warily. Han Zio's heart sank. Cauton brought a bunch of mercenaries and surrounded thorns. Han Zio touched his gun in secret before he walked over to them and said, "Move away." "Who are you?" Cauton looked Han Zio up and down, thinking about something. "Not important. Please get away from my car." "Your car." Cauton glanced at Thorns before a wicked smile appeared on his face. He gave his men a signal, and they quietly surrounded Han Zio, ready to draw out their guns anytime. "Are you sure this is your car?" Cauton stared at Han Zio and chuckled. He was clearly threatening Han Zio. If Han Zio's answer was not to his liking, he would have his whole gang of men beat him up. Phew! Han Zio attacked without saying a word. He swiftly dashed 3 meters forward, and his berserk eagles were already pointing at Cauton's forehead, like an unsheathed sword. His movement was as fast as that of a fox, and his gun moved rapidly like lightning. That was too fast. The surrounding mercenaries were shocked. They then hurriedly raised their guns and aimed at Han Zio. Han Zio's sudden specter-like movement made them extremely nervous. Furthermore, their boss's head was right against Han Zio's pistol, so they did not dare fire at him. They were in a deadlock. Although there was a gun to his forehead, Cauton was surprisingly calm and unafraid. He had always been living his life on edge. "If you want to threaten me to disarm my men, you can save yourself the effort." He smiled coldly. "You know who I am." "Your master would not want his people to fight against each other," Han Zio replied calmly. He seemed oblivious to all the guns pointing directly at him. Cauton's expression turned gloomy. He frowned and pondered for nearly 1 minute, the tension on the ground increasing all the while, before he suddenly waved his arms to ask his men to drop their guns down. He gave a half-hearted smile and said, "It seems like it is really your car." Han Zio held his berserk eagle up and remained unmoved. Cauton moved sideways to open a path for Han Zio. Only then did Han Zio start moving. He brushed past Cauton before going up to the thorns and saying in a hostile manner, "Good try." He then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The smile on Cauton's face disappeared as he watched the car vanish in the distance. He turned around and realized that his men were all watching him. "What are you guys looking at? Hurry up and carry the items away," he shouted snappily. Although he was eyeing Thorns, he did not want to bear the possibility of infuriating his master. Cauton reckoned that Han Zio was an assassin hired by his master, so he was on his side. Thus, after Han Zio pointed this fact out, he could no longer provoke him. If he messed up his master's plan, he would suffer dire consequences. Furthermore, Han Zio was an assassin that he did not know enough background information about. So, after some consideration, he decided to control his greed and made peace with Han Zio. Chapter 99, Felonia. The vehicle tracks left behind on the vast desert by Luo and her gang were like creases on a piece of white paper. They were as conspicuous as could be. Han Zio followed the tracks without stopping. His position was continuously shown on the radar coordinates in order for him remain on course in the boundless desert. He was now heading toward the outer edge of the Samar Desert. It was indicated on the weather calendar data that a sandstorm had just occurred in this place. The plain and unchanging sight of the desert was making Han Zio feel mentally tired. After half an hour of pursuit, a roving jeep suddenly appeared in the distance. "I am finally catching up." Han Zio's psyche was rejuvenated instantly. Just as Han Zio spotted the jeep, the members of the Rose Militant on the jeep also caught sight of Han Zio. "It's Thorns!" Su Li cried out. Luo's face tensed up before she anxiously surveyed the surrounding and realized that the pursuing force consisted of only a single vehicle. She was immediately incensed. How dare you pursue us alone? Do you really think we are this easy to defeat? Make a U-turn, Huamum. Thorns was firing at its maximum firepower. Grenades and missiles were chasing and bombing after Luo's vehicle. Luo was intimidated. Cough, cough. Let's run until he finishes his ammunition. She was slightly embarrassed. The two vehicles were in a high-speed pursuit as they drove past sand dune after sand dune, scorched sand marking the course of their chase. Raggedly dressed pilgrims were seen gruelingly trekking through the desert. The leader of the group, an elderly pilgrim, was panting intensively, and his clothes were drenched in his sweat. He unloaded a water bottle from the packhorse and gulped one sip with his trembling hand, but somehow he could not relieve his exhaustion and thirst. The elderly pilgrim turned around and glanced at the group. Everyone else was in low spirits. He then thought back to the times when he was younger. There had once been tens of thousands of compatriots who escaped from the same conquered country and embarked on this journey together. However, after years of hardships, there were only 24 people left. Some people had died on the journey, and some had given up halfway through. This small group of people were the last pilgrims. At times, the elderly pilgrim could not help but become skeptical about the existence of Felonia. However, if he gave up, it would render his years of perseverance meaningless. An engine sound was heard from a distance. Han Zio and Rose Militant's cars appeared in their view, and mounds of sands thrown into the air by the vehicles. The pilgrims were not at all shocked, as such a scene was commonplace on this desert. As soon as they confirmed that the violent vehicles were not moving toward them, they released their worry. They stood at their position and waited for the two vehicles to leave. At this point in time, a small-scale missile flew in the sky and landed on the sand. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The ground vibrated abruptly, and sand fell downwards at the position where the missile exploded. As more sand fell downward, a pitch-black hole appeared in front of everyone. The hole expanded continuously, like a gigantic mouth being opened. The appearance of the running sand implied that there was a huge, empty space beneath this desert. You discovered a hidden location, Felonia, 8. You received 1,000 exploration EXP. Bounty Hunter, Rose Militant, hidden requirement completed. A. Han Zio was so surprised that he almost overturned his car. What the hell? I completed the mission by accident. Am I that lucky, but how can I use my luck on this kind place? This is such a waste. The sand hole was still expanding. Han Zio reasoned that the sandstorm that had happened a few days ago must have changed the structure of the sand layers in this area. Following which, his explosions triggered a chain reaction that resulted in this opening. Although he was very curious about what Felonia was exactly, his hunt for Rose Militant was more important at this juncture. After he left the coordinates of this place on his radar, he continued to chase after Rose Militant. The two vehicles soon drove into the distance. The elderly pilgrim's hands were trembling relentlessly. With a look of exhilaration, he called out to his peers who were stunned behind him. This must be Felonia. We have to go there quickly. The pilgrims were enlivened. They rushed toward the hole in the ground anxiously. Felonia's treasures, Felonia's treasures. The elderly pilgrim could not stop mumbling to himself. Tears trailed down his cheeks as he believed that he was finally getting rewarded for all those years of determination and perseverance. After a few kilometers of pursuit, Thorns eventually ran out of ammunition, an inevitability no matter how strong its firepower was. Yet, Han Zio sighed in relief. He was glad that this straining pursuit battle was finally coming to an end. This bunch of sissies should stop any minute now. If they don't even stop running and strike back, they must be really cowardly. This guy finally finished his rounds. Su Li was the first person who spotted Thorns' abnormal situation. She was the creator of Thorns. Luo was immediately relieved. She then said ruthlessly, "Turn around." The two vehicles were 400 meters apart. Han Zio already stopped his vehicle. When he saw the Jeep turn around decisively, he gave a sly smile and started firing with his sniper rifle. A distance of 400 meters allowed him 8 to 10 shots. It took him 4 spindle bullets to shatter the bulletproof window. The 5th shot flew directly at the driver. Luo, sitting on the front passenger seat, suddenly raised her hand and shielded the driver. The bullet, as if it had hit an invincible wall, generated a wave of reflective white light before it was squashed into a metal cake by the deflecting force and was left levitating in the air. an Esper with force field type ability. Han Zio narrowed his eyes as he felt that the situation had become more difficult to handle. Espers had all kinds of abilities, but some of them would awaken with similar or even the same abilities. Force field was a major type of ability for Espers. Other common types included molecular control, strengthened body, and transfiguration. The force field-related abilities included remote manipulation of objects, invincible walls, and invincible strikes. It was the natural counter to gunfighting abilities. As he finished his thought, Han Zio quickly stuffed Haim bullets into his gun and fired again. Luo deflected the bullet again with her force field. However, as the bullet was being compressed, it released a light green poisonous gas. Everyone in the vehicle was instantly poisoned. They started feeling dizzy, their chests tightened, and their HP dropped continually. From the battle data, Han Zio knew that Luo was the same level as him, level 30, so she had not mastered the skill to manipulate gases. Han Zio then fired a high-explosive bullet, which ignited the interior of the Jeep. However, the fire was quickly put out by fire extinguishers. The vehicle was chiefly used for evacuation, so it was equipped with fire extinguishers to prevent fires from breaking out. Han Zio had no choice but to discard his initial plan to force his enemy to abandon their vehicle. Yet, he showed no signs of being discouraged. He fired 2 Haim bullets again, and now, the Jeep was engulfed by concentrated green poisonous gas as if the vehicle was consumed by a plague. After these few rounds of fire, the distance from the enemy was only 100 meters. Han Zio put aside his sniper rifle and stomped hard on the accelerator. He was fearlessly trying to collide with the Jeep head-on. Su Li's expression changed, and she anxiously instructed the driver, "Quickly dodge. The armored exterior on Thorns is extremely thick. We cannot best it." The driver quickly turned the steering wheel upon hearing the instruction and wanted to brush past Thorns. Upon seeing this, Han Zio turned his vehicle in the same direction, but he was too slow. He only brushed past the rear of the Jeep. He wanted to ruin the enemy's Jeep by smashing into it. If he had succeeded, he could then have used Thorns to hit the enemy and run. However, Rose Militant reacted too quickly and dodged the attack. Luo just realized that even when Thorns ran out of ammunition, it was not a vehicle to be reckoned with easily. She had no choice but to suppress the anger in her heart. Never mind, let's not be badgered by him. The Jeep turned around and drove for tens of meters before Luo realized that Thorns did not chase them. As she believed, for a moment, that Han Zio had given up, she heaved a sigh of relief. She then gnashed his teeth in anger. "I will let you go for now. Your time will come once our backup is here." Just as she finished this thought, an invisible wave traveled from Thorns in a circular motion. Their Jeep suddenly lost all its power, and the vehicle skidded a few dozen meters due to the remaining momentum before ground to a halt, paralyzed. The people in the vehicle were all thrown out of their seats. In the backseat of Thorns, Han Zio had started his EMP disruptor, meaning that Thorns had also lost its power. Han Zio sighed. That was the last resort to prevent the enemy from running away, which he did not intend to use, but he realized that Luo did not have the guts to stay and battle it out. Thus, he had been forced to resort to such a mutually destructive method. Even if he attempted to fix Thorns, it would take him more than 10 minutes. Next, it would be human versus human. EMP wave, the car is wrecked. Luo was dumbfounded. After being repeatedly plotted against, she could no longer contain her rage. She walked out of Jeep and started the force field under her feet, which allowed her to move a few meters with a single step. She charged toward Han Zio rapidly like an incoming missile, and the force field around her was rather erratic. "Are you so eager to die?" Before Luo even reached Han Zio, her ravings thundered in Han Zio's ears. Chapter 100. Battle. Han Zio turned around and started to fall back. He repeatedly fired Haim bullets at Luo in an attempt to lure her closer. Luo raised her hands and started pushing to release an energy shield in front of her body. The bullets were blocked by the shield, and as they collided with the shield, there were beams of white light. Superhumans of the fortified type possess the innate ability to counter the powers of a sniper. However, the poisonous gases emitted by the Haim bullets were depleting Luo's HP. Furthermore, the impact from the collisions onto the energy shield also impacted Luo's body and decreased her health. However, the impact was relatively low after a reduction of 95%. Luo could sense the fury building up in her body. The killer in her was overflowing like water from a fountain. After Han Xiao fired the 13th shot, Luo moved closer toward him. The shots fired along the way managed to reduce Luo's HP by 100 points. If the superhumans did not possess the special defensive powers, they would have been very brittle to the attacks. The force that Luo possessed granted her the ability to both attack and defend. However, when challenging hardy, magnetically controlled retractable armor, Luo's body would be wrecked from the battle. Once they started fighting, Luo realized the weakness of her physical body. Han Xiao suddenly drew out his retractable machete. He held the blade in his right hand and wielded the mechanical arm in his left hand. He was unafraid of fighting Luo head-on. Luo focused on using all her strength to smash Han Xiao's head. However, she realized that Han Xiao was clad in a thick metallic armor. At that instant, Han Xiao's retractable armor extended up to his head, protecting his face and skull. Han Xiao moved his head back slightly, and with the help of the armor, he managed to withstand the shock from Luo's strike. Han Xiao used his machete and mechanical arm to continuously penetrate the energy shield of Luo. The battle was fierce, and white sparks were emitted with each contact made. Pan Kuang, who was level 40, had problems defeating Han Xiao in close-range combat. Therefore, Luo's close combat powers were not much of a concern for Han Xiao. Instead, the abilities she possessed as a fortified-type superhuman were greater threats to Han Xiao. Luo was able to strike suddenly at the target from almost all angles, and therefore, her attacks often disrupted the flow of Han Xiao's attack. Force push. Han Xiao could feel an invisible impact to his knees. Luo made use of the opportunity to pull backward and created more space. She could feel tightness in her chest, as if her lungs were being scorched. The high-intensity combat had taken its toll on her body. Her stamina was running low. Superhuman abilities often required the use of huge amounts of energy. In order to replenish her energy, Luo exhausted her stamina. She was deeply fatigued and looked at Han Xiao in disbelief and shock. How on earth is this sniper so powerful? He can fight better than pugilists. 222. The last few remnants of Rose Militant were finally approaching Han Xiao. They immediately concentrated all their firepower on him. To retaliate, Han Xiao fired his berserk eagles wildly, and the militants bled uncontrollably as they collapsed to the ground. Su Li was the only one that managed to dodge Han Xiao's attacks. She was nimble and swift. She had the swag of a pugilist. She was wearing a pair of special gloves. There were a couple of circuits on the gloves, and the gloves emitted blue light. Han Xiao sensed impending danger. Mechanical pugilist, Su Li was approaching at high speed. Her hand pushed toward Han Xiao. It seemed like her push was weak and flimsy, but Han Xiao focused his attention and managed to recognize the gloves Su Li was wearing. The level of threat of Su Li increased, and Han Xiao quickly rotated his body to dodge Su Li's attack. It was unwise to fight Su Li head-on. Han Xiao decided to use the firepower of his pistols to suppress Su Li. However, Luo came toward and managed to repel the bullets with her energy shield. The three were engaged in an intense battle. The pair of gloves that Su Li was wearing managed to suppress Han Xiao's power. Han Xiao was at a loss how to counter them. The two ladies realized that and made use of the opportunity to gain the upper hand in the battle. The situation gradually turned disadvantageous for Han Xiao. If I don't make some sacrifices, it will be almost impossible for me to kill both of them. With a look of determination of his face, Han Xiao approached Su Li suddenly and pressed his body hat on her gloves. The sudden collision shocked Su Li. The gloves were touching Han Xiao's armor. An uncontrollable current was flowing through the scorching hot armor. The endurance of the armor depleted exponentially. It reduced by almost 100 points. In fact, it was the first time the endurance of the armor had faced such a huge reduction. Han Xiao felt a burn to his chest. The high temperature exceeded the threshold of the armor, and the heat scorched his body. Han Xiao had no time to look at the new messages that were flashing on the interface. He employed the wind-slicing slash and stabbed the machete hard into Su Li's chest. An eye for an eye, Su Li's eyes expanded in astonishment. Han Xiao pressed the berserk eagles to her forehead and started firing hysterically. A mechanic without any form of armor was very vulnerable. Boom, boom, boom. Kill the enemy. Luo yelled in anger and attacked Han Zio back while he was busy taking of Su Li. There was a sharp pain in Han Zio's spine. He could feel his back shattering. Han Zio endured the pain and glided forward. He turned around and fired the last of the remaining bullets. Han Zio focused his attention on Luo's legs. Luo used too much of her stamina in her ambush on Han Zio. She forced her last bit of energy, but she no longer had the energy to maintain the energy shield that protected her from the bullets. A bullet penetrated her knee. There was a change in the Luo's expressions. She understood the fact that she was facing a sniper, and the reduction in her mobility would lead to fatal consequences. In her state of panic, she wanted to use all her energy and deliver one final blow to Han Zio. She was attempting to paralyze Han Zio's movement by blowing up his legs. Once Han Zio succeeded in his attacks, he quickly pulled away from the two of them. As the energy shield collapsed, it created an explosion that resulted in a huge crater at his original position. Luo's heart sank. Her legs went limp, and now she really was reduced to sitting duck for Han Zio's attacks. Han Zio fired his shots from afar, and all she could do was forcefully repel the bullets. Her energy was on the verge of depleting completely, and desperation filled her heart. *T, I'm done, boom, boom, boom. Han Zio, who had retreated quite some distance, fired his rifle on a stable platform and expended all of Luo's energy. Finally, a bullet pierced through her head. She collapsed with fury and unwillingness in her eyes. You killed Luo, LVL 30? You gained 12,000 EXP. Han Zio heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally relax his senses. He did not have time to whine about the pain from his burns. He immediately moved toward Su Li's body and retrieved the pair of black gloves from her hands. You have gained 2 thermoelectrical incisor gloves. The functioning of the gloves was based the theory of basic thermodynamics, which Han Zio had not yet mastered. There was a microelectricity to heat transformer embedded within the gloves. The power source of the gloves was a high-voltage battery, since the gloves needed a huge amount of electricity to be powered. The gloves had immense power and was able to deal multiplied damage to metals. Han Zio held onto the gloves for his own use in the future. Speaking of that, Su Li was his first enemy from the mechanic class. It was also the first time he had revealed his gear to his mechanic counterparts. Mechanical pugilists made use of one type or a few types of close combat machinery. They were able to add special effects and abilities to their machines. From the fighting style of Su Li, Han Zio could infer that she was a mechanical pugilist of a lower level that relied solely on the performance of her equipment. Some mechanical pugilists also possessed weapons that had special abilities themselves. Once they met the prerequisites, they were able to activate the use of such weapons. Out of the 4 machine blueprints that Old Man Lu had created, one of the blueprints created a machine that had innate abilities. With the mission finally complete, it was time to return and collect his rewards. The image of Felonia suddenly flashed in Han Zio's mind, and he decided to take a closer look at Felonia before returning. Han Zio switched off the EMP interference machine. He did a rough check of the broken components of his vehicle and estimated that the repairs would take him 15 minutes. He started the repair job immediately. There was a bunch of wanderers near Felonia just now. I wonder how they're doing, Han Zio thought to himself. Half an hour ago, the entrance to Felonia was a crack in the cliff. The pilgrims scaled the cliff and managed to reach the crack. It was pitch dark in the crack, but it seemed like the crack had a passageway that led somewhere. A young pilgrim switched on his torch and shined the light into the alley. The scene before their eyes shocked all of them. Their mouths collapsed in disbelief, and all of them were dumbfounded. This is. Chapter 101. Believe in Science. As Han Zio was repairing his vehicle, he was reflecting on the weaknesses that he had revealed in his previous battle. His current fighting style heavily relied on his sniping abilities. The best tactic he employed was to use his shots to lure his opponents in. However, the speed of his movements was not yet up to standard. Thus, he wanted to manufacture some small gadgets to increase his speed. A mechanical leg seemed like a pretty good idea. However, Han Zio felt that it was too bulky. Also, Han Zio had gained new knowledge and experience to create gadgets that were more mobile. Han Zio was still trying to improve his fighting abilities. He wanted to create a robot army to provide him sufficient cover fire so that they could help mitigate his weakness. allowing him to fire at a relatively lower rate. Since mechanical parts could be easily obtained by members of the mechanic class, Hanzio could find the raw material and replace the missing parts easily. Upon completing his repairs, Hanzio drove the vehicle along the path, as directed by the radar coordinates, up to the entrance of Felonia. Instantly, he saw the trail of footsteps that disappeared along the edges of the cave. After a short moment of contemplation, he predicted that a group of wanderers had entered the cave. If Hanzio was an ordinary individual, he probably would have been worried that the valuables housed in the cave had been taken away by others. However, Hanzio was also unique in his thinking. He felt that having others to explore the unknown territory first was in fact beneficial to him. Hanzio stood at the edge of the cave. He looked down and could see the distinct layers of rocks and cliffs. At the boundary between sunlight and darkness, Hanzio could see a rusty metallic chain extending downward. There are signs of mining on the rocks of the cliffs. There's a smell in the air, the smell of rust. I haven't explored this place before, so I should head down now. Hanzio grabbed all his gear, holding his torch in his mouth. As he scaled down the rocky cliff, he shone his torch downward. Nearer to the bottom, the sunlight gradually disappeared, and he could feel the curved edges of the rocks. The sunlight disappeared quickly, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The only source of light was the torchlight. The eerie atmosphere alarmed Hanzio. He could feel a chill in his bones that was creeping toward his heart. He wanted to slow down his heart, which was thumping so quickly, so that he could ease the sense of nervousness within him. After descending for about 3 minutes, the light from his torch finally hit the ground. At the bottom of the ravine was a dusty metallic floor. There were thick cobwebs in the tracks, and the place seemed like it had not been explored for a long time. Hanzio landed on the ground with a thud. The pitch-black environment made the sound especially eerie and creepy. The surroundings were spacious and empty, and the light from the torch seemed like a lonely island in a sea of darkness. There was a mixture of sounds in the darkness, similar to the sound of his landing. That caught Hanzio's attention. After sweeping the area with his torchlight, Hanzio found himself in a metallic corridor that had a design similar to a military base. There were reinforced concrete structures everywhere, and the walls were also caked in rust. There also seemed to be some weird bugs moving about on the walls. The metallic flooring on the ground was covered with dust. A trail of fresh footsteps could be seen extending into the darkness. The footsteps probably belonged to the pilgrims who had arrived at the spot shortly before him. There are probably some more compartments and spaces beneath the metallic floor. Hanzio pointed his torchlight in another direction and shone at his foot. He saw what was beneath him. Below the hollow metallic flooring, there were countless dense red lights that seemed like they were emitted by the eyes of insects. Holy shit! Hanzio could feel the tension in his head. He immediately dimmed the torchlight and marked out the bottom layer as a prohibited sector. With that in mind, Hanzio carefully followed the footsteps of the pilgrims forward. It was dead silent apart from the occasional faint sounds of crawling insects. However, if one tried to pick out these sounds individually, they would just disappear. It was very creepy and made Hanzio uncontrollably nervous. After walking for a long while, a junction appeared in front of him. The footprints of the pilgrims led toward the path on the right. While Hanzio was in a dilemma over which path to take, he heard footsteps from the path on the right. He could see many people running toward him hysterically. Hanzio immediately moved to the other side of the junction. He switched off his torch and put on the night vision visor that Farian Company had provided. Run, quickly run, a monster! The frantic pilgrims ran out of the junction as if they were escaping from some creature. Their clothing had many blood stains. Also, the size of the group was much smaller. What are these guys hiding from? Hanzio was puzzled. Suddenly, from the nearby path, there was a deep growl that originated from a beast. The growl was raspy and deep, like the sigh of a giant. The instant he heard the sound, Hanzio felt his pulse running wild, and an uncomfortable sensation began to build up in his heart. This is a threat from a high-level beast. It is definitely above LV40. The pilgrims looked fearful. It was as if they had seen something unimaginable. Using their hands and leg, they were crawling hysterically backward. However, the beast never walked out of the dark. The pilgrims fell to the ground. They were relieved that they had managed to escape from the clutches of the beast. There were no sounds of footsteps made by the beast. Joel was eaten by the beast. This place is too scary. The pilgrims were shivering, and shock was clearly written on their faces. It was as if all their energy was being drained away. They said, "This place is not Felonia. We will not find the things we want here. Let's leave and continue the hunt for the real ruins." According to legend, the magical ruins were supposed to be mysterious and archaic. There were supposed to be countless incomprehensible carving. The ruins were also a city made from rocks and boulders. However, they were in a man-made metallic base. On the walls, there were symbols that looked like the coat of arms of the ancient kingdom. The place was probably the secret military facility of the ancient kingdom. The pilgrims calmed down. A young pilgrim said, "Maybe this place is indeed the Felonia we have been searching for. Our former country found the ruins of Felonia and decided to build a facility to study the treasure of the ruins." The treasure of the desert was the treasure mentioned in the legend of Felonia. As long as one possessed the treasure, one would be able to control the Samar desert. The old pilgrims shook their heads and said with a bitter laugh, "Impossible. If the ancient kingdom had the treasure, why would the regime be destroyed? This is not the place we are looking for. The real ruins of Felonia must be hidden in some other corner of the desert." The old pilgrims sounded assertive and firm. The pilgrims helped on another up and left the place. After Han Zio heard their conversations, he was also confused. Based on his knowledge, there were no magical elements present on planet Aquamarine. The so-called treasure of the desert was probably some advanced technological weaponry. However, people would often overthink scenarios or incidents they did not understand. They would therefore create unrealistic stories. Furthermore, they would be very firm and confident that their unrealistic imagination was in fact the reality. Han Zio thought of the story of a man who did not escape when his home was flooded. Instead, he waited atop the roof of his house for God to send him an ark. He could not understand why the pilgrims were so adamant about linking Felonia with magic. However, that seemed to be none of his concern, unless it was the hint for another hidden mission. Han Zio regained his senses, and he revealed himself after the pilgrims left. He was also unsure which path to take at the junction. The pilgrims said that there was a monster on the route at the right. However, the path on the left was unknown territory, and it could very well be more dangerous. How should he decide? Based on my experience, these pilgrims are bait to lure me into the instance dungeon. They hinted that there was a monster on the right. There are two interpretations of their words. The first is that they are right. The second is that they are leading me to the path on the left on purpose. Han Zio ground his teeth firmly and chose to walk the path on the right. The unknown was definitely scarier than the monster. He then remembered the bugs he had seen during his descent and their dense red eyes. If he was to run into those creepy crawlies, his skin was bound to shed from all their bites. Han Zio wore the thermoelectrical incisor gloves. He was not using any torchlight. He only had his night vision visors on. After entering the path on the right, there was dark green filled his vision. He could barely see the road ahead. There were abnormally large footprints on the ground. The footprints were the work of the monster. Like humans, the monster had 2 legs and 5 toes on each foot. The monster was estimated to be 3 meters tall. Han Zio walked for a while, and he came across a room its door wide opened. The footprints of the monster stopped there. Han Zio nudged closer to the door, and he could smell a disgusting stench that seemed like rotting meat. There was also a faint odor of blood. He raised his head and looked inside of the room. A pair of eyes, which were as large as bronze bells, was staring at him. He was only half a meter away from the monster. Han Zio was both shocked and frightened. Chapter 102. The serum, the magnetically controlled retractable armor, was ready to be activated. Han Zio was either going to fight or escape. However, the monster was merely staring in the direction of the door. It was as if the monster had not noticed the existence of Han Zio. It was standing there without moving. Night blindness. Han Zio felt a tinge of elation in his heart. Luckily, he did not switch on his torch, else he would have suffered the fate of the pilgrims before him. Standing 3 meters tall, the monster had a human shape, and layers of muscles could be seen on his body. The muscles stacked together like little hills. However, the muscular body did not look aesthetically pleasing. Instead, the elongated muscles turned people off. The muscles were also rotting. There were even holes at certain areas, and plump maggots could be seen crawling around the rotting meat. Compared to its massive body, the head and neck of the creature were especially small. The skin of the monster was stretched tight by the muscles. The face of the creature also looked disproportionate. Looking at his face, one would automatically think of other abnormal individuals, like the deformed devil and the Sun Knight. Hanzio scanned the layout of the room. There was a bunch of medical equipment and 4 pods that were probably used for experiments. 2 of the pods had been crushed. One of them was closed. There was only 1 free pod available for use. There were liquid delivery tubes on the pods. They were attached to a transparent container that only had stains of the neon-like liquid left. Hanzio moved backwards carefully. When he realized that the monster was still not moving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He walked down the corridor and quickly reached the 2nd and 3rd metal gates. The rusty gates were all locked up tight by another metallic barrier. The card reader was so rusty that it could no longer be used. Hanzio did not give up because of that. He took the card reader apart to check out its model. I can't tell. That's not important. This place was a secret military facility decades ago. However, the facility was abandoned a couple of years back, and it was probably a site used for biochemical experiments. The experiments probably failed, or could they have succeeded? The muscular creature really doesn't look like a normal biological organism. Wait, the corridor can't be so long. How big is this base exactly? There was silence throughout the dark corridor. The deeper one ventured into the corridor, the darker it got. Even the night vision visor only had a visibility radius of 5 meters. The surrounding environment beyond, that was a mystery to Hanzio. Fortunately, he was lucky to not have claustrophobia or a phobia of darkness. Hanzio felt like he was walking on the edge of a knife. Danger seemed imminent. Although Hanzio was no chicken, he could feel cold sweat breaking out from all areas of his body. That was the innate reaction of any living being that was going to face an upcoming, unknown danger. Hanzio knew that being too nervous would affect his ability to make good decisions quickly at stressful moments. He started chanting something under his breath to keep his nerves at bay. Stay calm even when the sky collapses. The breeze is so soothing. The waves are not choppy. The height of the mountain does not matter. There will be a ferry. A horse may be old, but it is still ambitious. In actual fact, Hanzio was also unsure of what he was mumbling. However, after his chants, he no longer felt so nervous. Along the way, he saw more than 10 gates, but only the one leading to the room housing the beast was opened. The rest of the gates were all shut tightly. Eventually, he reached the end of the corridor, and a larger gate stood before his eyes. That was probably the main room. The metallic barrier was lower by 1/3 of the distance, and he was able to enter the room. That was the 2nd room that one could enter. Based on the logic behind the instance dungeon, there was probably some useful information there. The room seemed to be a gigantic lab. There were rusty machines everywhere, and experiment pods were sitting in the center of the room. It seems like there is no danger. The dust in the room choked him, and the pungent, rotting smell filled his nose. There was a corpse on the table, and it was shriveled up. There were torn fragments of fabric on the body, and Hanzio could faintly tell that the pieces of cloth belonged to a white lab coat. Hanzio found a book at the table near the body. He wiped the dust from the cover of the book in an attempt to find out some useful information. After taking a closer look at it, he realized it was a diary. 13 July. The professor modified the Felonia serum for the 67th time and injected it into the lab rat. The effects are amazing and have exceeded our expectations. If there are no negative reactions, we can proceed with human trials. 17 July. The lab rat is dead. It is a failure. The cause of death is organ failure. The professor is disappointed. He locked himself up in his room. I could hear him smashing things in his office. The lab report for the experiment was missing. 20 July. The professor insisted on carrying out human trials. The higher-ups approved the professor's request. This is insane. Have they all forgotten about Experiment 0? The lab report for the experiment was torn and missing. 26 July. The base released a new set of regulations. All researchers are supposed to submit their electronic devices. We are not allowed to connect to any external networks. Are we going to be defeated? 5 August. This is the 7th day of Experiment 8. The human subject is in a stable condition. There are no special changes in the subject. The professor is dejected. 11 August. The higher-ups sent out orders for us to retreat. The battle is not going well for our side, and we have to preserve whatever resources are left. Everyone is feeling scared. As usual, the professor is unwilling to face the reality that we have been defeated. I have prepared myself mentally for this outcome. I noticed that the guards protecting the base have become sparser over the past few months. That is probably due to the fact that most of them were being deployed to the front line as reinforcements. Damn it, if I did not leave my post as a military doctor, I will not be stuck in this depressing facility. Everyone looks so gloomy here. There is no life. I hate his place. 14 August. We will be retreating tomorrow. We are heading to Base 3 to seek shelter. There is not much time. We backed up all data related to the Felonia serum. The guards are so rough. They want to blow the entire facility up. The professor took some serums with him. The rest of the serums were all destroyed. The entries in the diary stopped there. Hanzio flipped back to the front, but he could not find any more valuable information. Many pages were torn away from the diary. The corpses at the side evidently showed that the people in the facility did not manage to escape. An accident must have happened between August 14th and August 15th that resulted in the deaths of the researchers and guards in the facility. Also, most of them had died in the basement. That explained the countless red-eyed necroworms active in the basement that Hanzio had seen. The worms fed on the dead bodies. What's a Felonia serum? Hanzio was intrigued by the serum. He suddenly remembered the dried-up liquid in the previous lab's experimental pod. That must have been what was left of the serum. The diary also noted that the professor has the serum. The body of the professor was most likely in the basement. Hanzio had no interest in entering the restricted area. Therefore, it was probably impossible for him to obtain the serum. Seems like there will be no interesting discoveries this time round. Hanzio shook his head in disappointment. He then looked up and took a deep breath. He saw a block box in the center of the table. He walked toward it hastily and opened the cover of the box. There were 3 tubes of a fluorescent serum in the box. At that instant, an ancient saying flashed in his mind: in times of desperation, there will eventually be light. What you search so hard for can actually be obtained so easily. In fact, it is just right before your eyes if turn back and take a closer look. Hanzio looked at the body on the table. He bit his lip and wondered to himself, could the dead body be the professor? Hanzio grabbed the 3 serums and scanned through liquid in the tubes. Where on earth do you find a serum of such a weird color? You gained Felonia serum, incomplete. X3 Felonia serum, incomplete. It is a serum with the medicinal ability to improve one's physical capability. The formula has yet to be perfected. After the usage of the serum, mutation is a distinct possibility. Note, these are the last 3 remaining Felonia serums. A biochemical serum. A serum without a tested and proven formula is highly dangerous. The serums I possess are incomplete products. It is highly likely for mutations to occur if I injected the serum into my body. I will probably become the muscular beast I just saw. Hanzio felt a cold shiver up his spine. There is probably nothing else left here. I am going to leave this place as soon as possible. This place is very creepy. Hanzio turned around and met the gaze of the muscular monster standing there silently. Chapter 103. Ahead of us, the monster raised its muscular arm and slammed his hand down at Hanzio as if he were a fly. There was a change in the air pressure from the immense force exerted by the hand, suffocating Hanzio. As the rotting stench filled his nostrils, Hanzio quickly slid to dodge the attack like a mudskipper. The monster's strike missed him by a few millimeters, the strong wind blowing his hair into a mess. When the monster's palm hit the ground, there was a huge boom. A dent was created in the ground, and dust could also be seen rising into the air. Hanzio immediately held his breath and squinted to prevent the dust from entering his body. He fired the berserk eagles violently at the rotting flesh of the monster, sending smelly pus spurting into the air. You dealt 57 points of damage to Subject 2. You have entered combat mode. Based on your current level, you will have access to the following information. Subject 2. Level 42 main class, low-level mutated organism. Endurance to HP conversion ratio is at 100 attributes. 65 SDR, 20 Dex, 60 90 End, 1 INT, MYS, CHA, LUK Energy, 0 Energy Rank, 0 Health, 1854 7800, Constant Decomposition. Status, Intense Decomposition, Defense -25, Endurance -30, all traits are in serious decline. Specialties, Physical Improvement, strength +5, endurance +10, mid-level HP boost, additional increase in HP from the conversion of endurance. The ration is 130. Skills: silent movement LV12. Heavy smash LV8, collide LV5. Although for normal players, the professional level was usually capped at LV10, there were some professions that allowed for higher levels. Low-level mutated organism was one of such special cases. As Hanzio fired both his pistols continuously at the target, the large diameter bullets slammed into the body of Subject 2, forming holes in the monster's body. With every shot, a bang resounded through the base. The commotion is too much for me to handle. I need to end the battle fast. Hanzio had a heavy heart. Luckily, Subject 2 was in a rather poor physical state. If the monster had full HP, it would have been tough for him to escape. Subject 2 seemed to be unable to feel pain. It lowered its head and barged toward the target. Hanzio felt like a steam train was barging at him. Swiftly stowing his pistols, he took out his blade. He slashed the retractable machete hard at the skull of the monster. With a dang, the blade pierced hard into the skull. Pus spilled out from the monster's head. Hanzio was also hit by the monster's charge. He only had the time to put his hands before him, and it felt like he was facing a wild rhinoceros. He was unable to keep his balance and moved backward. While moving back, he crashed into 2 experiment platforms and could feel a sharp pain in his hip bone. There was also an acute pain in his chest that made him short of breath. Multiple injuries suffered by Hanzio flashed on the screen of the interface. Hanzio's blade was still stuck in the bones and flesh of Subject 2. The yellowish pus was flowing out of the wound seamlessly. The monster attempted to growl in anger, but it could only make shrieks since its vocal cords were also decomposing. The monster's fists fired out rapidly, creating strong gusts of wind that brought the dust along. However, the motion of the punches thrown by the monster was easily discernible for Hanzio. The collision he had experienced previously was definitely a skill of the monster that could not be used repeatedly. Hanzio also wanted to observe if the enemy had any specific weaknesses. The conclusion was clear. The monster really did not have a brain and could move its body even when its brain was being hacked. Hanzio dodged the fists of the monster. He quickly moved to the back of Subject 2 and activated the thermoelectrical incisor gloves. He pressed the gloves hard on the enemy, and a glaring pale blue light was released in the darkness. The gloves were scorching, and the heat burnt through the rotten muscle tissues of the monster. There was an intense charred smell in the air. Hanzio managed to grab a sticky internal organ of the monster. He tried to rip it hard with his hands, and white smoke emerged in the air. Subject 2 was constantly trying to wave its hands and attack Hanzio, but Hanzio managed to evade the attacks. The thermoelectrical incisor gloves were able to cause high damage to the enemy continuously. In less than 10 seconds, it inflicted a total damage of around 800 HP. The heat from the gloves managed to scorch the body of the monster. After flashing for a few times, the light from the gloves disappeared, indicating that the battery providing power to the gloves had been depleted. The battery powering the gloves could only sustain the gloves' activities for a few minutes. Su Li had used the gloves before Hanzio snatched them from her, and Hanzio had managed to deplete the last bit of energy left in the gloves' battery. Hanzio retreated quickly, and by utilizing his nimbleness and agility, he managed to evade the attacks of the monster. The monster was like a low-level creature with almost zero intelligence. Although it was physically strong, it was no match of Hanzio's quickness and intelligence. Only the monster's charges were considered threatening. Hanzio made good use of the terrain and obstacles around to evade the monster's attacks and finally defeated the monster with his never-ending gunshots. The monster swirled unsteadily on the spot like it was drunk before collapsing to the ground. The monster stopped breathing, and the pus flowed out of the monster's gunshot wounds. You killed Subject 2, LV42. You gained 32,000 EXP. As you killed an enemy that is 10 levels higher, there will be an addition gain of experience by 280%. The total experience gained will be 89,600. Your rate of contribution, 23.7%, you gained an additional 21,235, 23.7% experience points. A shuffling sound could be heard. It grew louder. The sound surrounded the entire area. Limbs started to protrude out of the cracks in the metallic flooring. Hanzio realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and he started fleeing toward where he had come from. There was a huge boom from afar that sounded like the collision between metallic objects. There were also roars from a beast, and they sounded as if they were heading in Hanzio's direction. All signs indicated that, although he had successfully wiped out Subject 2, he had triggered the activity of something else. Hanzio had managed to kill Subject 2. However, as recorded by the diary, the last subject of the series of experiments was Subject 8, and that meant that there were a couple more monsters like Subject 2. Perhaps these monsters were even stronger and wandering about the various corners of the base. Since Hanzio had already obtained what he wanted, it was time for him to flee. Ignoring all sorts of creepy sounds, Hanzio fled the base at the speed of light. He managed to leave the area safely and started crawling back up the cliff. The light from the sun hit his body, and he could finally relax his senses. The abandoned facility had an atmosphere that was too creepy. It was as if danger was everywhere. He had felt like he was walking along a tightrope in midair. Fortunately, he had managed to obtain the 3 tubes of Felonia serum, and Hanzio could not imagine the value of these serums. However, he had no time to check out his loot. The different military groups in the Samar Desert would quickly arrive after discovering the events that had occurred in the area. With that thought in mind, Hanzio left the area on his jeep. About an hour after Hanzio left the scene, the fleets of vehicles arrived at the entrance to Felonia. They all looked at the entrance of the cave in shock. They subsequently informed their wealthy sponsors about their discovery. The different military groups were all eyeing the hidden treasure of Felonia, and they were willing to fight it out to achieve their goal. The leaders of these militias sent out orders for their troops to explore the facility. The militants eventually put their battles on hold and sent reconnaissance groups into the facility. The huge amount of people entering the facility made it seem less creepy and frightening. There are desert necroworms in the basement. Tell someone up top to bring the flamethrowers down. The flamethrowers started spitting fire through the metallic flooring into the basement compartment where the worms were active. The worms squealed as they were engulfed in the flames. The mixture of the smell of the burnt worms and the rotting stench of the facility was nauseating. The desert necroworms were relatively short, less than 10 centimeters, and they looked like centipedes with beetle-like shells. There were antennae on the worms' heads, and their red eyes could also be seen. They had pincers that could slice one's bones and could also be used for the ingestion of their prey. There were tens of thousands of such worms in the facility, and the waves of worms started to retaliate. The worms crawled up and approached the militants from 2 directions. The various militias decided to team up in a defense against these worms. They used their flamethrowers and bullets to push back the waves of worms. Just as the situation stabilized, the worms suddenly dispersed, and a few rotting creatures barged out. They did not care about the bullets or flames and penetrated the formation set up by the troops. The militants were all astonished. What's that? They look so fucking disgusting. Maintain formation. Fuck, the worms are invading our positions. Kill the monster first? Wait, there are 3 monsters. We need backup. I repeat, we need backup. The gunshots went on for a while before the scene fell silent. There were burnt worms and their shells everywhere. The monsters had been battered to death by the bullets and embers. The militants had also suffered substantial losses. The only consolation was that they had won the battle. Kauton kicked the corpse of the dead monster and muttered, "They look like experimental subjects of a series of biochemical experiments." The troops started clearing the battlefield. They ventured up and down the base to explore the area. They blew up the gates to check out the locked rooms, but unfortunately did not find anything. There was only rusty equipment and a couple of documents in the facility that the troops found valuable and kept. The most valuable discovery were the last dregs of the dried-up neon-colored serum left in the experimental pod and the dead body of the experiment subject. These items led to the secret that the leaders of these militant groups were looking for. Perhaps they could test the effects of the serum in their own labs. However, looking at the monsters that the experimental subjects had turned into, it seemed that the serum was not yet complete. The militants went into the lab that Hanzio had discovered no long ago, and they found another dead experimental subject, Subject 2, with fresh wounds. Someone came ahead of us. Kauton looked into the case that housed the 3 tubes of serum, and it was empty. There were signs that someone had tampered with the case. His eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 104, Strengthened Life. The trip to Samar Desert was concluded. The allocated time for the quest was 15 days, but Han Zio took only 6 days to complete it. As Ferry and Company's carrier aircraft landed in Morning Wind City's airport, Han Zio rushed to Hotel Victoria without a break to complete his quest at the Blood Pact Society's floor. The server quickly reported it to the higher management level. Soon, the person in charge came to receive Han Zio. In a private VIP lounge, Han Zio was leaning comfortable on the sofa as he waited for the person in charge to confirm his quest details. On an unknown floor, a darknet recorder opened the bounty page for the Rose Militant and updated the activity log. 688. 4. 1. Codename Mr. Black Scorpion. Date 68847. Assignment completed. This report was sent to the database, so at the same time, all assassins of the Blood Pact Society received a text message about the removal of the Rose Militant assignment. Mr. Black, your bounty assignment has been verified. We will immediately transfer the funds into your account. Ding! Han Zio looked at the computer. His darknet account had just received $3 million, which amounted to $5 million in his account. He realized that the rate of profit from doing bounty hunter assignments was way faster than making machinery. It was a killing. In the old days, this assignment was completed by a 15-member team, so the profit was divided equally between everyone. This time, Han Zio took the profit alone, making it a colossal windfall. You have completed the quest Bounty Hunter Rose Militant. You gained 15,000 EXP. Hidden quest requirement. Discover the Felonia plan completed. You gained 25,000 additional EXP. You gained a special reward mid-grade gene blending potion. 4. 37% low concentration. X1 reputation with the Blood Pact Society increased by 550 points. Currently neutral, 551,000. Scorpion level assassin. Han Zio's eyes shimmered. Gene blending potion was a very powerful game item. It was chiefly used to reduce the failure and mutation rate of biochemicals. Biochemicals were a common type of drug for increasing character stats, but any use of biochemicals came with inherently risks, which included the possibility of a decrease in stat points and malignant mutations. Additionally, different biochemicals would have conflicts that resulted in further side effects. Gene blending potion could remove these inherent risks of biochemicals to a certain degree. No wonder. If I did not risk going into the abandoned base and discover the Felonia serum, this special reward would not have been useful. Han Zio suddenly understood the crux of the matter. The rewards of this quest were linked closely to his actions. This potion was the extra reward for exploring the place, and Subject 2 was akin to a mini-boss that guarded the blood serum. His cautiousness during the exploration helped him avoid many more difficult barriers. The footsteps of the pilgrims were secretly hinting the player in the correct direction. If he had ignored the hint and walked in the opposite direction, he would have been surrounded and attacked by a bunch of test subjects and desert necroworms. If he feared the monster and moved to the left side, he would have missed discovering the blood serum. And if he had moved to the right side while using a torch, he would have triggered the battle with Subject 2 at the first gate. The small passageway would not have allowed him to evade and move forward properly. He was highly likely to have retreated. Lastly, if he had continued exploring greedily after getting the blood serum, he would have suffered the same consequences as the first scenario. The reward was really a pleasant surprise. Han Zio could not wait to research it. After submitting the assignment, he got up and was about to leave. However, the person in charge suddenly said, "Mir, Black, may I ask you to stay in the Morning Wing City for 2 days? An important guest wants to meet with you." Important guest? Han Zio was puzzled. An emissary from the Rothschild family, the client for the Rose Militant assignment. He hopes to meet up with you. Could it be to do with Felonia? Han Zio's eyes flashed before he said, "Please inform him that I will be glad to meet up with him." The person in charge was delighted. All right then. Han Zio left Hotel Victoria and went back to Antonio's base. He immediately entered his temporary workshop and took out the Felonia serum and the gene blending potion. The Felonia serum had a yellow fluorescence. It was sealed nicely and thus did not go bad after so many years. The gene blending potion was as dense as mercury, and it had little shiny star-like sparkles that made it glitter. To use or not to use? That was the question. The Felonia serum was a secret game item that he had never seen before this. The gene blending potion would greatly reduce the risk of using it, so it was rather safe. After Han Zio calculated his chance of success, he decided to roll the dice. With the help of the gene blending potion, even if the serum failed, he would not become like the muscular and ugly-looking test subjects. He took out a syringe and a catheter. He then poked the syringe into the vein on his arm, injecting the gene blending potion first. A cool and refreshing sensation was carried by his blood circulation and distributed throughout his body. He felt as if he had just taken a refreshing bite of ice cream in the blazing summer heat. His mind was simultaneously calmed. The gene blending potion was not harmful to the body, and if it was not activated by a biochemical, its effect would gradually disappear. Han Zio took a deep breath before he started injecting the blood serum. The fluorescent serum passed through the catheter and entered his bloodstream. The feeling of his body swelling was instantly felt. Hiss! Han Zio gritted his teeth. He was spasming due to the overwhelming pain he felt throughout his entire body. He felt as if the interior of his body had been blown up into a paste, bones smashed into ashes, blood vessels broken apart, and muscles melted. The insufferable pain hit his brain without a stop, and he almost fainted. Real players had only needed to rely on progress bars for using in-game items and making machinery. Therefore, the maximum pain they could feel was limited. But Han Zio had to experience the pain in reality. Of course, being able to experience the reality was more advantageous to him. He had already gained a lot of benefits from it. True pain was just the required cost of the deal. After some unknown amount of time, the overwhelming pain gradually subsided. Han Zio's eyes were filled with blood vessels, and he exhaled a heavy heap of murky air. He felt his nerves had suffered a horrifying torture. He took a look at his body and was glad to find that it did not change. He did not become a muscular monster. It was still the same old handsome-looking body. He did not have the energy to read his interface during the process, but now that it was over, he realized that it was flooded with lines and lines of information. You used a Felonia blood serum, incomplete. Mutation progress, 12%. Mutation succeeded. Failure rate was reduced by gene blending potion. You used a Felonia blood serum, incomplete. Mutation progress, 46%. Mutation succeeded. You used a Felonia blood serum, incomplete. Mutation progress, 73%. Mutation succeeded. You used a Felonia blood serum, incomplete. Mutation progress, 100%. Mutation completed. Compatibility. You gained 3 strength and 5 endurance. You gained the ability Basic Strength and Life. Han Zio was dumbfounded. He glanced at his stat board with a look of disbelief as the new ability, Basic Strength and Life, appeared. I possess a molding ability. Han Zio was utterly shocked. There was a special type of ability called a molding ability. As far as he knew, he had not heard about any real player obtaining this type of ability, as it belonged exclusively to NPCs and bosses, and it had very powerful effects. It was even rare for NPCs to have it. Just by looking at its effects, one would immediately realize how powerful this type of ability was. Basic Strength and Life would turn endurance into extra health points with a conversion ratio of 1 to 15. This meant that with the 60 endurance points that Han Zio had right now, he instantly gained 990 more health points to reach more than 2,000 health points, almost doubling his existing HP. Furthermore, the effect of this ability would increase as his endurance increased further, providing him even more HP. Han Zio was only LV 30, and his HP had broken the 2,000 mark. The LV 38 pugilist Pan Quang did not even have as much HP as him. If a real player used the Felonia serum, they would probably only gain stat points without the molding ability. This ability, my magnetic armor, and all the future mechanical armors will together make my tank ability so powerful that my enemies will vomit from trying to kill me. Han Zio was pleasantly surprised. He was very satisfied with the new ability as it gave him additional insurance. He had benefited greatly from this quest. From quest rewards, rewards from killing the enemies, and rewards from producing machinery during his free time, he had accumulated over 700,000 EXP on his interface. He then counted the number of blueprints he had, 19, just one more away from finishing the job advancement quest. Han Zio contemplated for a moment and decided to produce some equipment that would boost his movement speed. Do you wish to proceed with talent fusion? LV, 4 basic electromagnetism plus LV, 4 basic energy theory plus LV, 4 basic mechanical engineering plus LV, 2 basic bioengineering. This fusion will cost you 20,000 EXP. The range of blueprints he would get from this fusion was quite large. Han Zio was uncertain whether he would get the equipment he wanted or not. He prepared himself to fuse 3 times, and if he did not succeed after 3 attempts, he would try to invent it by himself. On his 3rd try, Han Zio obtained the blueprint for the item that he needed, the skating shoes. Han Zio scratched his head. He had saved the time needed to invent the shoes by himself by successfully obtaining the desired blueprint on the 3rd try. But one of the 2 other blueprints was a totally useless blueprint. He was not sure whether he should consider himself lucky or unlucky. The skating shoes, also known as the electromagnetic hover boots, could be worn by an individual or armed on a small robot, and they could greatly enhance movement speed without hindering evading capability. The other 2 blueprints were named Swarm and Heart, respectively. You have completed your job advancement quest. Job advancement successful. You gained a new job mechanic trainee, plus 50 energy, plus 1 dex, plus 4 INT, plus 1 end, plus 3 unassigned stats, plus 1 talent point. You learned meticulous repairs. You learned medium enhancement. Repair and enhancement, the 2 core skills of a mechanic, had finally evolved. Mechanic trainee was the 3rd stage of a mechanic's job, but the EXP required to reach LV. 1 was not much since the job had a maximum level of 15. Han Zio gained 3 stat points at once. His total level was at 34, and as usual, he threw all the stat points gained into intelligence. Han Zio still had some leftover EXP. He thought for a moment before he decided to upgrade continuous gliding shots. This skill had helped him numerous times, and mechanics lacked battle skills, so every single active skill was important to them. Additionally, he was not in a rush to upgrade Overload as its LV. 1 effect was powerful enough for now. Continuous gliding shots was raised to LV. 4 and its effect was strengthened. However, at the same time, it would consume 8 energy. Han Zio now had close to 900 energy, more than enough to spend on this skill. He had once again spent all his EXP. He had spent a large sum of EXP in exchange for an improvement in his fighting capability. His character's bare energy rank exceeded the 500 mark, and when he coordinated with his machinery, it would reach up to 700. He could now beat Pan Quang easily if they were to fight again without the help of Norse's character summoning card. Chapter 105. Rothschild, with a huge sum of money in his wallet, Han Zio could spend extravagantly. He purchased a new batch of mechanical parts from Fabian Company. In one day, using the skills from his job advancement, Han Zio upgraded all his equipment and made blueprints for new items. The electromagnetic hover boots looked like a pair of metal boots. The heels and soles had a special device that could utilize the electromagnetic field to reduce surface friction, the power for which was generated by the high-energy battery inside the boots. The user could glide and coast on any type of surface, as if ice skating, at an extremely high speed that was comparable to that of a car. The battery could supply enough energy for the boots to run at maximum power output for 20 minutes. Han Zio then painted the boots in silver and black stripes, and they looked stylish. Also, he conveniently added breathable knitting, a spongy cushion, and leather exterior for the boots. The boots were now comfortable for everyday wear. One did not need to change into them only during battles. Soon, the Rothschild's representative visited him. In Hotel Victoria, Alphonsus was seated in the VIP lounge. He rested his hands on his knees while he waited for his guest to arrive. As the door opened and Han Zio walked in, Alphonsus got up and held out his hand elegantly as he said with a deep and magnetic voice, "I am Alphonsus from the Rothschild family. I want to discuss some matters with you." Han Zio went on to shake his hand. He felt Alphonsus, thumb pressing firmly on the area between his thumb and index finger while he steadily shook for a moment. It was the type of handshake that was habitual for a person of authority, mostly used to exert dominance over the other person. This kind of handshake was easy to recognize for Han Zio as his grandfather used to do it. The principle was rather simple. Just like how perverts would lightly scratch a girl's hand when they shook her hand, a person of different status, job, or identity would have different habits. Handshakes would differ greatly depending on the people executing and receiving it, such as a subordinate seeking a favor from his boss, a male trying to seduce a lady, a person meeting a stranger, or two people of high status fighting against each other. Alphonsus was clearly not just a simple envoy. Hanzio could already guess at the Rothschild family's purpose for meeting him. As both were seated, Alphonsus said, "The assignment for Rose Militant has been on the list for nearly 3 years, and many assassins failed miserably. You, Mr. Black, actually completed it alone, much to my surprise. You flatter me. This was just a standard operation, nothing to praise. Yet, your tone does not sound at all humble," Alphonsus quietly thought. The two made some small talk before Hanzio cut straight to the point. "Our relationship is only limited to that between a client and an assassin. Since the assignment is completed, we have no need for any further association. You clearly came to visit me for something else." "You are right. I am here to ask you some questions." Alphonsus nodded. His body suddenly leaned forward, creating a hint of tension. He stared right at Hanzio and said solemnly, "Did you visit an abandoned base in the Sommer Desert?" Alphonsus continuously observed Hanzio's expression and eyes whilst he spoke. He would immediately know that Hanzio was lying if he showed any hint of hesitation. The Rothschild family knew about the research project from the experiment diary taken from the base, and they highly valued it. If they could obtain the Felonia serum, they might be able to produce unique items from it. Much to his surprise, Hanzio actually took out a tube of yellow fluorescent blood serum and placed directly on the table. "Name your price," he said nonchalantly. Alphonsus was startled. He did not expect Hanzio to be so frank. "This item is useless to me. Since you want it, you can pay to buy it." Alphonsus glanced at the serum. He did not worry that Hanzio was lying to him. Those who dared to scam the Rothschild family had all died. "How much do you want?" "It depends on your sincerity." Hanzio grinned and looked unfathomable. This attitude gave Alphonsus a headache. He had been hoping that Hanzio did not know the value of the blood serum, but based on his behavior, it was unlikely. He hesitated for a long while before he made an honest offer, but it was not a high price considering the item's rarity. 1 million. Every negotiator would always start low. Since they were all civilized gentlemen, there was no such thing as killing and robbing. Therefore, Alphonsus was ready to spend a fortune on it. Hanzio stared at Alphonsus for a moment before he slowly moved his lips. "This price, you didn't show any sincerity at all." Alphonsus was just about to prepare his negotiation speech. "I accept. This blood serum has been kept for a few dozen years, and I don't even know if it still works. So, the value is greatly reduced, Hold on, you agree with this price?" Alphonsus looked shocked. Hanzio pushed the blood serum toward Alphonsus and smiled. "This is for making a friend." Alphonsus started to take a liking for Hanzio, as he had originally planned to spend a fortune on this. He tucked away the serum and recollected himself. "The funds will be transferred to your account as soon as possible. Also, you will gain the friendship with Rothschild and myself personally. You unlocked a new camp reputation. Reputation with the Rothschild family increased by 1,800 points. The Rothschild family. Friendly, 1,800 3000. Hanzio smiled lightly. Earning reputation points with the Rothschild family by giving up some money was a very good deal for him. He could always earn money from other places, but the opportunity to unlock a new camp would be fleeting. Some family conglomerates and corporations existed since the old age. After the baptism of war, some families died out while some became even more deep-rooted, for their influence could reach every aspect of their country, including the military, politics, economics, and mafias. Rothschild was one of such families, and Hanzio knew that he could reap many benefits. To players, this was a support-type camp. They could buy rare items and services from such camps. The Rothschilds were one of the Darknet organization's allies, and he could use their backing in the organization, which would yield him more advantages. Without the gene-blending potion, the Felonia serum would not yield him benefits. So, he would rather sell it for some profits. Anyway, he held onto one last tube of the serum. With another $1 million in his account, his current stash reached $6 million. They might just be digits in his account, but to put them in context, LV30 players in version 1.0 were considered wealthy if they had more than $20,000. Anything above $1 million would be considered astronomical. Only major guilds had that kind of money. After the deal, the atmosphere became more harmonious. What exactly is Felonia? Hanzio was curious. He was puzzled by the fact that a simple serum like this was eyed by so many different factions. Alphonsus was in a happy mood, so he explained, there was a country in the Samar Desert that was entangled in the wars of the Old Age. They initiated a large-scale research project called the Felonia Project. The name was taken from a legendary tale of the country, and the project involved building many military bases to conduct research in a dozen different branches of technological development. The serum was one of their research directions. It turned out to be this. I really thought there was some sort of magical ruins. Hanzio finally understood the whole thing. Alphonsus chuckled. There is no magic in this world. You thought too much. Hanzio laughed and touched his chin. Planet Aquamarine should not have any magic, but why do I have a weird feeling about this? In a pitch-black cavern deep underneath the earth, fine sand dropped through the gaps of the rocks occasionally. A gush of wind that came from nowhere echoed in the cavern, as if someone was exhaling it. Faint sounds of thunder-like thumps were heard in the background. Suddenly, 6 large oval-shaped lamps lit up in the dark. They were golden in color and were divided into 2 neat and symmetrical rows. From the look of it, each lamp's radius was more than 10 meters. Large lamps started flashing rapidly, like eyes blinking. Eyes. Chapter 106, Second-Generation Rover Robo Alphonsus passed his phone number to Hanzio. This is my number. If you need something, just give me a call. Hanzio knocked on the table for a few times before he said, it just so happened that I have a question. I want to quickly raise my rank and authorization level in the Blood Pact Society. Do you have any good suggestions for me? Alphonsus pondered for a moment and decided to do Hanzio a favor. He asked a Sever to bring in the Blood Pact Society's laptop, and he opened a document to show to Hanzio. The top of the document was clearly stamped with no unauthorized access. Hanzio's brows furrowed as he read on. Internal call-up, not public. Call-up objective, Blood Pact Society assassins, dark level and above, contract mercenaries 2-star and above, current participants, 18 assassins, 245 mercenaries, assignment location, East Star Dragon, 20 km north of Seagull City, River Valley Manor, assignment details, defend River Valley Manor, protect, redacted, internal call-up. Hanzio questioned. Only assassins of dark level and above will receive this call-up. You are not supposed to participate in this assignment since you are only a Scorpion-level assassin. However, I could give you backdoor access to this assignment, and upon completion of this assignment, you can immediately rise to dark level. Once you arrive at the location, someone will brief you in more detail. With so many participants, this assignment is definitely not a small-scale battle. Hanzio thought silently to himself. He remembered a reward pool quest he could do in the Seagull City that was easy and yet could yield him high rewards. It was conveniently on the way. I will go there and take a look first, Hanzio decided. Can't believe I am going back to Star Dragon so soon. Luckily, I will not be identified. Hanzio's brows knitted together. Although he left Division 13, the relationship status between Division 13 and him did not change on his interface. This meant that Division 13 still did not treat him as an enemy. There was still some time before heading off. He went back to the Ferry & Company base and made some machinery that he had been planning to make for some time. Second-generation rover, combat type, robot grade, dark green. Basic stats, 2,202-200, 37 defense, 168 power output, 83 max speed, 646-40 energy height, 2-1M weight, 300 kg mode of control, low-level smart chip, programmed for automatic enemy identification, energy source, high-power energy pack, X4 energy usage, 6 min low output, 15 min full output power capacity, 310-320 ONA. Brain module, intelligent enemy-seeking firepower system, occupies 30 capacity units, eye module, electromagnetic scanner scope, obstacle-penetrating enemy-seeking vision. Occupies 15 capacity units, arm modules, large-caliber triple-barrel machine gun, 70-85 damage, 3.5 fire rate, 30 magazine capacity, plus 60 belt capacity, 75 power output, occupies 80 capacity units. Skeleton module, K600 type mechanical skeletal system, 30 strength, occupies 40 capacity units, legs module, triangular wheel system and shockproof suspension frame, reduce impact of treacherous terrain, increase movement speed, occupies 15 capacity units. Chest module, small-scale honeycomb rocket launcher, equipped with small-scale rockets, 182-30 damage, induces additional explosion damage. 6-round capacity, occupies 110 capacity units, abdomen module. Magazine storage, small-scale rockets X12, additional magazine belt X200 rounds, occupies 20 capacity units skills. Furious fusillade. Titanium armor, reduces physical damage taken by 11%, self-destruct. Self-destruct to inflict 345-10 explosion damage in a 40 m radius. Note, a human-shaped tank. This rover was made with much better technology. It was equipped with a smart chip, titanium armor, a high-power battery, and a firepower that was much more fearsome. Han Zio was a lot richer compared to when he first entered the Western capital, so he no longer needed to budget carefully. The cost of the second-generation rover robot was more than $20,000, already a discounted price with his more specialized skills in making machinery. It was a price that players of the same level could never afford. The second-generation rover could be used as a mobile fort. However, it could not be used to work on an independent task, as the processing chip did not possess the ability to make independent judgment and tactical analysis. With such strong firepower, the combat rover could provide firepower support and area strike. Even after the ammunitions were entirely consumed, the K-600 type mechanical skeletal system would allow the rover to have ample close combat capability. It could charge at full speed to knock down enemies and had the ability to self-destruct. I can now scale up the production of the rover, but I cannot carry them around, so I should find a secret base to hide them. Although this type of rover has great firepower, it does not allow for a quick and rapid change of battlegrounds. I can only use it for stationary battles, so its function is rather singular. The problems lie in areas of movement, core power capacity, and chip processing. I need more advanced knowledge, which I have no opportunity to obtain as of now. I still have to fight as a sniper for now. I should perfect my sniping capabilities. As Han Zio lacked money and the necessary technology, the idea of a robot army could not be realized yet. Han Zio stored all his larger equipment in Farian Company's warehouse to be transported by air. This time, he paid $50,000 to use Farian Company's aerotransport service again. He reckoned no one would spend money as extravagantly as him. The Western capital was the capital city of Stardragon, and Seagull City was an important city in East Stardragon. It had a large area, and historically, it encountered a beast tide and suffered a great loss as a result. However, it had the aid of the entire nation, which allowed it to rebuild into an important city in the east today. A monument tens of meters high stood tall in the city center. It was engraved with the names of all those sacrificed in the battle against the beast tide. In the Battle of the Old Age, when Seagull City was met with numerous large-scale terrorist assaults by the Germinal organization, it received assistance from everywhere again, which made it into an even more prosperous city. The phenomenon was rather peculiar. Numerous misfortunes actually allowed the city to develop more rapidly. People in Stardragon believed it was a good omen because it meant that even if Stardragon faced setbacks, it would only bounce back stronger. The seagull spirit was repeatedly mentioned in every year's national meetings and nationwide news. The planes soon landed at the city's airport. Anyone going in and out of each city in Stardragon had to go through the respective checkpoint. Similarly, landing from air required a permission from the air control tower in advance. Farian Company's planes had private parking spots in the airports of the various cities in Stardragon, and thus, they were authorized to land in these airports. Players could also purchase such spots when their camp reputation was high enough. So, why did you follow me this time? Han Zio turned around and looked at Antonio at his side. Antonio inhaled a puff of his cigar and chuckled. Unfortunately, Farian Company does not have any assets in Seagull City. We have no choice but to provide the cargo plane as your temporary workshop and warehouse. I see. Han Zio understood. Suddenly, he became frustrated because he realized it meant that Farian Company had no cars for him to borrow. He was tens of kilometers away from the River Valley Manor. Unless I should resort to some old tricks. Do I really have to do the immoral and forbidden act of stealing cars? He still had his thorns, but if he drove the car on the streets, a few dozen police cars and special ops vehicles would follow him in less than 10 minutes. As the old saying goes, when you have a problem, look to the public for a solution. Hanzio soon borrowed a car from a benevolent member of the public. After he passed through the checkpoint and left the city, he headed straight toward the manor. It was a small forest with a river 20 kilometers north of Seagull City. Only mid to small-sized, gentle wild animals resided in this forest, so it was not particularly dangerous. Hanzio located the manor on his map. River Valley Manor was situated in the forest by a river. It was afternoon when the car drove into the forest. The lazy afternoon sun shone its light through the gaps between the trees, painting the forest with a peaceful ambience. The engine sound scared away a few spotted deer that were asleep. Hanzio suddenly snorted through his nose. He detected a light, pungent smell. After quickly filtering away the sense of decomposition and bird droppings in his memory, he arrived at his memory of a similar scent. A light flashed in Hanzio's eyes. This is the scent of gunpowders. A battle occurred here not long ago. To avoid a misunderstanding, Hanzio parked his car and got out his equipment before he started walking toward the manor. He appeared to be a depressed musician who was carrying a guitar case and wandering around. But in reality, his guitar case was storing his folded sniper rifle and lightweight mechanical arm. His berserk eagles and magazines were hidden inside his clothes, his magnetic-controlled armor around his body, his foldable machete under his shirt, the inactive thermoelectrical incisor, gloves on his hands, and the silver electromagnetic hover boots on his feet. The boots looked like an ordinary pair of boots with its leather exterior. One would not discover the metal parts inside without pressing it with one's hand. Although he seemed armed to the teeth, he did not bring along his wind-slicing blade, thorns, or the second-generation rover. After walking for a while, obvious signs of battle appeared in Hanzio's surroundings. There were explosion marks, empty cartridges, tire tracks, and even ashes of more than one burnt vehicle on the ground. It had been a devastating battle. Hanzio could already see the manor. Just as Hanzio was ready to walk over, he suddenly halted. At the next moment, a bullet hole appeared on the ground in front of him. It was made by a sniper rifle. If he had stepped forward before this, it would have shot his legs. It was a warning shot. The shot had come from the direction of the manor. Chapter 107, A Strange Protection Assignment. Hanzio bent down to dig out the bullet shell from the ground. It was an armor-piercing round. The people in River Valley Manor were probably all friendlies, so this was just a warning shot. Otherwise, the sniper would have aimed for his vitals. As Hanzio finished this thought, he took out an old brown coin, raised it, and waved it in the air. The sniper in the manor could definitely see it through their scope. The coin had been passed to him by Antonio before he departed. He had said that it could be used to vouch for his identity. After waiting for a minute or so, Hanzio stepped forward again. Indeed, no one was firing at him this time around. He then successfully arrived at the gate of the manor and realized that the manor's outer defense had been greatly reinforced. The outer wall had many metal plates, which tightly shielded the inside of the manor. There were marks of previous explosions on those metal plates. Hanzio walked in after the gate opened. The layout of the manor was presented before his eyes. It occupied a very large space and was divided into inner and outer layers. The outer layer consisted of all sorts of defense structures, and armed mercenaries were busy patrolling around the area. They talked and gossiped loudly and fervently, unlike regular soldiers who were mostly silent. They were clearly lacking in discipline. The inner layer was just the center of the manor, a mansion with a garden and a fountain. Black railings surrounded the mansion, clearly demarcating the areas between the inner and outer layers. One could see, through the railings, that no one was in the mansion or garden. It was as if no one lived there. "Newcomer, you are an assassin, right?" A buff black man yelled over to Hanzio from the side. It was the person who had opened the door for him. Without waiting for Hanzio to reply, the black man shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Chen Li, there is a new assassin here. Quickly come and pick him up. Wait for me, I'll be there in a minute." A person was swearing on the other side of the walkie-talkie. The mercenary named Chen Li soon arrived before the gate. He gave the black man a finger before he looked at Hanzio to size him up. "Come, follow me." Han Zio followed Chen Li to the southeast side of the manor. He got a brief explanation of the manor's defense structure from Chen Li during this walk. The manor had 3 sides facing land, and the west side faced the river. Assailants could potentially attack using speedboats, but they would become easy targets if they appeared on the river. So, the river front was the easiest side to defend. The other 2 sides of defense were at the southeast and northeast sides. The whole defense structure was triangular. Chen Li oversaw all the mercenaries stationed in the southeast side. "What kind of assassin are you?" Chen Li asked. "Sniper. That's good. We need a long-range attacker. Previously, an assassin who only knew how to sneak attack from close range was sent here." He could not be more useless. Han Zio turned around and glanced at the mansion in the center before he asked 3 key questions in his mind. Who exactly are we protecting? How long will we defend here? Who are our enemies? Perhaps every newcomer asked the same questions. Chen Li answered quickly and smoothly. "Our boss did not say how long more we have to defend. In any case, if we cannot defend anymore, I will be the first to evacuate. I don't care how much they pay me, I will not be cannon fodder. I am not sure who the enemies are. Sometimes we will get attacked in the day, other times at night, we get attacked every few days. There will always be new enemies attacking us. And as for who we are protecting, hey. Chen Li suddenly laughed coldly before he continued. "I heard that the target hides in the mansion, but they have never appeared before. The assignment forbids us from entering the mansion. It could very well be that the mansion is just an empty shell, and we are protecting no one. Humph, whatever the motives of the employer, as long as he pays me, I'm fine." An empty mansion, protecting someone who had never appeared before, an ambiguous group call-up, enemies from unknown sources. All these factors, linked together, gave Han Zio a strange feeling that could not be expressed in words. He felt a dense fog covering this whole situation. "By the way, which level of assassin are you, dark or ghost?" Chen Li asked thoughtlessly. "Mr. Black, Scorpion level." Chen Li jolted his head around and looked rather surprised. "Scorpion? Why would you be here? Only dark-level assassins and above would receive the call-up." "You are not qualified, right? I'm already here. My level is not important anymore." Han Zio had no interest in explaining himself to some mercenary. "I can do whatever I want and need not explain myself to you. Basically, act like you own it. Although you are only Scorpion level, you are a sniper that we can make do with. As long as you can hit enemies with your sniper rifle, we are fine." Chen Li then frowned as he pointed to an area in the distance and said, "Can you see 3 fortresses there? You will go to the middle one. The Hornet brothers will make arrangements for you." Han Zio looked at the area. The 3 fortresses were at the intersection point of the southeast and northeast defense lines, and they were at the top point of the triangle defense structure. This position helped snipers maximize their field of vision and therefore sniping range. But the disadvantage was that the position was too conspicuous. When the enemy attacked, they would try to take down the sniper first. Fortunately, the walls of the fortresses were armed with numerous machine guns and rocket launchers. They were the most well-defended place. Han Zio did not object to the arrangement. Before he triggered any quest on his interface, he was quite indifferent to the whole thing. Han Zio walked to the middle fortress and climbed to the top floor. He then spotted 2 men who were carrying sniper rifles in their hands and snoozing by the wall. As they heard Han Zio's footsteps, they quickly opened their eyes and looked over. One could tell that they were assassins from their ice-cold disposition. One of them was tall while the other was short, and their faces looked similar. They seemed to be the Hornet brothers as mentioned by Chen Li. "Newcomer?" The tall one spoke nonchalantly. "Code name, level, ability." Han Zio's brow furrowed. "Mr. Black, Scorpion, Sniper, what is a Scorpion-level newbie doing here?" The tall guy frowned, and he became impatient. "Go to the left fortress and be the assistant sniper. You will be responsible for taking down all the small fries that escape our shots. Can you handle a simple task like this?" "Sure." Han Zio nodded. The short guy only gave him a glance before he went back to snooze. It seemed that he was prideful and not interested in talking to him. It was only a dozen minutes in the manor, and Han Zio had moved to 3 different locations. He had no choice but to walk toward the left fortress. This was the area he was in charge of, which meant that his job was to assist the Hornet brothers. There was already a person in the left fortress, an assassin with a large beard. He looked Han Zio up and down, and after Han Zio introduced himself, he cut to the chase. Scorpion level, you will take the left side while I take the right side. The left side had the most limited field of vision, and therefore, it was the easiest job. The bearded assassin did not trust his ability, which was normal. Hanzio did not give it a second thought. He was fine with taking care of his own area. You triggered a chain quest, call up protection. Quest summary: first, do not probe for the identity of the protection target. Second, do not leave your post. Third, do not let enemies infiltrate the manor. Fourth, try your best to become useful. Hint: this is a chain quest, please act according to instructions. First round, beat off the first wave of enemies. First round reward, 20,000 EXP. Other causes for quest failure: 1. Unauthorized entry to the mansion. 2. Leaving the manor for more than 2 hours. Chain quest? Interesting, Hanzio thought to himself. A chain quest was the type of quest where the player had to complete the previous quest requirement before they would receive the next requirement. The difficulty and reward would get higher and higher with each round. Upon completing all the rounds in the chain, the player would receive an extra reward. Chain quests were usually a lot more tedious than normal quests. I will see the reward for the next round of the quest before I decide to continue or not. If it isn't great, I will just retreat from here, Hanzio thought. He did not feel that he had to complete the quest no matter what. He would only continue if the rewards were substantially high. After wandering around the manor for a few hours, he deciphered the manpower allocation in the place. The mercenaries were armed with heavy firearms and vehicles. There were also superhumans around. Mechanics were in charge of repairing the equipment, providing ammunition, and rectify defense structures. Assassins were the more elite force. By casually chatting with the people there, Hanzio learned that they had been stationed there for more than 10 days. More capable personnel, such as the Hornet Bothers, Chen Li, Volcano, and Moonlight, had already made their reputation known in the place. The sky slowly darkened. Leaves were gently swept by the night wind in the evening forest, making shushing sounds. Perennial water streams flowed in the river. The whole scene was rather peaceful. An imminently approaching engine sound broke the serenity in the forest. Omum, stationed at the fortress's sniper position, Hanzio looked through his scope. There were many headlights in the distant forest quickly approaching the manor. The mercenaries started to shout, prompting each other to quickly go back to their posts to get ready for the upcoming battle. The concentrated footsteps sounded like peas being fried. Hanzio stretched out his arm, and a crisp cocking sound was heard on his rifle. He was preparing himself, too. Here comes the first wave. Chapter 108, Round 3. Just by looking at the headlights, Hanzio figured out the enemy's military composition, all armored vehicles, and they were fast approaching. Troops armed with heavy firepower were running close behind. The next moment, the mercenaries in the manor began firing. Heavy machine guns were blasting and roaring continuously. Flashes of flames on muzzles became an attention-grabbing source of light among the darkness of the night. Hanzio glanced over for a moment, and soon, his mind was put at ease. The enemy had limited numbers and average firepower, so they would not be able to penetrate the curtain of machine gun rounds made by the mercenaries. Pong! Sniper shots were heard from the central fortress. They came from the Hornet brothers. The 2 shots were extremely accurate, hitting right on the targets. Hanzio looked over at his area and realized that it had a limited range of vision and tough angles. Most likely, only those enemies who slipped through the net would accidentally barge into this area. However, it just so happened that a small team of enemies had infiltrated this place. He raised his red falcon before he aimed through the scope and fired. The shot pierced through multiple enemies' necks at once, pumping out masses of blood fog. Big Beard Guy was initially skeptical of Hanzio's ability. But after taking a few looks at him when he was not occupied, he was secretly shocked and knew that he no longer had to worry about this Mr. Black, because Hanzio had made every single shot. Therefore, he stopped turning around to supervise Hanzio and left that area entirely to him in comfort. The battle only lasted for half an hour, and the enemies suffered great losses. They did not even manage to get within 200 meters of the manor. Hanzio managed to take down 9 enemies in total. First round completed. You gained 20,000 EXP. Change in quest requirement. Second round requirement. Defend the River Valley Manor. Duration: 3 days. Reward: 80,000 EXP. The first wave was too simple, and the EXP rewarded seems to be very little. But the increase for the second round is not too bad. Han Zio rubbed his chin. The first round gives 20,000 EXP. The second round rewards 80,000 EXP. Based on this increment, the third round may yield me 320,000 EXP, and the fourth round would be more than 1,000,000 EXP. Stop, I am just dreaming here. But honestly, the third round would at least reward him more than 150,000 EXP. Han Zio felt it was a waste of time to do the second round, which would last for 3 entire days, but he quickly changed his thought. He could stay there and earn some EXP by borrowing the facilities and workshops from the mechanics there to repair the mercenaries' equipment for free. Han Zio had always been a doer. Once he made up his mind, he immediately went to the logistics area to find the local mechanics. They were mostly pseudo-mechanics who had learned some repair skills for their secondary job. There were only 2 proper superhuman mechanics there. "You want to help us repair equipment?" One repairman was startled. "You are a mechanic." Han Zio began proving himself directly through actions. He took a pistol on the work table and disassembled in just a few movements before he assembled it rapidly, like he was performing magic. The whole process flowed smoothly, lasting less than 2 seconds. He was no longer the newbie in the germinal organization who took 40 seconds to assemble a pistol. With the add-on effect of his various skills, his ability in making and assembling machinery had reached a level beyond that of an ordinary person. The group of repairmen agreed to Han Zio's request without hesitation. They were even slightly eager to welcome him. The repair jobs were dreary and tiring, and they did not even get extra pay for it. When someone unexpectedly wanted to take on this tough job, they were all too eager to throw all the work to this legitimate mechanic that appeared out of nowhere. Before dawn, Chen Li walked into the logistics area while carrying a spoilt machine gun. He was looking for a mechanic that he was familiar with to repair his gun. "Wang Zai, help me repair this machine gun." Wang Zai was a skinny, middle-aged male. He wore a vest and was napping at the side. As he heard the voice, he opened his eyes and gave Chen Li a glance. "Leave the gun there. I will repair it when I am free," he said in a rather laid-back manner. "Would you please hurry up with this? I may need to use it in the day." Wang Zai was getting impatient. All right, I will repair it for you later." Chen Li had no choice but to leave it to him. Although Wang Zai was ill-tempered, he was a legitimate mechanic superhuman with excellent skills. Only he could help him since he did not want the machine gun to malfunction again at a critical moment during the next battle. After Chen Li left, Wang Zai shut his eyes again and returned to napping. After 5 minutes, he heard footsteps approaching once more. He opened his eyes impatiently before he realized it was Chen Li again. "What are you so anxious for? Once I have time, I will repair it for you, so stop bothering me." Wang Zai was clearly irritated. Surprisingly, Chen Li shook his head and said, "Return the machine gun to me. I will get someone else to repair it." Wang Zai frowned. Although he was annoyed by Chen Li's repeated disturbances, he did not wish for the weapon to malfunction again. After all, he was also housed inside the manor. "Other people's skills are not good enough. Once the sun rises, I will repair it for you, okay?" he replied. However, Chen Li was adamant in wanting to have his machine gun back. "It's fine. The other guy's skill is better than yours." Wang Zai was instantly infuriated by the comment. Everyone knew everyone else in a small logistics area like this. The other legitimate mechanic was not even as good as him, let alone the bunch of repairmen. "Who are you trying to bluff?" But Chen Li was very insistent. Wang Zai had no choice but to return his gun. When he saw that Chen Li was walking to the other side of the logistics area, he deliberated for a moment before he decided to follow behind. He wanted to see who this mechanic, who was supposedly better than him, was. As he arrived at the scene, Wang Zai was shocked by what he saw. The bunch of low-class repairmen were crowding around a man in black, and they stared at him attentively with looks of amazement, jealousy, and curiosity. Wang Zai was dumbfounded after he took a proper look at the man. The man in black moved his hands at lightning speed, like a phantom, to operate all sorts of equipment rapidly. By doing so, he was repairing several weapons simultaneously in a natural and flowing style. It was so smooth that he did not even need to pause and think. Wang Zai had never seen any technique like this. He was definitely a higher-class mechanic. Originally, the repairmen had only the mindset of pushing their repair jobs to Han Zio so that they could relax. But when Han Zio started his repairing process, his technique, which was extremely speedy, quickly grabbed all their attention. They were intoxicated just by looking at it and wanted to note down his every single step. Many details of the technique were massively inspirational for them. If they possessed an interface, the follow message would have appeared. You gained insights from observing Han Zio, LV34, repair machinery. Repair skill proficiency increased. The other mechanic, who was of a similar standard as Wang Zai, was also observing Han Zio with a look of obsession. To Wang Zai, Han Zio's technique was flawless. To be exact, his standard was not high enough to perceive any flaws in Han Zio's technique. He felt somewhat dispirited and wanted to walk away, but he could not make himself do it. He could not resist the desire to stay there and continue watch Han Zio's repair work. He was deeply conflicted. Han Zio was engrossed in his repair work and did not care about what others around him thought. As a result, his EXP increased speedily. The effect of meticulous repairs LV1 was considerably better than ordinary repair skills. They were not skills from the same class. The more basic weapons and machinery could be repaired quickly and easily. Han Zio could even have been more efficient if not for the lack of better equipment. For the next 3 days, other than taking some rests in between, Han Zio was continuously involved in battles and repairs. 4 waves of enemies attacked the manor in this period of time through a variety of methods, including a speed boat attack, an armored vehicle attack, and a stealth raid. One group of enemies wore frog suits and attempted to infiltrate the place by diving through the river on the west side. They were spotted and killed by the snipers. The enemy's attacks were gradually increasing in intensity. Han Zio could sense, with his perspicacity, that the guards in the manor seemed to be getting too weak at defending against the enemy's attacks. Numerous days of continuous high-intensity battle were taking a toll on their psyche, and the effect of their accumulated exhaustion was erupting. As a result, errors and casualties started appearing on the battlefield. The mercenaries' struggle did not have much of an impact on Han Zio. He was feeling at ease with handling his small area by shooting down all the enemies that went into it. At the same time, he realized that there were more and more fishes that escaped the net and entered his area. It seemed that the Hornet brothers were slowly showing their incapability in handling attacks with such intensity. 3 days passed without any problems. When the first light appeared in the sky, a message was sent immediately to the interface. Round 2 complete. You received 80,000 EXP. Not bad, but the 3rd round is probably going to get really tough. Han Zio was awakened from his nap. He had received a grand total of 180,000 EXP from completing the quest, working on machinery, and killing enemies. He was rather satisfied with the efficiency. Change in quest requirement. 3rd round, defend against the next wave of attack reward, 150,000 EXP. Han Zio cursed. He had a bad feeling about this round of the quest. The next wave of enemy was most likely very powerful, and there was a 90% chance that the mercenaries would not be able to defend against them. Chapter 109, Turning the Tide Boom. It was a thundery shower. The dark sky was repeatedly torn apart by streaks and streaks of glaring lightning. Rain was pouring down in torrents. The curtain of rain was limiting everyone's field of vision, which in turn reduced their shooting accuracy. The mercenaries had to cover the weapons and equipment with waterproof covers against the violent storm, as they were not waterproof, and they also sent their ammunition reserves to sheltered areas. Heavy rain flooded the entire world, and its sound filled everyone's ears. The fortresses were saturated with moisture. Han Zio placed himself far away from the window to avoid getting soaked. He looked at the weather outside and frowned. Terrible weather like that is clearly generated by the system purposefully. I bet the next wave of heavy attack will come at this time, otherwise. Han Zio was only halfway through his sentence before stopped that thought. How could he joke around like that and risk jinxing himself? A series of engine sounds were heard in the rain. The enemy was coming at them viciously this time. Hordes of armored vehicles were driving toward the manor in the storm. Countless rain droplets smashed onto the ice-gold metal armor. Fire! The mercenaries in the manor yelled furiously, and the sounds of machine guns and grenade launchers followed. The next moment, even greater firepower erupted from the enemy's motorcade. More than a few small-scale missiles landed on the outer wall of the manor, which blew up the 2 machine guns and the gunner there. Whilst Han Zio was shooting his rifle, he heard Chen Li and the black dude yelling over the walkie-talkie. "The enemy has rocket launchers. We must evade. Go and hit them hard with our machine guns and grenades. Snipers, hurry up and fire. Don't make me prompt you." Hurry up and do something. More than 20 speedboats just appeared on the river. Those stationed on the west side, quickly go and intercept them. Don't let them get near the shore. Shit, helicopters. The sound of rotating wings was heard in the sky. 2 Y-5 Snake helicopter gunships were attacking from above. Flashing lightning in the dark sky highlighted the ferocious features of the helicopters. The gunner, wearing windshielding glasses, controlled a large-caliber 6-barreled machine cannon on the side of the helicopter and unleashed astonishing firepower. The size of the cannon rounds was almost like that of a small-scale missile. Their penetration capability and damage power were unmatched by the rounds of ordinary machine guns. They were even fired at a very high rate. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The continuous cannon rounds connected to form an orange line and swept the manor from above. The outer defensive walls of the manor were less than useless against enemies from the sky. The mercenaries' casualty number surged. The sounds of swearing, yelling, crying, raining, guns firing, and engines roaring formed a symphony of battle, as grand as it was horrifying and as messy as it was fevered. The helicopters were their biggest threat. Some machine gunners quickly aimed their guns at them. However, by simply flying higher, Y-5 Snake helicopters easily got out of the range of the machine guns. Those stray rounds that managed to touch the helicopters could not penetrate their armored exterior. "Snipers, kill the pilots!" Chen Li was yelling in exasperation. "We will handle the helicopters." Other snipers, go and stop the ground troops from coming in. The Hornet brothers gave an order in the communication net from the central fortress. Thereafter, they started shooting at the helicopters. Even with the dense curtains of rain, Han Zio could see the sparks generated when the sniper rounds landed on the exterior armor of the helicopters. The pilot's window was made high-grade bulletproof glasses. It would require at least 7 to 8 rounds to penetrate. Han Zio suddenly felt something was wrong. He swiftly shouldered his gun and moved away from the sniping window. "How dare you leave your post without authorization?" Big Beard Guy was infuriated by what he saw. However, he was only halfway through his words when the sound of a violent explosion stopped him. The fortress wall exploded violently, and Big Beard Guy was instantly struck flying by the shockwave and landed on the other wall. His arms were completely broken, and he cried in pain. The 2 Y-5 Snake helicopters were equipped with 4 airstrike missiles, which were used to directly blow up the 3 fortresses. The central fortress was hit the heaviest. It exploded into complete ruins, and as a result, the Hornet brothers were killed instantly. Their flesh, together with dust and shattered bricks, was tossed out of the place by the shockwave. The 3 fortresses had been blown up. Without the threat of snipers, the helicopters became much more aggressive, like a horny wild dog. The massive firepower had the mercenaries hiding under cover, and they dared not even expose their heads. Although Han Zio successfully dodged the explosion, he was hit by the shockwave. He did not suffer much damage. However, the roof over his head was completely blown up, and the heavy rain poured directly into his area. As a result, he was directly exposed in the enemy's field of vision. He was in a terrible situation. The enemy had land, air, and sea superiority. The manor was being attacked in 3 different ways. He turned around and glanced at the horrifying scene of the battle. The mercenaries cannot hold on anymore. His eyes were looking worried. The people outside cannot withstand the attack anymore. 2 men were looking out the window at the battle from the living room of the mansion in the center of River Valley Manor. One of them had both of his hands pressing on the windowsill. He was a bald old man. He wore black frame glasses, and his eyebrows and beard were complete white. The other person stood behind the old man at an angle with folded arms. He appeared to be a middle-aged man. His short jet black hair was slicked back, and there was only a slight graying on the hair near his temples. The only unordinary thing about him was probably his disposition. He wore a gentle smile on his face, which made him look rather friendly. The man with the gentle disposition chuckled. "Seems like it's time for me to act." The bald old man nodded. "We have defended for so long. Xena should have eradicated all the traitors in the organization. My life depends on you now, my old friend." The gentle man nodded and prepared to walk out. Suddenly, he stopped his footsteps and noticed a sudden change in the battle situation. Seems like there is an interesting guy who just appeared. They don't need me anymore. The bald old man was startled and looked out the window. Hiding inside the defense structure, Chen Li shouted loudly into his walkie-talkie, "Is there any sniper who is still alive? Without taking down the 2 helicopters, we are all going to die here." Suddenly, a crimson bullet penetrated through the rain curtain and shot the ammunition belt on one of the helicopter's machine cannons with extreme accuracy. The crimson round then cracked, and a flame erupted from within it in the heavy downpour. High explosive round, HOM. The orange high-explosive gas filled every single gap it touched, and it traveled through the split between the armored exterior and ignited the ammunition belt. The helicopter, which had been acting all triumphant a moment ago, exploded in that instant as all the cannon rounds exploded at once. The high-explosive round was not powerful by itself,